There you go.
We are
I
live.
think we're live. Took us a second.
Happy 2026, y'all.
What?
It has been 2,000 years since Jesus has died, and
Okay.
Christians are still believing.
Interesting. Oh.
And we want to know why you can't stop believe. Okay, sorry.
That was an interesting choice to start this stream.
She didn't know I was going to do that.
No, I would have said something.
You would have stopped me.
Yeah.
So I didn't say anything.
Anyway, happy Thursday, everyone. It's almost the weekend. It's a long weekend.
Almost the
holiday weekend.
Is it?
Yeah, Memorial Day weekend, kick off summer.
Crap.
Maybe some barbecues, maybe some camping. I don't know if you're in the Midwest. There also might just be a lot of rain. We're not sure.
God willing.
I feel like you need to rephrase that.
Sorry. Anyways, we are former Christians, and we are interested in knowing why Christians still believe, after all of this time, that Jesus has just been dead, not coming back, making promises and not delivering, and why it is still acceptable.
Also, the belief or the story or...
Yes. So, if you are a Christian and you still believe in Christianity, we would like to know, if you join the chat, you may help us understand and help the viewers understand why it is you still believe in this thing we call Christianity.
In the meantime, tell me some of the things you said are unacceptable.
About like what?
I don't know. You just said even though it's unacceptable, and you left it at that. So how about you expand on that statement?
Well, I just think it's kind of silly because like Jesus said he was coming right back, and then he still isn't back. So that seems kind of unacceptable. He's been gone for a long time, and people still believe that he's going to come back, but he's not here yet. I'm going to try to pull up the chat here real quick. Checking the chats. By the way, you can call in with the link, or if you just want to chat, that's cool too.
Welcome in.
We're interested as former Christians.
Here's Big Nick. Welcome in, Big Nick.
Hey, Big Nick. Yeah, we're former Christians. We're interested to know why people still believe. It just seems a little bit played out.
That's an interesting way to put it.
But open to understanding. I don't claim to know everything. So maybe there's something I just don't understand.
Well, and it's a nice, like, calm Thursday. Everyone needs an excuse to, like, chill before the weekend. I don't know if everyone has to work tomorrow. Some of us do, some of us don't.
I do.
Barely.
I actually got quite a bit on my plate.
You don't even have to leave the house.
But that doesn't mean I'm not working. Clearly, we need to have a conversation offline. Anyways.
Listen, it's going to be the first day that I'm the only one in our entire house that has to leave and go somewhere tomorrow, right before a long weekend. So I'm just a little salty. My kids are on summer break. I almost said spring break. I was like, that's not right.
You're doing the thing? You're leaving?
Yeah, I have to go to work.
Oh, okay. There was another optional trip. Anyways, never mind.
No, it's also my reunion weekend, and I'm not doing that.
That's cool. Yeah. I thought you.
Yeah.
I thought we.
But anyway, for people who are joining,
yes,
anyone who wants to chat with us, you can chat in the text. You can come up and call.
Oh, Big Nick says, "I believe in Christ, not Christianity." What do you mean by that exactly? What do you mean by that? I believe in Christ, but not Christianity. Interesting to know what you mean.
Hello, Dusk. Welcome in.
Hey, Dusk Frame. Thanks for joining. We appreciate it. Big time. Believing in Christ but not Christianity is interesting because Christ is like a Greek term. I think it came around with like the Paul era where it was like a savior type phrase. I could say I believe in Jesus but not Christianity. And by believe in, I believe that he probably was real. People who call themselves Christians are almost never like Christ. Oh.
I don't necessarily disagree.
That's one of the primary reasons why my lovely wife here left the Catholic faith. In fact, if you'd like to share that, I know some people have heard, but
yeah, I mean that's essentially it. It was just a little bit hypocritical, and I saw it pretty evidently. I mean, to be fair, it was a little easier for me to see because I was in a very small town and I knew all of the people around me in the church and then all of the people around me in day-to-day life, and it was just so incongruous that I had so many questions very, very quickly. Um, and then I saw it in myself too. I mean, I was a freaking teenager sneaking out of the house and then going to church the next morning, and I was like, none of this goes together. So, and Big
Interesting.
Nick, you're not wrong.
So Big Nick
So
says,
we're
just
we're saying
believe.
that Jesus could have been a historical figure. That doesn't mean we believe he was a Messiah. But I
Right.
don't disagree that believing the church is corrupt and not having like a belief in Christ has to be hand in hand. I think a lot of people maybe lose organized religion first because there's a lot of them that aren't
It's
on the up and up. I'm
it's
trying to think of a nice
it's
way
sort
to
of
put
like
it.
if you like live in a country where you really think the country's great, but you have a horrible leader currently. It
What could you possibly
it
mean?
doesn't mean that you think that the country's bad. It just means that currently the leader's horrible, if that makes sense. Is that what you're getting at, Big Nick? About you believe in Christ, but that Christianity, the followers of Christ, aren't necessarily a good representation? And are you a follower of Christ? And are
But
you a good
and
representation?
obviously you can't lump everyone together no matter what the religion in question is. Like we concede that immediately. Not all Christians, not all whatever, not all Muslims, not all anybody. That's not our point.
Sailor One asks, "Is it okay if I'm a Jew?" Absolutely. First of all, it's okay in general, but second of all, if you want to call in, we would love to have you, or if you want to chat about it. Um, I admittedly don't know the Talmud as well as I know the, Tanakh and, the Hebrew Bible, but we'd be happy to understand why you still believe in Judaism because, and just for fun, because Christians usually tune in, we'd love to hear your take on why Jesus doesn't fulfill any messianic prophecies, because that's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
that'd be
Or
great.
where your stance is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so Sailor One.
absolutely. And anyone here who wants to call, please do.
It asks, do we debate Muslims? We don't really debate Muslims just because we're not as familiar with the Islamic
I mean, to be
faith.
fair, I'm not sure we've had a Muslim call.
We haven't. I do know not to from a sage advice of the Justinian kind. It is don't walk into territory you're unfamiliar with, which would be Islam for me. I'm not as familiar with Islam unless you are.
No, I mean we know of it. We can look things up, and it's not that we're opposed to talking about it, but the reason that we have this channel is because this is something we knew
Right, we're
and
former
now have like
Christians.
feelings about.
So
Now that doesn't mean a good conversation can't be a good conversation, but we're just not going to pretend to be an expert or
right.
have
You,
personal experience or
you
opinions.
could say chapter 152 of 176 says this, and therefore Islam is real. I couldn't refute that. However, we have read the Christian Bible and can adamantly proclaim that the Christian God is completely ridiculous and false. So maybe the Islamic God is real. I don't know. I don't know enough. You'd have to go to a atheist debating Muslim channel to know whether or not Islam isn't true. So for anyone watching, if you're interested in whether or not Christianity is real, we can definitively say here it's probably not, although we're called inquiry couple because we're open-minded, so we are open to conversation. You'd have to go to a Islamic debate side for that one. I'm just not as familiar with the Quran.
What does get mogged mean?
You probably weren't supposed to say that. I have no idea.
Probably not.
Oh, the person's not Muslim, just asking. That's totally
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, that's cool. Let's see here. The
We
Christian
got our
God is
first "Are we in
love.
hell" comment.
Christian God is love. There's nothing ridiculous or false. I don't know. I was just reading something. I'm gonna pull up Bible Gateway. I won't pull it up on the screen unless people really want me to, but
I mean, you might as well.
Well,
Nobody's calling up.
I had this thing where it said, what was it? It was First Corinthians. Okay, I'll pull it up on the screen while we're waiting. It I'm going to be honest, and this is going to be, I'm going to literally watch our viewers drop. The second I bring up Bible verses on the screen, like it's like the Bible freaks people out. It's really weird. Anyways.
I do think it's interesting that we just had a claim that God is merciful, just, and love. I think I could refute all three of those points. I don't agree with any of those.
This is going to be so weird because I'm not kidding you.
Dusk, thank you. We are old. We're trying to learn the slang. We are cringe about it.
Yeah.
Our children love when we ruin.
I'm not really sure what cringe means.
them.
Disappointments, all of you. Anyways, if you don't know cringe, I don't know cringe. Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. I think this was thanks to Big Nick, if I'm not mistaken. All right, for Big Nick.
Welcome in, everyone. Feel free to call in up and have a conversation with us.
All right, this is the God is love. So if everyone has been familiar with...
Well, everyone knows this verse, I think.
Yeah, this is 1 Corinthians 13:4.
Even my non-believing mother had a poster with this verse on it in her bedroom when I was growing up.
Super fair. Is this too small on the screen? Do I need to zoom in?
That's good.
Okay, cool.
I mean, from here.
Okay, it says, love is patient, love is kind. Love is not envious or boastful or arrogant. Okay, love is patient and kind and not boastful or arrogant. And then, according to Exodus 25, this is where he leaves people because they're like
20 verse 5, verse 25.
Yeah, sorry, verse 5.
That just could get confusing.
You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God. This is not bowing down to any other God. He's going to punish the children for the iniquity of the parents to the third and fourth generation if they reject him. So if God is love, and Corinthians says love is patient and kind and not envious. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, sorry guys, this is on me. Oh, you can't do it. Sorry, can't highlight it. I was going to highlight envious. Seems like God's envious.
We're getting context and Old Testament.
Do you guys not believe in the Old Testament? We can stick strictly to the New Testament if everyone thinks that the Old Testament's false. Get some ones in the chat if the Old Testament is false. And Christians, if you're a Christian and you don't believe in the Old Testament, I remember my Lutheran cousins didn't have an Old Testament in their pew Bibles because they believed that the Old Testament was like fake, like not real. And there's a lot of Gnostic Jesus movements that also, like Marcion, that didn't believe in the Old Testament. So we can just skip the Old Testament altogether tonight if you guys just don't believe in the Old Testament. That removes all the Jesus prophecies, but...
Yeah, then there's no prophecy at all.
Right. Avery Shaz says they have something to say about the Old Testament. Well, we would love to hear it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What do you got to say? And to be fair, if you do want to call up, you don't have to show your face and you can put whatever name you want us to call you as long as it's like appropriate. But you don't have to like reveal anything personal to come up and actually have a conversation if you want to.
Dang it, Big Nick's going to hate this one. It says Exodus 34:14. Again, sorry, Big Nick. I know you don't believe in the Old Testament, but it does say that God is a jealous God. You might just want to rip that part out of your Bible. Thomas Jefferson actually ripped a bunch of things out of his Bible. Actually, Martin Luther King took out the book of James.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah, it is real, actually. James really disagrees with Paul and Jesus. And so he just took the book of James out, put it in the back of his Bible, and was like, you know what? This one just shouldn't have been canonized. So I get it.
I mean...
Anyways, I'm going to pull off the scripture because what I have found is when you bring scripture on the screen, you get no callers because...
They don't like to talk about it.
Well, they just haven't read it. But yeah. Okay. We are interested in folks talking about why they are still Christians because we are interested in knowing.
Which got called dishonest. I think you should read that comment.
If the Old Testament was infallible, then God would not have sent Christ with the New Testament.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, what is that? If the old... Okay, so sorry. For those joining us later and not seeing the chats, Big Nick says, if the Old Testament was infallible, which I don't know if you mean it was or wasn't, but you're saying if it was, then God would not... Oh, I see what you're saying. So
you
now,
think that when
actually,
Christ came, it took away the Old Testament. You're one of those that thinks that Christ came
which
and
is
died, and
why
now everything in the Old Testament is gone and
which
silly.
is why Islam's real, because that's why Muhammad came, was because the New Testament needed a re-update. And it's why Mormonism's real, because the New Testament needed an update. Okay, actually, your logic makes perfect sense, and I'm totally tracking with you, which was why I am considering joining the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the most modern, updated prophet. Interesting. That's interesting. Islam is real, says the Big Nick. Okay. Well, we do have someone that entered the
CJ,
chat.
it looks like.
All right, CJ, let's go ahead and bring you on up here. CJ, are you over the age of 18?
I am. How's it going, guys?
Hi,
Really
welcome
good,
in.
really good. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. What's this about?
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Okay, all right.
So this is just a conversation. We are both former Christians.
Okay.
She was formerly Catholic. I'm formerly Protestant. And we left our faith. You were what age?
I was like college age.
College age. I was like 33, not to be ironic. But but we,
It is kind of ironic.
it is pretty
I kind
ironic.
of like it when you say that.
I know,
I don't know why.
it's
It's just a
interesting.
thing.
But we are interested to know why Christians still believe, because we both kind of like studied our way out of it, or like saw.
And in different ways, like the reasons we left are not the same. So
Right.
I just find it interesting to have a conversation, and we can really start wherever you want. Whether there's a certain like thing that evokes you to the faith. I don't know if you were raised in it or if you converted to it. Like all of that is kind of nice background to have to get a conversation started.
Yeah, I guess I've grown up in Christianity. I've been in and out of different denominations, and kind of just lived my life as a Christian. Also experiencing hard things and
Sure.
things like evolution, understanding that when it comes to the existence of the world. But everything that everything that I come across kind of just falls short as far as what I've been able to understand, as far as like fine tuning of the universe and the existence of the conscious, and I mean just generally information itself. I just don't comprehend how something could come from a non-intelligent mind where intelligence is required.
And we don't necessarily disagree with that. So we would be
Totally.
considered
Yeah.
like agnostic. So like I don't know, I wasn't there. I don't know how the universe like popped into existence.
Or
Yeah.
if it popped into existence, I think there are a lot of arguments to be made that it sort of always existed. I think a
Yeah,
lot
like
of these things
the
can be
collapse expansion
right.
argument.
Exactly. So I think a lot of these things can be valid conversations. That doesn't mean that
Totally.
any of us know any of that for sure, right? So
I just
Yeah, and
know
I don't
that
think that's ignorant at all. I think that there is a reason to believe that, especially for someone who's not necessarily in agreement. They don't exactly like the God of the Bible, or whether that's from Christianity or any other religion for that matter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say for me,
and that's a really honest statement for
yeah,
you, by the way.
That's a great statement. Yeah, I guess for me, and I'll let you answer. Obviously,
go ahead.
like I like that's why earlier someone asked we debate Muslims. Like, I feel like I know enough about Islam to know that it bases itself enough off of the Abrahamic religions to not
Yep.
believe in it. But that's also because I feel like the Abrahamic like histories and religions and concepts just fall short in general. So like if I were to believe in some sort of deity, it would have to be something a little bit like outside of those, just because I feel like I know too much about those,
Uh-huh.
but maybe I don't understand them. It's just the God of the Christian Bible seems silly, both in like the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, especially with Islam being based on essentially Jesus himself. They do rely heavily on the words of Christ, even though they deny his claim to be God. They'll say that he doesn't actually claim to be God. But there's a lot of contradictions with that. I mean, if you were to take just the Bible itself face value, I mean, Christ himself calls himself I am multiple times in the New Testament. So I totally get that with Islam. But as far as like Old Testament, I completely agree that it seems confusing, but I think that the New Testament is Old Testament fulfilled.
And that's not something that we've heard for the first time.
No, totally. I
And,
wouldn't
and
expect that.
it's actually like a really valid thought process to be like, okay, how do we rationalize this?
Okay.
I think the very first thing I always go to is the verse where Jesus said, I did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law.
Yeah.
So he's
Awesome.
basically saying none of the law is going away. In fact, it's the opposite. Like if I fulfill the law of wearing my seatbelt, that means I did it. That doesn't mean it goes away. The next time I drive my car, I still need to buckle my seatbelt.
Yep. That's right.
So in that frame of mind, and especially if you're Trinitarian, and I don't know if you are.
I am.
Okay, so if Jesus and God are the same, and if all of the things that God said were law in the Old Testament, and then Jesus comes and says, I'm fulfilling all of this, not abolishing it, how do you rationalize that?
So I guess are you talking about the 613 Mosaic laws?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question to you is did every Hebrew in that time fulfill those laws if they were a people? You know, I'm assuming that you might not believe that these stories are true. So let's just pretend
Okay,
that
well, let's grant that they are.
Okay,
And
yeah,
let's say
perfect.
that not everybody fulfilled them. Does that mean it was right or wrong not to?
No, I guess
If God said to do it, but not everyone did it, that doesn't mean that what God said wasn't what he wanted you to do, even if not everyone did it.
Well, for example, one of those laws had to do with the collection of manna in the desert, but the Hebrews that came out of the desert wouldn't have to fulfill that law anymore, even though it was a law. Or if it were to be something along the lines of a menstrual period laws, men do not have to fulfill those laws as well. I
Or
guess what I'm trying
even
to
like
say is that some of those laws have kind of
the
become irrelevant.
Deuteronomical like bloody sheet law.
Yeah, I guess that you said Deuteronomy.
Yeah, it's in Deuteronomy, I think 22.
Also, big W
Yeah,
for her pronouncing Deuteronomical. Did I
that
say
was awesome. Yeah,
Deuteronomical?
I said it in my head twice before I
Deuteronomical.
said it out loud, and don't ask me to do it again.
So I'm a sucker to go to the bloody sheet test in
It's
Deuteronomy.
That's
partially
fine.
me
Yeah,
as a
let's
woman.
hear it.
But okay. Okay, let's go there. Let's go. I gotta find. First of all, I was on a different track. I was already on Bible Gateway because there's some crazy laws out there. I was gonna pull them up. There's like and stop me if you want to get the verse on any of these. If I'm like
Yeah, let me grab my Bible.
say okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
absolutely. We definitely encourage that.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're not in any rush, so.
Yeah. All right, I'm ready.
So there's a few laws that God throws out there, and we'll definitely look at the bloody sheet law because that's amazing. But like one of them is like Leviticus 26:14, which I'll pull them up on the screen at the same time here, so folks.
Oh, 24:16. You've got a little dyslexic.
I
Yeah.
am actually.
I know. I'm just saying.
Dyslexic.
I was recognizing it, not calling you out. Sorry,
Okay,
if that sounded accusatory.
No, it's cool. Okay, let me remove this from the stage. Remove this old one. Whoops, sorry. I'm gonna add this one. Add the stage. Whoops. Okay. What was the first again? Oh, Leviticus 24:16. Add to stage. Add to stage. We'll go through like a couple. We'll hit the bloody sheet law because I think this is an interesting like overarching thing, and it does bring in the New Testament. I know I'm not reading the chat. Once a guest calls in,
Yeah,
I ignore the chat. But this is for you, Big Nick.
Big Nick hates the Old Testament.
Yeah, he's like anti-Old Testament. And I'm like, come on, guys, what's wrong with the Old Testament? Okay, so Leviticus 24:16 says, "One who blasphemes the name of the Lord shall be put to death. The whole congregation shall stone the blasphemer. Aliens as well as the native born, when they blaspheme the name, shall be put to death." So whether or not people believe in this and whether or not you think this is of the time, this was one of those I thought it was 413. Is there 613
I thought it was
laws?
600 and something.
Holy
I think it's
smokes.
613.
I think it is 600 and something.
There's a lot of laws.
Yeah.
So this is like this would be one of them. I'm gonna pull
Okay.
up another one, and I'll just reference the verses and summarize it so I don't like bore people. But like another one is like the death penalty for working on the Sabbath.
Yeah.
Right. So that's Exodus 35:2
Okay.
and Numbers 15:32 through 36. So they doubled down on this one. They're not just like low key, if you work on the Sabbath, it's bad. It's like, no, we're writing about this in two different verses. And then there's another one, and this is just for folks if you're taking notes here. Death penalty.
By the way, just for the tally, he got his first gay comment for the night.
Oh, good, because the next one, sorry guys, I apologize if I seem effeminate, and if that offends people, I apologize. But
I don't see any need to
I think it's
apologize.
because I'm a snazzy dresser. But
What was that second verse? 34 what?
It's Exodus 35:2 and
Oh,
Numbers
35:2.
yeah, Exodus 35:2 and
Okay.
Numbers 15:32 through 36. And that's the death penalty for working on the Sabbath.
Okay.
Then and since we brought it up, sorry guys, or people that dress snazzy that are guys, there is a death penalty for homosexuality and witchcraft, which is where the whole Salem witch trials kind of came from, and that is Leviticus. Here, let's bring that one up because that one's actually kind of fun to read. That's Leviticus 20:13.
Okay.
Yep, Leviticus 20:13. If you let's share that on the screen.
Hard to hold this many pages.
You need some sticky tabs.
I
Or
do.
we'll tell you the verse again. We can go back. We'll let you find it
I
again.
think I got them. It's Exodus 35:2.
Yeah, here, hold on.
Leviticus 20:13.
If you want to see a lot of sticky tabs, this is our Bible. So.
We got some
Right on
sticky tabs.
We definitely read it for
Yeah.
people who think that we just come up here and
Spout. No,
Yeah.
this has been
Oh, I
it's
can
been
imagine
read a
that
few
it's
times.
process
So
for
this
you.
is the one where it's like the death penalty. Now this one's a
Yeah.
little bit. I sticky tabbed it, but it's a little bit more foreign to me. So I'm gonna pull it up and read it because I could be popping off here. Let's see. Whoops. Okay, so Leviticus 20:13 and Exodus 22:18. These are the be put to death. So it says, okay, 20:13. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them.
Yeah.
So if anyone wonders like whether or not, Christianity or, Judaism, I would assume. I've never been
Yeah.
a Jewish person,
Yep.
believes or doesn't believe in homosexuality. This pretty much kind of seals the deal.
Okay.
There's another one, Exodus 22:18, that says,
this
is
is
the
about
witchcraft.
witches.
Oh yeah.
I was like, what?
I don't know why.
Why does it
in
Bible
my-
Gateway put these together?
Actually-
Homosexuality and
So-
witchcraft
So
must be the
So
same.
I actually grouped these together. This was my
You did
bad.
that?
I did this. I don't know
Wow.
why. I was like, homosexuality. Oh yeah, and by the way, the Salem witch trials. It says
mean,
you
I
shall
guess-
not permit a female sorcerer to live. So if you know a witch among you, or a gay person, according to the Bible, you need to put them to death. So going back to the biblical laws, and we will go to the bloody sheet.
We will.
Do you-
I will just say, according to this, I need to kill my daughter
oh dang.
because
Yeah.
she is gay. So, like
Mhm.
in a personal realm,
But she's not a man. It says
Yeah,
if a
true, it
male
only talks
lies
about
with
men.
a male as with a woman. I feel like,
maybe he's okay with ladies and ladies.
I mean,
You talking to me?
I don't know.
I meant God in the law because he only talks about men.
Oh, okay.
But
I was like,
you
what?
Think about it. We're not gonna
Not putting you on the
we're not
spot like
gonna
that,
check
unless you want to.
not checking your Pornhub account.
How did we get here?
I don't
Let's
know. Okay,
backpedal.
backing pedal. So going along with like the laws. I think we got here with like the 613 laws. So there's some like intense laws out there. Like
Right.
if you're
Totally.
homosexual, you need to be put to death. If you pick up sticks on the Sabbath, you need to be put to death. If you are a female sorcerer, obviously be put to death. I feel like, yeah, we should. I don't know. I probably shouldn't say that. Maybe sorcery becomes trendy in some day and age after the Middle Ages. But then the bloody sheet test comes in.
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay, hold on. I gotta find it.
I think it's Deuteronomy 22. Test me.
Okay, bloody sheet test. God, how do we Deuteronomy?
Well, just search Deuteronomy on Bible Gateway.
Bloody, yeah. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'll find it. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. Oh, my monitor just stopped.
There we go.
Nope, that's the virgin birth. Okay, hold on. I found the virgin birth. We can talk about prophecy.
Yeah, we don't need to pivot that quickly. We've already pivoted pretty quickly.
Yeah.
No worries, guys.
Yeah, dude, you were right.
22:17.
What?
Right on.
Girl. She knows her Bible, man. Okay, hold on here. Bible Gateway. I clicked off it because I had to find this. Deuteronomy.
22. What did we say? 17?
Yeah, 22:7. Let's just go 22 so we can read the whole context because I hate the out of context stuff, which somebody was calling us out on taking things out of context.
We're actually really big on context, and we'll read as much of this as anyone wants to.
When I was
But I don't think CJ is holding that position, so we don't need to go there right now.
Yeah. When I was a Christian and I would go to like denominational churches because I was a non-denominationalist.
Saying like Baptist or like Lutheran.
And no offense, first of all,
are you about to say Catholic?
Nope. What's your denomination? Because I don't want to cast shame on your denomination.
You know what's funny? I actually don't claim any denomination because I kind of find I wouldn't even say non-denominational because I even find issue with non-denominational. I just don't totally agree with. I mean, every church I've been to.
Yeah, no.
First of all, that's an honest response.
Yeah, and that's the way
and
I kind of was too, because what I wanted was a quality expositor of the text. So it's like, read the text in context. I want to know the whole text, and then I want to know like what does it actually say and not what you want me to hear. Because what I don't want is for you to say, oh, this in Romans, this in Ephesians, this in, I was going to say James, but James would never agree for Romans and Ephesians. Let's say Galatians.
Yeah, proper exegesis, not eisegesis.
I think you stopped yourself before you said it.
And then tie it all together. It's like, no, I want to know just what the Bible says. So this is Deuteronomy 22. Okay, sharing the screen. Oops, and the stage.
Yeah, there we go. And then
I'll make it bigger. Sorry, guys. I promise I'm good at this. Okay, it was 17. This is okay. This is the law, right? Deuteronomy is one of the books of the law.
What you can do with your neighbors.
It's talking about what you do with your donkeys.
Okay.
And a woman shall not wear a man's apparel, nor a man put on a woman's garment, type of thing. We get down to 17 though, and we start getting into sexual relations laws.
Yeah, here. So 13 is where we're going to start.
Right. Okay. So it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. And obviously we know evidence of virginity is probably like bleeding.
Yep.
Yeah. It says the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. Now, what I didn't know actually was that there was like a documented practice where there was literally a tent that they would have at
like the marriage tent.
The marriage tent.
Consummate, and people are like right outside
around it. So like literally like the
witnesses.
Yeah,
yes,
witnesses, exactly.
Yep.
Typically probably the parents and maybe like I don't know, an elder.
Well, yeah, I know that huge celebration whenever somebody was married in that culture too.
Right.
Exactly. So like the husband and wife, the newly husband and wife would go into the tent, And before that, they would lay out a white sheet, or as white as it
Yep.
can get back in those days.
Yep.
And they'd go in and they'd do the thing.
Right. So he's agreeing, yeah.
And then
Yeah,
it
I agree.
says, let's see. Okay.
So he says, I did not find evidence.
Yeah,
I think we're at 15.
Right. So it says the father of the young woman and the mother then submit evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate, which is the sheet.
Yeah.
And the father of the young woman will say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity, the bloody sheet. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. And what do? It's bad. They fine him 100 shekels of silver. Now that's a lot of freaking money. I don't have even 1 shekel of silver. It says they give that to the young woman's father because she has slandered a virgin of Israel, or he has slandered a virgin of Israel.
Okay.
She will remain his wife. He will not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Like, you're stuck with her, buddy, and you owe 100 shekels. Now, however,
and now she's married to this guy who accused her of lying. Like, that's also kind of weird as a wife, but whatever.
I mean, that's, you know what?
Just,
gotta
deal with it. Make the best of it. You got married. You're being taken care of.
Things might be awkward, but it's cool. If, however, this charge is true, that the evidence, the sheet is not bloody.
The
evidence of the young woman's virginity is not found. Then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house. And what's her penalty? The men of the town will stone her to death. I don't know, $100 or stoning to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So this is another one of those 613 laws. Kind of a long one. Some of these others got donkeys and stuff for shorter. But
let's just stop there and what's your response, CJ?
Yeah, I guess it does seem extreme. I totally understand exactly what you're saying. The man has it easy, it seems, right? That's kind of, I guess that's what you're trying to point at, right?
That's part of it, but I think there's another part where it's like, how many women do you think were stoned to death that didn't bleed but might have actually been virgins?
Yeah, I would say that that's a possibility, and
well, it's a probability.
I heard that that's actually a common thing, isn't it? That women don't bleed on the first time.
I think it's only 40-something% of women who do, so it's actually less than half of us.
Yeah, and I guess
and there's lots of other things that can affect the hymen before sex. That doesn't mean you lost your virginity. I mean, you can get super deep into it, but the point is, one, it's unfair as far as the male versus female, but two, you would think that if God created a woman, he would know how her body worked.
Yeah.
That's why women actually rode side saddle in the Wild West.
Okay.
You wonder why, in those movies and books, women always rode side saddle. It's so you didn't accidentally, fail the bloody sheet test. Although that wasn't part of the Wild West, but I'm just saying they wanted to keep that intact.
I mean, it was the belief for a long time that a woman was going to and supposed to on their first night, regardless of whether it was in this time frame where they were stoned or just kind of a cultural expectation. But I think the scientific part of it is what interests me the most. How could a God who created these beings create a law that doesn't scientifically make sense with women's bodies?
Yeah, I totally agree. I guess my question is, do you think that the human, we as people are the same as we were? I mean, I guess this would be 3,000, 4,000 years ago, in Bible time at least. What do you think this time was?
So this would have been during the time of Moses. If we're so archaeology would put the Exodus of Egypt around between 1200 and 1400 BC. So we're talking 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So what you're positing is that perhaps 3,000 years ago, women always bled before sex, but 3,000 years later, the hymen's perhaps more fragile, and they don't always bleed during sex now because it's gotten more fragile.
Or they
over
just
time.
didn't know back then.
I guess in my understanding, well, and it's not even an understanding, it's just, everything I believe in is based on faith. But I would believe that Adam and Eve would have been perfect humans, having perfect genetics, and we're just copies of copies of copies, and slowly over time, genetic information is lost, and the uh, the genetics we have are far inferior to what God would have created in the garden. And I guess what I'm pointing as maybe our organs or our physiology might have been more or closer to the original perfected version as to compared to what it is now when we've actually begun studying anatomy and physiology pretty closely within the last 200-300 years. I guess I would be curious when the study of the hymen, as far as the 40% was done.
Well, according to back then, if you didn't bleed, you were not a virgin. So there was a
Yeah.
0% fail rate in terms of.
So because they didn't study how the hymen worked, somehow it
Well,
makes
we don't
sense.
have like.
Well, that's what he was
records.
saying. He said something about when do we start studying it?
Actually, I will. So
Which
you
isn't-
you actually bring up a really good thing. He actually brings up a really good thing. In the Talmud, and actually in the time, I want to say it's around 300 BC.
Mm-hmm.
There were writings about this because it was kind of becoming an issue. It was
Yeah.
like, dude, you're like wanting to kill this daughter because she didn't bleed, and they're like, that actually is not cool. And they're like, oh, but, and they were having these conversations where they weren't like scientists, right? I mean,
they were like,
actually, you know what? It's kind of
confused, maybe?
it is kind of scientists, because science is just like being able to test a theory and see if it's provable, and if it's not provable, then you're kind of like, ooh, that seems a little sketchy, right? There was writings in like around the 300 to 0 like BC to CE period where it's like there were actual case studies about this, as it were. But to your point, I have a bigger question. How far removed do you think Adam and Eve were from this time period? Like, do you think that like humans like evolved from like a great past, or like we're talking it are you talking like the earth is 8,000 years old, 10,000, 6,000, like, and
Yeah,
that.
I would say we're in a younger, as far as my
Okay,
belief goes.
that's fair. No, that's super fair. I believe that too, actually. Are you, that's why I asked the 10, 8, or 6, because
Yeah,
those are kind of the three.
I think you probably would know this better than I would, but as far as the ages of the son, the patriarchs, they do the tracking back. I think it's like 6,500 years. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a plausible one. So you
Yeah.
would say if the Earth's total age is 6,500 years, then that would put us at like twice. So if this was 3,000 years old and we're copies of copies, hymens weakened over the last like 3,000 years, which according to like evolution wouldn't seem like a long period of time, and you wouldn't think that hymens would really change that much. But if you're talking about the Earth only being 6,000 years, it's possible that copies of copies could
Yeah.
significantly weaken over 50% of the age of the Earth.
Yeah. And I guess that would be what I believe is that you get further away from the original perfect copy, and I guess I believe that genetic entropy is a thing we're slowly
So
losing each
even if we
generation.
grant that,
Okay.
if we go back to when this law existed, and if there was even like 5 or 10% of women that didn't bleed
Mm-hmm.
and they got killed for it, would this still be bad? Like, is it
I would
still an unreliable law, even if it's like more true than it is now? Like, even if I grant that maybe there was some kind of hymen weakening,
I
it
guess
still wouldn't have been 100% of the time, and that was the test. The test is still faulty.
I've got another question. I'm not
No,
trying to
you're
pile
fine.
on.
No, it's all good.
But you just made me think of something. If Jesus came to fulfill and not to abolish the law, and the laws of Moses are still valid, and we have from like the prophets saying that like the laws of Moses will last forever, then it doesn't really matter, because even if the hymen's devolved because of copies on copies,
then even more women will be killed unjustly.
today people should be getting stoned for not believing
Like even
on
more of us.
if they're Israelite true blood, because this really applies to the Israelites, if I'm
Yeah.
understanding correctly.
Yeah, and I guess what I would argue is that these laws were created for specifically Israel, and that this was for the nation, and the reason that they are so strict and severe is because this is a purity culture that God is creating, essentially, that, you know, he doesn't want to allow, I'm trying to think of the best way, like sin to seep into this culture, and he wants them to remain a pure and holy people to him. Does that?
Sorry, my Amazon device was
devices were
reminding
reminding
me
us
to switch the
to do
laundry.
laundry.
So sorry, but I was tracking with you, and you're right.
Okay.
The like Israelite culture and the Old Testament, as it pertained to like the Israelites, was very obsessed about making sure that they stay pure, right? Like there
Yeah.
wasn't like a, you know, they wanted them to be pure. There was very like don't interbreed with the other Canaanite tribes around, with the exception of virgin war brides. That's a whole nother story.
Ooh,
We
you just
let's not go
Or
there.
like, or
Okay.
like Rahab, right? Rahab
Yeah,
is in the lineage of Christ.
exactly.
Yeah.
But okay, so there's a couple of points that I'd like to ask, like
Totally.
like
And
Adele talked. Yeah.
Well, hold on. He hasn't gotten to address any of the two questions we've
go
already
ahead.
asked
Yeah,
about.
sorry.
One, does it matter even if it was a low percentage then? Two, to your
Yeah.
point, isn't it even worse now if it's a lesser percentage that it's true for? Like, and if these laws are supposed to last forever and this law is unscientifically viable, what do you do with that? Like, how do you justify that?
How do I justify it?
Yeah.
I guess well, the one thing I'd say, especially for the women who may have been killed, again, we don't really know. It could be something that God supernaturally allowed for them to have the hymen in place and actually be broken. And I don't want to rely on supernatural really for that specific purpose. But what I would say is that even if there were a mistake to be made, ultimately God would bring justice to that woman in the eternal sense, that she would not be damned to hell and she would be allowed to receive salvation.
But is that
regardless.
still a just punishment? Like, is it just to kill someone for something that they're innocent of?
Because
Well,
it was
with
God's
that,
law.
I guess it would be a mistake upon the people, not
But
necessarily.
it's not a mistake because they're doing what God commanded.
Right, they're just looking at the sheet, blood or no blood, and that's based off of God's like call, right? He like said, blood or no blood, that's the judgment.
Like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, and maybe
No,
you don't think
totally.
that God is like all knowing. But if he is all knowing and just, which people always say God is just and merciful, how is it just or merciful to have a law that could potentially kill any innocent people?
Yeah, because well, if that were the case, then I guess it would be on God's part his responsibility to ensure that those women did not have false sheet readings, essentially.
So I think the question is like, are the laws of Moses like obsolete now? Is the bloody sheet test obsolete? Is the, don't work on the Sabbath obsolete? Is blasphemy obsolete, or death?
Slave owning laws, is that obsolete?
I think that, like, as far as slavery goes, that's kind of a funky, precarious one. I've been studying it a little bit here and there. I do think that slavery was different in this time. We're talking about people who were essentially nomads, and the people that they would have taken on as slaves would more likely than not have been like captors of war. And if they weren't, then they would
I'm
be
going to interject
debtors.
here, and
No,
I know it
totally.
sounds like I'm interrupting you, and I
I want to
a
hear
little
it.
bit. But the reason that I'm doing that is because typically the captors of war that were taken as slaves were only the virgin girls.
And you're talking about the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, right?
War brides.
Yeah. So which one? I know there's a verse because there's a God specifies what to do with each people group, right? It talks about essentially the people in the land of the promised land. Essentially, they wipe them out except for the virgin women, right?
Right. And those
And
you can
then
keep as your
beyond that,
property.
but beyond that, they it was. Can you help me find it? I'm so sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you're
hold
I
on.
know
doing
there's
great.
two different. There's two different rules that
Yeah.
God essentially
Yeah,
put
there's a
forward.
couple. There's a couple places. There's one
Yeah.
about like how you can make slaves of everyone except for your neighbors.
Yep, that is
Those you
specific to
can only
Israelites,
have
right?
as like essentially indentured servants, but everyone else you can own for life. And then there's laws about how you can own your war brides. And then there's laws
Yeah.
about how you can own like the children and the children's children of your slaves and pass them on to your children. So there's a couple places we can go, but I'll let you find one.
I'm gonna bring something up actually that's gonna give.
Well, don't change the subject again.
No, it's about this.
Okay. Like I just want to. There's tons of rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna get the dog. She's being weird.
Yeah, good call.
Are you guys married?
Our dog is being weird, which means it may need to go outside. Okay. There's a couple ways we can talk about this, and I like to talk like big picture and like intricacies, because what you're wrestling with right now is difficult because sorry, that's our dog. If anybody's wearing earbuds, I apologize. There's laws in Deuteronomy, there's laws in Exodus, and there's laws in Leviticus.
Yeah,
they
they're
don't
all over the place.
necessarily contradict each other very much. Like I wouldn't call those laws necessarily a contradiction, but each book addresses it a little bit differently. In fact, let's go there. Let's go there first.
Yeah.
Let's go to those first. Let me find
Desk frame. Here's your dog. She gets jealous when we're on here and she doesn't get cuddles, so then I have to juggle her. But she does snort a lot. She's a little bit like an Ewok.
What's her name?
Gracie.
Right on. That's so awesome.
She's 12 and blind and arthritic, but you know what?
I'm not sure that was the right name.
Yeah, I did not name her Gracie. We call her Disgraceful because case in point.
So CJ, to be fair, we actually brought up the fine-tuning argument in Gracie one time, and one of our friendlies that we know in real life, she was like, dude, that dog breed is not of God. That is a man-made dog breed, and that's a fair statement.
Yeah. So she's not finely tuned, but God did not make it.
Dog breeds are a little bit man-made. But she's
regardless of what you believe.
She is fine-tuned to receive your love.
Yeah, she is though. She really is. She don't tell her, but I love her too. Okay, I've got okay,
what are we starting? Exodus?
Actually, let's yeah, I mean there's so many, and this is the thing where it's like you've got okay, hold on. I put a few up here. Let me make it bigger. Sorry. So you got verses in Exodus. You know, the reason there's a lot of laws about slavery is because if you think about it, like you think about like donkeys, that's like a car, you know, like back in the old days, right? And you think of like
transportation, maybe not
oxen, like that's plowing your field, like that has significant value. You gotta if you're it's something like if you steal an ox, you have to pay 5 times the amount of ox in the Hebrew law to the person if you're caught. So, I mean, they weren't messing around with some of these things. And if you think like an ox is expensive, a human, like you are owning a human, that is worth a lot of money. Like they can do a lot.
What was the ox?
The ox law.
Sorry, what was it worth?
Oh, if you steal it, you have to pay 5 times the amount back to the owner.
Okay.
It's sort of like back in the Wild West, like if you were a horse thief and you stole a horse, you got killed. Like they weren't messing around. Like certain things were worth so much money.
Livelihood.
Exactly. It's like worth your
Yeah.
freaking house, basically.
Well, you're
Well,
talking about the matter of life or death. If you can't provide for your family with the food that animal provides for you, then you're
exactly.
talking about the death of people in your family.
Right, and slaves
Yeah,
were the same way. So like it always
totally.
talked about every time Abraham succeeded, he always got X amount of slaves, and slaves were like a measure of your wealth. When it talked about you going to war, you went to war with your slaves, like they were your army essentially, depending on how big your tribe was. So there's so many laws about slavery, and the reason why is because they were so valuable.
Oh, Gracie's worth 50 ox. Sorry, we just had to read that one.
Gracie's worth 50 ox?
I don't know.
Right
Oh, somebody
on.
chatted that in.
Yes.
Nice.
Dust Frame loves
She's
Gracie.
not plowing a field, but she is bringing love.
She might be worth 50.
You know what? She's bringing in
pretzels.
those cats, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. She's working it.
She's working it. So to your point, like there's so many laws. We can go through some of these. Like when you buy a male slave, and again, these are part of the laws of Moses. This is
Yeah.
Exodus.
Yep.
So like
Mosaic
Moses
law.
setting these out. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he will serve you 6 years. In the 7th year, he will go free. This is a Hebrew slave, so it's one of your own people.
So
right?
it's like an indentured servant. A
Yeah.
lot of people like to say that slavery wasn't really slavery. It was like you work for a while and then you get your leg up. And
Which
you
is
go
what this
out.
is saying.
And that is
Yeah,
true
that's
for
true
Hebrew
for some
slaves.
cases. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
all
yeah.
cases.
Yeah, it says
Agreed. Thank you.
if he comes in
Honestly.
single, he goes out single. If he comes
Yep.
in married, his wife goes out with him.
Yep.
Now the
And then
problem
she
is
has-
this.
Yeah,
This is
if your master gives you a wife, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
It
okay.
gets a little
Let's
complicated.
skip
Yeah.
this one because you know this one. It's
Yeah,
I
let's
think
hear it.
Everyone might not. Yeah.
well, the deal is if your
No,
master
do it.
gives
I
you
wanna
a
hear it.
wife,
Yeah, he wants to
she
hear it.
bears you sons and daughters. The wife and children bears her master's
Belongs
to the master. The slave goes out alone, so the Hebrew slave, and again, this is about the Hebrew, right? So this is the Hebrew slave, the tribesman slave.
So he can still go out, but he can't take his wife and children.
Right. If the slave
Yeah.
declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out as a free person. Which, if you think about real life, if you've got a wife and kids, and think about it, like you're living your life, and back then lifespans weren't like that
super long. That's
right?
a good point.
So you're
So
like
what?
7 years is a
40?
long time. Right. So
Yeah.
so you're living 7 years, you get a wife while you're in slavery, you're making the best of things, and then it's like, hey dude, your time's up. You can peace out on your wife and kids, or you can stick around. You're like,
Oh,
you're a
it's
decent
the
person.
bait and the hook, man.
Right.
Golden handcuffs.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And I guess what I would so it says that the master gives the wife to the slave, correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
So she was property prior, I suppose.
Yeah. So
So
he's
then
saying,
if she creates
if you
children,
want
those are
my
also
property, you gotta stick around, right?
So
Is that
Dude,
what?
that's-
Is
do
that
we
what
have
you're
to go
saying?
farther before we ask if that's good?
You know what? I think in this culture, it's such a hard thing to comprehend, especially coming from. I'm assuming you guys are in the States.
Yeah.
You know, coming from a state where, a country where slavery was abolished. I mean, it's a totally primitive concept.
And you're
But-
right about that, but we're not talking about humans and
Yeah,
their primitive
yeah,
minds.
we're talking about God's revelation to man.
And if he knows everything, could he not have known better than to command this for his people, even if they didn't know better?
I guess what I would say is, in this circumstance, I don't know necessarily that the slave would go out better than he would if he were to stick around. I mean, and the reason I say that, I guess, if he is in this slavery, for example, right? So he's a slave to, let's say, a vineyard owner. I mean, I doubt there's any
Yeah.
vineyards in the desert.
No, there were olive vineyards in that area. Yep, absolutely.
The
Well,
Hebrews had in that.
gross.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
sorry.
I thought that they were chasing God in the desert, though, right? At this time period.
At this time period, you're right. So
Yeah,
kind of when
yeah.
Moses gave him the law, they were kind of like out in the desert. Yep.
Okay, yeah. I guess that. Well, regardless, but I'm not even going to go with that. Let's go with post David. I guess this would apply to Davidic times,
Well, because
correct?
if you recall, this book was discovered, and I know you know your Bible probably well enough to think it's a little funny when I did. When I was even when I was a Christian, and Josiah's priests discovered the laws of Moses in the temple walls when they were doing renovations, and it was like, oh, guys, here's the laws of Moses. So really, this is like 722 BC. This is like in the kingdom of the
Where
southern
is that?
tribes of Judah.
Where does it? I don't know that. So tell me about that.
Oh,
Yeah, let me hear
tell you
about
the
it.
story. Okay,
Josiah?
hold on. It's I think it's in Second Kings. Hold on.
Yeah, let's hear it. I don't know my
Passage
Bible as well as I pretend to know.
Josiah. I'm gonna put this.
You
is
know
what,
it better than a lot of people we talk to.
It's funny because the law of Moses. I literally in Google I typed in passage where Josiah found the law of Moses. Because this is because when Second Kings,
22.
I was
You were
right. Second Kings.
Okay.
Dude, see? Okay, you got one, I got one.
Nice.
We're nailing it here. Let me pull up this. Second Kings, and it was 22. So what happened was
Yeah.
And I actually don't know this one, so
I'm gonna remove this from the screen.
Ooh, learning time.
So what was happening?
Readers are leaders.
Yes, true. So what I didn't know when I was a Christian was I read this and I was like, well, that seems convenient. Like you just discovered all this stuff that somehow everyone's gonna fall in line with because now you're the king, and that sure is convenient. What was happening was in about 722-ish BC, the northern 10 tribes of Israel had just gotten conquered by the Assyrians. So you had the southern 2 tribes, which was Judah, and in Judah was Jerusalem, which was like the main city, right, where King Josiah lived.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, your city and your area went from like a small-ish amount of people to a huge amount of people, because all these people are coming down and into your land, and they're saying, we are trying to escape these Assyrians. We want to be part of our brethren, right? And King Josiah's got all these refugees coming into town, and he needs to get a handle on the situation. So what happens is in 2 Kings 2:22. Oh man, did I not pull that up on Bible Gateway? My bad. Hold on, Bible Gateway.
No worries. I think I found it, but I don't know the verse.
Yeah, I got you. 2 Kings, I think it's 22:20.
Is it in 3:22, 2:22, 3-ish?
You said 22. You didn't say
Hilkiah finds the book of the law.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead and read it.
I'm here. I don't know where to start.
Okay, I got you.
It's a good chunk of scripture to go through.
Oh, it's
Oh no, you're right. I'm sorry. 2 Kings 22. I'm misspeaking. I apologize.
Okay, hold on. I'm sharing my screen here real quick. To stage. Boom. Share screen. 2 Kings. Share. Add to stage. Okay. So we're in 2 Kings 22, and it says Josiah was 8 years old when he reigned. Blah, blah, blah. He did everything that was right. He was the best king ever in the world, other than David, basically. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on. Blah, blah. No counting. This is amazing, actually. This is literally amazing. Hold on. Go inquire the Lord. Ah. Okay, hold on. Where's this book? Has been found. Okay. Okay, it says, when the king heard the words of the book of the law. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Here it is. The high priest Hilkiah said to Shaphan, the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. So we just discovered this thing. I found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And it's not like it was like sitting there in a display case. When Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, in fact, does it say how they found it? Because I swear. Yes, it was in the wall. Okay, here it was. Yes, sorry, I skipped ahead. My bad. In the 18th year of King Josiah, the king sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, son of Meshullam, the secretary, to the house of the Lord, saying, go up to the high priest Hilkiah and have him add up the entire sum of the silver that's been brought to the house of the Lord that the keepers of the threshold have collected from the people. Let it be given into the hands of the workers who have the oversight of the house of the Lord. Let them give it to the workers, blah, 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 blah. So much repetitiveness. Repairing the house, that is to the carpenters, to the builders, to the masons, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but no accounting shall be asked from them for the silver that is delivered to their hand, for they deal honestly. high priest
So they're
Hilkiah.
like excavating or something?
Yeah, they're renovating the temple. So the context here, if you go back
Okay, that makes
into
sense.
2 Kings 21, is
Mhm.
they're renovating the temple. The temple's been kind of destroyed a little bit, crumbly, and they're just
A
renovating it.
little bit crumbly.
So the high priest Hilkiah said to Shaphan the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. When Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, he read it. Then Shaphan the secretary came to the king and reported to the king, your servants have melted down the silver that was found in the house and have delivered it into the hand of the workers who have the oversight of the house of the Lord. Shaphan the secretary informed the king, the priest Hilkiah has given me a book. Shaphan then read aloud the book to the king. When the king heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his clothes. It's like they just discovered this thing. Like they're like, and if you read the Old Testament, especially like
Yeah.
you're going into like this time period where it was like nothing was kind of happening, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we discovered this book. Then the king commanded the priest Hilkiah, Ahikam, son of Shaphan, Akbar, son of Blah, son of Blah, son of the thing, go inquire of the Lord for me, for the people, and for all Judah concerning the words of this book that has been found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our ancestors did not obey the words of this book according to all that is written. So what they are saying is the reason why the northern 10 tribes got defeated, or moreover, the reason why we're in turmoil right now in Israel, and you could actually draw upon the conclusion that all of Israel, including like the split of the northern 10 tribes and the southern 2 tribes, because of what this book says, it's because they weren't following the law.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Josiah is
And then they
deriving.
discover it and they're like, oh boy.
Right. And
That's
it says, because we weren't doing all that is written concerning us. So the priest and all these people went to the prophet, the wife of Shalom, blah, 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 keeper of the wardrobe. She resided in Jerusalem. This is why people don't read the Bible. It's painful. In the second quarter, it's just a lot of details. It's interesting stories, but there are a lot of name details. Where they consulted her, she declared to them, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, tell the man who sent you to me, thus says the Lord, I will indeed bring disaster on this place and on its inhabitants, all the words of the book that the king of Judah has read, because they have abandoned me and have made offerings to other gods. So they have provoked me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath will be kindled against this place, and it will not be quenched. But as to the king of Judah who sent you to inquire of the Lord, thus shall you say to him, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, regarding the words that you heard, because your heart was penitent. Did I switch to the freaking King James Version? And you humbled yourself before. Okay, good. And you humbled yourself.
Wait. What did he say?
Oh, I was saying it says their hearts were tender.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing
are
New
you reading
King
King
James.
James?
NIV.
New King James.
New King James.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that is better. Anyways, it's basically what happens, and people can read this, but what it's saying is they discover this book in the temple when they're doing renovations during the time of Josiah. And what happened was, during that time, there was a major like upheaval, right? Because you have all these refugees coming down and you need to like get everyone under one roof. And so they discover this book, and it does just that. It says, hey, you northern 10 tribes, we all serve the same one God, and this is the laws that the one God gave Moses to give to you, and that's why we have these laws, essentially. Sorry, that was a little bit of a rabbit trail, but it's a super interesting story.
It was interesting,
totally.
and I think it kind of played into what we were talking about.
Like how the laws came
So
back.
our whole conversation, and let's get to a point where we let CJ talk a little bit, because we do have someone else in the box. And I don't want to cut CJ off, but like we've talked about the laws and we've talked about Old Testament versus New Testament. We've talked about like some specific Old Testament laws that we might have some issue with. So like how, if you were given the last word, would you talk about that, summarize that, justify that?
You're talking. I'm sorry. One more time.
I'm just
kind
kind
of.
of so we do have some other people waiting, and I'm
Oh
not trying to
yeah.
kick you off and not give
No,
you. I
no,
want
it's
you to
okay.
have the last kind of word. We started this conversation talking about the law, and we were kind of doing like Old Testament versus New Testament, and then
Yeah.
we talked about some of the Old Testament laws we might have issue with. So I just kind of want to like hand it back over to you, and like, where are your thoughts, or like, how would you justify that, or not,
Yeah. I
or
guess
just kind
like,
of
like
where your head's at after talking about some of this.
yeah, and I guess my head is at like we're just answering like things like the bloody sheets test. It would, that responsibility would fall upon the Lord to have accurate readings in the time in this place in Jerusalem, essentially, for the people of Israel. If it were to be a law, it would fall upon God to make sure that that law is accurate. And then as far as like the finding the book of the law at I guess what you're trying to say is like it's convenient that they found the book of the law at this time. Is that right?
Right. It just is
Okay.
kind of interesting. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
convenient, and it could be that it really happened. I mean, coincidences
Yeah.
happen.
Oh,
They,
totally.
I mean, yeah, but it's just it's an interesting story because it's like, oh, that's when all of a sudden this got like
Yeah.
popularized.
I would think that, looking back at like this section, perhaps that it was that the king shut up the place of the temple, and during renovations of the temple, they essentially found these books kind of buried in this kind of forsaken place. With Manasseh being a previous king who was, described as wicked and worshiping other gods, the temple of Jerusalem would become a barren place that kind of would be like a ghost town. I don't know how he treated I don't remember if it says that he killed the priesthood of the Lord or not, but my guess would be that he was, as far as like understanding this from a Christian perspective or even a Jewish perspective at this time, that he would feel ashamed to have any relationship with the Lord and would want to shut that out of his sight while he was worshiping the pagan gods at this time.
And that's a fair theory, honestly. Like if like so what you're saying is like because Josiah's father, Manasseh, was like the one that got kind of blamed for why then the southern tribes got exiled into Babylon. He like perhaps like shut it up into the temple, um, which is then how Josiah then discovered it.
Yeah, and
So
I
yeah,
was Manasseh Josiah's father. I'm trying to
or is
find
his
it.
grandfather?
I think
It's
it's his
either his
grandfather. I
yeah,
think
you might
Amon was the next one, but Amon even followed in his father's footstep, Manasseh. So I
yeah,
guess
Manasseh
what?
got blamed for like the whole exile, right? He was like terrible, terrible, they said.
Yeah, yeah, he's a known, was an infamous king.
So do you think then that the law is still relevant like to this day, and is it still relevant just to the Jewish people, or is it relevant for everyone?
So if we, I mean, assuming Christ was truly the Son of God, it talks about him fulfilling the law, and then his fights or quarries with the Pharisees, talking about healing on the Sabbath, for example, not to work on the Sabbath, and he kind of describes the hearts of the Pharisee kind of being shut out to the law, but I would have to have the verses in front of me. I'm sorry. I I,
Actually,
I think
I
you said
do.
you probably know what I'm talking about.
I think I do actually. Let me share. Let's
Yeah.
make sure I got the right one here. 21. Let's see. So let's see if I can share this one. Okay. I think this is the right one. Yeah, Matthew. So, Matthew 15, I think. So, Matthew, why you break me? Yeah, okay. So this is where he's talking to the Pharisees. You're exactly right. He's
Yeah.
talking to the Pharisees and he's saying, like, he was upset with the Pharisees because they were adding to the law. This is why Jesus was saying, not one jot,
Jot or
not one
tittle.
tittle of the law will pass away before heaven and earth, or will pass away. Essentially, he's like saying the law remains forever. But he was particularly upset in the whole context of the Gospel of Matthew that the Pharisees were adding to the book of law. and they were adding the oral tradition and not just the law of Moses, those 613 laws. Which, by the way, I'm going with 613. Someone fact check me on that, but I think
Which one is it, Matthew?
Yeah, Matthew 15,
3-6.
3 through 6 is the particular passage where Jesus speaks. And I'll let you get there. Yeah, Matthew 15. And it says, he was challenging the Pharisees because the Pharisees were like letting certain things slide, but then they were like making sure other things were enforced. It's like, you can't do that. It's the law is the law. And Jesus was like saying, follow the law. And so Jesus answered them and said, why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of tradition? For God said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks evil of your father and mother must surely die. So one of those laws, like we talked about, like stone the blasphemers, kill the homosexuals, kill the sorceress priests, kill the woman who didn't bleed on her wedding night.
Yeah,
all these laws.
These parents, right?
Yeah, there's that law, which we can find. Actually, I think it's Deuteronomy 21 something. Deuteronomy 21:18, I believe, where it says if you Deuteronomy 21:18. Someone fact check me, but that's the one where I think that you like stone your children if they're disobeying the parents. And Jesus says, why are you breaking the commandments for the sake of your tradition? God said, honor your father and mother. Whoever speaks evil of father and mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother whatever support you might have from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. So he's upset with the Pharisees because they're not upholding this tradition. He's saying, no, you need to follow the law of God. And if you're not doing this, then you're at fault. So he's like doubling down. In fact, I don't know the verse offhand. We could find it easily enough. But like, you remember when he says, like, it's not just like if you murder, thou shalt not murder. If you look at someone with anger, it's the same thing. Or thou shalt not
commit adultery. But if you look at someone else's life, you've essentially done it. Yeah.
He's like doubling down. So do you think that kids who like disobey or don't honor their father and mother should surely die, as Jesus said?
I guess this would apply. Like, for me, I see this being directed towards Jewish people specifically. I don't know. I feel like and I'd have to study this, and I appreciate this you bringing this up. But it seems like this is directed towards the people of God specifically.
Yeah, no, that's super fair. And honestly, we will end it there, but we'd really like for you to come back because you've been super insightful and like really like challenged our thoughts.
Well, and I would like to pivot from like we kind of talked about the laws and that kind of thing. I'd love to go down a different rabbit hole with you another night and take another hour or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you have time if you want to subscribe. We're usually live 1 or 2 times a week. We don't have an exact time frame,
we
try to schedule it out. So if you get a notification or like sign up for a notification, it'll let you know. But we'd love to continue on this. You've been so respectful,
and
kind and honest. Like the honesty is.
I really
there's just people who come up here and they won't read the text and admit that it's saying what it's saying.
Right, you're being thoughtful about it and like actually, having a dialogue, which is really appreciative. So
it's refreshing.
Yeah,
totally. I think that Christians have kind of confused the idea. We try to view God in the lens of, honestly, America. We're trying to see him from a modern perspective, but this is a ancient people that as we believe, a holy God gave laws to that would essentially instruct them to their best ability.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that a ton, actually. So definitely pop on back. And our email for anyone listening is inquirycouple@gmail.com. If you ever want to email us and schedule something or anything like that too, we're down. And we have Soberminded up next. So
CJ, is that what it says?
Yep.
Oh, have we had Soberminded?
Yeah,
before?
we love Soberminded.
Wow. Okay.
So CJ will drop you down, but hopefully we see you again.
Yeah, have a good night, guys.
Thank you so much.
Nice
All right,
to
have
meet
a good
you.
night. Thanks.
No, I was trying to read it from here, and I thought it said something about Solomon.
Yeah, no,
Sober-minded,
Soberminded.
I remember.
Yeah, and Big W CJ.
Yeah, that was a great call.
Yeah, great caller. Interesting conversation for sure.
Desk
some
frame,
good
yes.
points.
W for good faith discussion. That
Yeah.
was solid and genuine.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that a lot, but when it's an actual genuine caller who will read the text and not pretzel themselves to say that's not what it says, and at least try to have like an honest response, it just goes a long way.
For sure.
Whether or not we end up agreeing on it doesn't matter.
We're more
still
up to the viewers.
addressing the issue.
This is just a platform.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and add Sober-Minded to the stage. Actually, I can go get us a little drink here, but let me add Sober-Minded first. Sober-Minded, you are over the age of 18. If you're the same Sober-Minded I remember from last time.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Oh, hold on, can you turn him up?
Yeah, I got you. Turn up your mic a little bit here. Whoops, I got you.
Yeah, and don't you worry, we have to kind of change. Okay, can you say something?
Hello.
Okay, we've
better.
got you.
That's
We've
better.
got you.
Welcome back.
Thanks. How are you guys?
How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. Doing
Good.
Yeah.
Happy Thursday.
Thanks.
I
Yeah.
assume you're in the same like.
If it's still Thursday
Yeah.
where you're at.
My husband, we're in the States, and my husband works with a company in Australia, so he can't just like assume that they're on the same.
Can't
day as
assume
him,
it's
so.
the same day everywhere I go.
So. Cool. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
in the States too, so yes,
Awesome.
it's a Thursday night for me.
Oh,
Okay.
right on.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
So, yeah.
where do you want to start tonight? Do you
Yeah.
have anything in particular in mind after our last conversation, or the conversation we just had with CJ, or something completely different that you've been reading about or thinking about?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about. So you guys are atheists, right? Or
Correct.
agnostic?
Yeah, I would
or-
say like agnostic atheists. We're both a little bit probably on a little
I
bit
lean
different
towards
perspective.
atheist, but I admit the fact that like I can never know that there's not something. That just doesn't mean I'm convinced of any of the somethings I've been presented with.
Okay, so your thinking is that God could exist, but you're just not convinced.
There could be something, and it might be what we consider a god or a deity or something more powerful. It could be, like people say, it could be a video game creator. It could be all of these things. I can't disprove that there isn't something, but I think that we can disprove the like God models that we've been presented with.
I can definitely say that, in my opinion, that the Christian God is completely not true.
Okay.
And probably most of the Abrahamic faiths, because they stem from what I view as completely not true in terms of that. I don't know. There could be some sort of like culture out there that believes in some God that I don't know of that makes more sense. That's kind of where I'm at, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. So the reason why I bring that up is I'm just interested to know how you come up with morality or some standard of morality, because I was on here.
Question.
Yeah, I was here a couple months, or I guess a month ago or so, and then the last caller, like you guys seem to really hit on a lot of Old Testament things that you find morally wrong in the Old Testament. So then, where do you find your morality? How do you come up with your reasoning of what's wrong or right?
And I can do a simple answer, and then we can like dive in deeper. I think that it's actually pretty evident that everyone's morals are subjective, even yours. As a believer, yours are subject to what you think your God has prescribed to you. And then if you take that and you apply it to the book and you see these things that like might be morally questionable, that gives me issues in my mind. Now, if I just say morals are sort of like societal, even when you go back to like people who were like villages and even like didn't have strong languages and they were just there for survival, there was still like a little bit of a hive mentality, like this will be better for our people, this will be worse for our people. I think that you learn from your environment. I think you learn from the experiences around you. I think you learn from what selfishly you wouldn't want to happen to you. You wouldn't want to do to another person if you have any kind of empathy or goodwill towards other people. I think there are people who don't have that, and that would be like a serial killer, or I don't know. There's other examples I'm blanking, but I don't think that I need someone to tell me this is good, this is bad, to know inherently I don't want that for myself or my children or my husband or my family or my animals. So why would I do that to someone else? Like,
Yeah. So you mentioned inherently. So where do you see that inherentness comes from? Because I agree
just
that we
the
could
world around
have.
me, my experiences, the way I was raised, what my parents taught me, what my teachers, when I go to school, what my friends, the friends that are good, the friends that end up being mean, you learn I don't like that, I do like that. Like, you just learn through experience, I think.
Yeah. I agree that different cultures and experiences can shape what we believe is good or bad. But I guess I'm still thinking about how do you come to grips with that with a world that constantly changes or an environment that changes. I mean, we've
Well,
had.
my mind can change.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, like, I can think as a child that it's okay to do something, and then I do that and I get punished for it, and I realize that really wasn't okay to do. I was convincing myself that was okay to do, and that's a small scale, right? As an adult, you can be like, oh, I convinced myself it's okay to cheat on my husband or my wife. And then you do it, and then there's repercussions, and you're like, okay, I was lying to myself. Like, I was convincing myself that was okay. It still comes down to your real life experience, your real time experience, your interactions, um, your own emotions. I think emotions play a part in it. Like, as someone who feels deeply for other people, I don't need to stab someone to know that I don't want, like, my neighbor to get stabbed.
Yeah.
But
So
I don't have anyone telling me that. I just know that that would be bad. It would be hurtful. It would be sad. It would harm someone. It would even harm a stranger. Like, if the stranger on the street got stabbed in front of me, I would have a reaction. I don't need someone to tell me that's bad to be like, oh my God, that person got hit by a car. That's bad.
yeah. I don't think
I don't need
any
direction
you don't need any book
to
to tell
have a
you what's
reaction.
wrong or yeah. Mhm.
So I don't need someone to tell me to love my parents. If my parents are good to me, I will love them. If they're bad to me, I can choose to love them or not. Like, we've been watching a documentary about someone who abused their child. They have no reason or commitment to have to love their parents after being abused for years, right? Like, I just think it's so inherently learned, and that we actually all know that as people living in the same society, learning from each other.
But did the people that tortured the kid know that?
I don't know.
It must not be as inherent as we think.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm getting at. I'm getting at to you, it may seem inherent and it makes sense not to
Well, and I
stab
did concede
someone.
the fact that there are going to be people who either, I don't know if emotionless is the word, or like, I mean, I think that there are different chemicals in our brains and they work differently. I think that there has to be different chemicals in someone's brain to be someone like Jeffrey Dahmer versus like the Dalai Lama, right? Like, their brains are not thinking in the same way.
I don't think it always has to be about brains. I think that people can have, just the
I think
same
that that's
type
how
of
you're processing
chemicals.
your experiences and your emotions and your interactions and your decisions. I think that that's all a mental process.
It is, but we also had a mental process of laws that were
So
very
you can be
wrong back
taught
in the
something
day.
and you can decide whether or not you want to believe them. But if the law that I was taught was that I need to stone my children because they disobeyed me, I inherently don't agree with that.
Yeah, but so is morality subjective to you then?
Yes.
Okay. So then when you say something is wrong in the Bible or for something else, why do you have a problem with it if it's subjective?
I have a problem with things that I think are inherently not good for other people.
Okay.
But what's your authority is what he's saying.
I don't have to have an authority to have an opinion.
So
I
then
don't know where that
so
idea
then
came
you
from,
should
that someone had to tell me that my opinion is right or wrong, that it had to come from somewhere. I have a
I'm not saying it
So-
has to come from
yeah,
someone.
well, sorry, I'm just saying that argument comes up a lot, that like, where did you get it from? Where did you get it from? We all were born with a processing center, and we take in experiences and we spit out experiences. We process them the best way we can. Some of us have more experiences, some of us have more influences, some of us have seen worse things, some of us have seen only good things. But even if I've had the most blessed life and I've never experienced anything bad, that doesn't mean that I'm like, maybe I want to have cancer. Like, I don't have to have cancer to know that's bad.
Can I
Yeah,
interject?
interject, take over.
Well, I'm not going to take over. I just want to interject. Sober-minded is running a interesting thought experiment, which is, how can we as an individual or as a society know what's good and evil? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah. I just think that's something that we should think about. Yeah.
So if we were around in the late Bronze Age and we just heard from CJ reading all of those laws, like stone the homosexuals, if a woman doesn't bleed, stone her, if your kid's disobedient, Jesus said stone them. A lot of stoning happening, and not in a good way. Depending on what state in the states you're living in. But is that law, those laws, and we can go through more of those laws, which I don't think you want to, are
We can.
those
We
the
can.
objective
Well,
laws?
that's fine. I
Go
like
ahead.
this. No, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I was just saying we can go back to those if he wants to, but continue.
Are those the objective moral laws that you're positing based off of your belief in a deity?
I'm taking away the factor of my belief in a deity in this, and I'm just appealing to us as humans, where we get a standard, what I think is a standard of objective morality.
So if it's not a deity and it's not the Bible, then where do the objective morals come from that you think exist?
Well, it's more of a conversation, right? It's more of looking at things objectively, and saying, where does our morality or sense of morality come from? If you believe it's all subjective, then how do we say what's wrong or right? We can just say, well, he thinks it's okay to stab. You think it's not okay to stab.
Well, you can, but that
It's
doesn't mean
free
that
game.
there's not like consequences, right? So like freedom of speech is a right in the United States. Now I'm free to say whatever I want, but if I go out there and say something horrific and then I get like tried with hate speech, that's because like it's not freedom of speech without consequence. It's not freedom of action without consequence. So if I decide as a human, okay, well, all of these people think that I shouldn't stab people, but I think that might be fun. And then I go do it and then I get arrested. Because as a hive mind, we have decided that the society is better. This is more good. This is less good.
But as a hive mind, they believed in slaves back
They
during
did,
the
and then
Hittite
we
laws.
fought against that. And
But is the hive
have
mind of the
said-
Hittites wrong?
I have said that things can change, and that's why it is subjective. It is subjective to our knowledge and our experiences.
So Sober-minded, I think what we're witnessing right now is an interesting thing. I think what we're seeing is listening to both of you talk, and the chat is going to become polarized. It's a fantastic Fox News versus MSNBC.
Oh boy.
Because the more Adele talks, the more the people that listen to MSNBC are going to side with her. The more that you talk, the more the people that believe in Fox News will believe with you. That's just
Well, yeah, that's what's happening, but that's not my goal.
That's not my goal either.
Yeah. So
And I don't think-
can I interject as the
Yes.
neutral party? So you don't believe that a deity sets the laws, or do you believe that a deity sets the laws?
Oh yeah, I do, but
Do
I'm
you
just
think
having
that there must be a deity that sets the laws?
Yes, I do.
Why
Yeah.
do you think that?
Well, I think we're inherently, you use that word a couple times.
You shouldn't have used that word, but go ahead.
No, but it was used, right? So
It was used.
I think that there's something in us that provides an instinct of this is bad.
Just like the Hittites inherently believed that they should have slaves, as well as the Hammurabi Code, as well as the like Mosaic Law. Something inherently believed that they should treat their own kind one way and the outsiders another way. Inherently.
Yeah.
I think some of that's learned. I would disagree with your statement a little bit there.
Learned or not learned, everyone's of different learnedness. So one person can believe in one thing.
We are not disagreeing.
Right,
on that,
right.
But I don't think that learned and inherent are the same thing.
I just don't think that's inherent at all.
I think some things are.
Yeah, I mean, I do think like the Hittites owning slaves is inherent in them to do evil. Now, whether or not they believe it's evil is another thing. However, because they wanted to own slaves, could they have suppressed their conscience of doing something wrong? Would they want to be slaves too? Probably not. But perhaps they had the power to own slaves, and then went ahead and did it because, hey, I'm not going to be enslaved by you. I have more power than you. Do they actually feel bad and terrible for doing that? I mean, I can't say yes or no. But
I
is there
just disagree
something
with your whole premise, Sober-Minded, because
Sure.
what's happening is this. You're using a very familiar trope, which is called the tag argument. And what Adele is arguing is from a very logical perspective, from like a humanity perspective, which implores logic. Okay, and what she's using.
I think I'm using logic too, though.
Hold on, let him finish his thought.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I think I'm using logic too. I wouldn't say that I'm trying to use any trick or game or anything.
So you're saying, and don't let me put words in your mouth, agree or disagree. You're saying that there has to be a deity that sets the laws of right and wrong. True or false?
Yes. True.
Okay. And you're saying that the reason is because one of the hosts has agreed that there's an inherent ability for humankind to believe in a definitive right and wrong, an objective morality, which she didn't, but that's what you're putting in her mouth. But is that true or false?
I mean, I wasn't putting anything in her mouth. I was just saying that
I agree. Well, I agree and disagree. I feel like you were implying that by her use of the word inherent, that you were implying that she feels like humans have some sort of magical conscience or knowledge of right and wrong that floats around in our spiritual selves where we just know the difference between right or wrong. Is that true or false? And then I would ask Adele,
so maybe,
do you think there's a magical inherent conscience?
No.
I don't think it's magical.
I think that everything is
I think
learned.
it's from God.
I think it's experiential and learned. I think even with animals, it is like you were raised, you experience, you learn from experience, you use that experience in your interactions with what you come into contact with.
So one of the comments in the chat was that the host can't agree, and that's not true. What was happening was that Sober-Minded was leading a thought process, which was good, actually. Sober-Minded, I'm with you on this. I appreciate where your thought process is on this. I think where we went off track was Adele wasn't necessarily saying, and again, don't let me put words in your mouth, you weren't saying that there is a conscience with people. You're saying it's a learned, because you use also the word learned. I say learned because I come from like a way stickier part of the Midwest. But it's more of like a, like, how would you describe this? Like, what do you mean by learned? And do you mean, and how does that relate to inherent?
I mean, I didn't use the word learned.
Adele used the word learned. And she also used inherent. I'm just trying to understand.
I think when I say inherent, I think that we all have, and maybe what I meant more is instinctual, like survival instincts,
could be evolution,
protective instincts. Like as a mother, I didn't have to be taught to protect my daughter. I would do anything for her. As a wife, I didn't have to be taught that I wanted good things to happen to my husband. However, as a human and as like a person in a society, I have learned from the world around me, the people around me, the experiences around me, the exposures. And some people have more exposure, some have less. Some live in a tiny little bubble where nothing ever challenges what they think. Some are the complete opposite. If I went to a completely different country, I would still be challenged. And I'm not trying to say that I think I know everything or more than anyone else. I'm just saying that I think that my ability to say that would be good for someone, that would not be good for someone, it didn't come from a directive. It came from my life.
But here's the thing, and this is where I would play.
So maybe the word inherent was wrong. Maybe there's an instinct and an exposure.
Sober-minded, how would you, based off of what she just said, how would you respond to the concept that we are a social species as Homo sapiens? And actually, that was actually hard for me to say because I've been doing so much like freaking research into the Denisovans and freaking Homo erectus and all this sort of thing. Neanderthals. I'm like, wait, which one are we? Yeah, part Homo sapien, part. Anyways, we have evolved to the point where we have instincts as a herd, and you've seen this with like dolphins saving their, at the cost of their own, safety, lifting injured dolphins up to the surface to get a breath of air. Dolphins saving humans. I mean, there's a ton of this where it's like animals sometimes at the cost of their own selves will also like save other animals, and so it furthers a species and a herd if we work together. And so if I go into a crowd, let's say I go into like the mall, and I don't know if people still go into malls, but let's pretend like they do.
I can't remember the last time I did.
Okay, let's pretend that people still go into malls. And I just like randomly...
Maybe go into a grocery store.
I go into a grocery store, and I randomly punch someone in the face. What's going to happen? And let's say I don't just punch them. Let's say I continue to punch them. I feel like other people are going to come and pull my arms back and be like, dude, what? You can't do that. Like, what? That's not some magical God. And I'm sorry to use the word magical, just like she didn't mean to use the word inherently. Your God didn't like put that in those other people's hearts to hold my arms back. That's just herd mentality, just like the dolphins, just like the cows and the deer. Like I was just listening to an amazing documentary the other night where we were about North America and the Australian koala. Sorry, but it's herd mentality where like you protect each other. Like it makes sense. So then eventually when we get to a point where we're like, owning other people's not cool, man. Like that's not cool. Which is why in like that Old Testament period, all of the laws look to the same. In fact, I've got a chart I will find and pull up as a reference while we're talking. But there's a reason why during that time, all the laws were the same, because that was the herd mentality. It's evolved since then. We have evolved as a species in the last 2,000 years to 3,000 years, thank goodness, despite the fact that Jesus is still dead.
And that doesn't mean it's like an equal arc. Like obviously not everyone's going to be the same place on the same plane in the same environment, thinking the same things. But obviously,
but to put it back,
it's still subjective.
To flip it back to you, and to let you talk though. Yeah, like my question is like, what are your thoughts on that? How is that less relevant or probable than nope? In the late Bronze Age, God came down and talked to people and said, though, this is the objective truth for all time, and now this is how we go from here on out. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, a couple of things. I would say, well, first of all, I'd like for you to prove to me that Jesus is dead. First of all, because I heard that. Another thing is, I'm in no way saying that people don't have the ability to understand what's wrong or right without God. You know, I do believe that as humans we have an understanding of what's wrong and right, and I agree with that. And so, like, of course, you would feel bad if someone stabbed you and all that, or stabbed someone else and all that. So, I'm just posing the question because I think it's something that is important in this discussion of, atheism versus Christianity, and these conversations. I think that we have a deep sense of our conscience knowing what's wrong or right. And
But is
while
that a conscience? I don't believe in a conscience. Define
Oh.
conscience. What is a conscience?
I don't know. We can look at Cain and Abel. How Cain.
That's a magical story, or I'm sorry, God's story. There was also a better story versus Cain and Abel. It was the tale of the. Actually, let's go to that one and let's definitely read that one.
Well, I just want to finish real quick and
Yeah, go ahead.
kind of mention that you could definitely feel morality in your heart and what's wrong or right. I am of the view that it does come from God, and the whole herd mentality thing. I could kind of see how you could come to that conclusion, but I believe that it's more coming from a standard objective that is there. That is not saying, "Oh, you got to read this book to know what's wrong or right," but there's a standard objective that we have in our hearts that we know deep inside, and I believe that comes from God. So,
Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Yeah, because I believe we're not. I believe we were created. I believe we aren't accidents. I believe we're not the product of an evolutionary incident of a big bang, but rather we were created by God. And so, if we were created by God in His image, I believe we have His His mind, His heart, inside of us. And so I believe that, you say it's her mentality. I believe it's God. So yeah, I'm sure you disagree with that, but actually, would love to talk more about, some of the Old Testament things that you guys find as, complicated and difficult to understand or agree with.
Okay,
but
you
yeah,
definitely got me going. I will definitely bring one up because I literally just so was it yesterday or today? The work's been crazy, so it was either yesterday or today. I was reading Josephus, and one of the things in the Old Testament popped up to me, and I definitely want to ask you the question because you're the person, you know the Bible. But I do want to bring up two things. I'll flip it back to you before we shift because I don't like to pivot without obviously answering questions. Your story of Cain and Abel, I would encourage the audience and future viewers to also look up the Sumerian version, which is Emesh and Enten. That's all E's. It's EMESH and Enten, ENTEMTEN. Sorry, my bad. Enten, which is the debate between sheep and grain. And the Sumerian story comes way before Cain and Abel. We have definitely documented evidence of that. And it actually flips the narrative to the point where I always get confused when we're talking about Cain and Abel about, was it Cain that offered the meat and got killed because he didn't offer the right thing, or was it Abel that offered the meat? And it's because it's flipped, because it's a Sumerian story where it was about the herds people versus the agricultural people. And the Israelites, this is how I always remember it, the Israelites were the herds people, which is why Abel was the right one, because Abel offered the meat, versus in the other story that predates that story, it was actually the grain person that was correct, offering their sacrifice to the god, I believe it was Marduk, and got killed by the other person because they offered the meat. So I love that you brought up Cain and Abel because that is one of my favorites. I will send it back to you on that, but also this whole coming from God thing, it doesn't make sense to me because my quandary is this. If there is a deity, and this is where actually I struggle even being an agnostic, okay, this is where I'm almost just pure atheist. If there's a God, is everything that God says good, or everything that God commands good, or is everything good that God says? You know what I'm saying? let me reword that if like I just said that wrong.
Well, and I think it makes sense because, like, at the end of the day, your argument is boiling down to the fact that you believe in God and think that that's ultimately what's giving you your senses of right and wrong. But then when we look at these things,
Right. So it's like
I'm
it's
like, how
something
can
that
this be giving you
is
your morals?
something.
And like talking to you, sober-minded, like there's no way that you're the kind of person that would do these things. So how do you like balance that out in your head? How do you handle that?
Well, I'm guessing you're referring to a lot of what we see in the Old Testament, right? And so,
New Testament too.
sure,
Revelations is an atrocity.
sure,
Yeah.
yeah,
Plus,
yeah.
there's slavery in the New Testament. You know, Jesus is a little shady at times. I mean, there's some weird
No,
stuff.
I think Jesus is the king. I don't think he's shady. I think he's pretty clear. But
Is he not God?
oh, he is God.
That's where you see. That's where you should just
So-
become a Marcion, because then you can disregard the Old Testament. You
No,
know what I'm saying?
I can just be a disciple actually. But let's just keep going. I think yeah. So when we're reading a lot of things in the, if you want to, let's just take the Old
But I
Testament
do
for
want to
example.
actually flip it back on you, because you brought up
Yeah,
this argument.
we need to
Is
answer
is
that
everything
question.
that God commands good?
Yeah, I'm answering your question. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that a lot of things are not. That's the difference between like prescriptive and descriptive. So a lot of the things that we're seeing in the Bible, it's describing what happened, how God is navigating an ancient Near East culture that is vile and wicked, right? And so just because we see certain things doesn't mean God is saying, yeah, people who read this, go ahead and do that. Like that's not what's going on. I think a lot of times what's happening
He
is that we're
literally
reading.
does. He commands it, and to be quite honest, I think this is the worst
No,
argument.
no.
I know, and I'm sorry, but I think this is the worst argument I've ever heard, because if God is all knowing, it doesn't matter what time period the people lived in. He could find a way to communicate to them that was wrong if it's wrong.
Yeah, but he's not talking to people in 2026. He's talking
I
to.
don't care who he's talking to. He can tell them it's wrong if he thinks that owning a slave is wrong.
Yeah, but look at the actions that he's doing. For example, look at ancient Near Eastern cultures and how wicked it was. Can you show me a group of people that God has tried to instill his righteousness upon them in an ancient Near East culture that is committing, I mean, rape
It doesn't
and
matter what
and
the
then
culture is
incest and
committing
all
if
these
God
things?
knows better. If God knows what is good and you don't think that slavery is good, why would God help that culture own slaves if he knows better? Surely
Okay,
an all-knowing
so
God that created these people could somehow teach them better than
I
that.
always give a
and I
plus one to Islam on this one.
that's exactly what he did. That's exactly
No,
what he
he
did.
told them how to keep slaves.
No, but then
Yes,
you're
he
not all,
did.
yeah, okay. So you're not also saying that, he's also trying to wean them off of slavery.
When did he
That's the
say
thing, you're
that?
not saying that. Huh?
He didn't say that. If he
But
had
that's
said
what he
that, I
did.
would give him that point.
But that's what he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he
Never
did.
once. Tell me
Yeah.
where in the Bible God said don't own slaves.
Let's read it. Let's look
We
at,
would
for
love to.
example, the year of Jubilee, for example.
That is very specific.
Okay, let's do the.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I love this. This is not going to help your case. Go ahead.
It does. Yeah, it does.
What's the verse?
So let's just simply look at, for example, when he provides. Let me go a verse right here. So yeah, so basically what we're seeing is that God is providing a way out for those people who were
Also, Cameron, stop spamming in the chat or you're getting muted. Continue.
Yeah, so God providing a way out for people who were enslaved. So let's see, Leviticus 25 is an example.
Yeah, let's go to Leviticus 25.
So I just don't wanna read.
No, you're
every
good.
year. So.
Oh man, I'm actually, I'm more interested to take you to the like. I love this though. Let's go Leviticus 25.
So yeah, so I'm just reading from verse 13, 25. In this year of
I'll share my
Jubilee,
screen. Go ahead, and I'll share my screen while you're reading. Okay.
in
Leviticus.
this year of Jubilee, each of you shall return to his property, and if you make a sale to your neighbor or buy from your neighbor, you shall not wrong one another. You shall pay your neighbor according to the number of years after the Jubilee, and he shall sell to you according to the number of years for crops. If the years are many, you shall increase the price, and if the years are few, you shall reduce the price. Let's go to 18. You shall do my statutes and keep my rules and perform them, and then you will dwell in the land securely. The land will yield its fruit, and so on. So basically, we're having people who were enslaved, which is more like indentured servitude, having a way of where they will be free after being enslaved. And so in ancient Near East cultures, slavery was common, and there were no rules as far as when you would be free. You can treat your slaves however you wanted to treat them. There were no rules on like if you injured your slave, what you would do. But I see here God is saying that, look, I don't want slavery, but if you're going to have this, these are the rules that I'm going to instill so that you are taking care of people
Where does it
who
talk
are
about the
enslaved.
slaves? I don't see that.
I mean, yeah, that's talking about the year of Jubilee in general, but the year of Jubilee was also for the
It
slaves
had
as
nothing
well.
to do about the slaves. Do you want to go to the slave part though? I can scroll down if you want to scroll down.
Yeah,
It's
I
44.
can't
It's
find
verse
it.
44. I got you, bro. 25:44.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. This Jubilee is great when you're not a slave. Let's talk about Jubilee though when you are a slave. And we're gonna just scroll on down. Oof. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's start with 39. If any of you who are dependent if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves for you. Now, would you consider that indentured servitude? I would.
Yeah.
That's not like slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. If any of you, which means the Hebrew people, and we don't even have to, we can
If any who are dependent on you, the Hebrew people.
Right. This is talking to the Hebrew people. Become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you. You shall not make them serve as slaves. No, because that sucks. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. Sober-minded, you're 100% right. We should not keep reading, but let's go ahead for anyone who's still watching. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. So this is the Hebrew slaves that are like, listen, we're hard up. Or not slaves, sorry. Servants. We're hard up. We're going to go into servitude. And they serve with you until the year of Jubilee. And they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. So far, this is sounding good, right? Yeah. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. So far, you are 10 for 10 right now.
Except then apparently there are slaves who should be sold. According to that passage.
Dude, you are giving spoilers.
Sorry.
She's
I'm just reading the words on the page.
She's giving spoilers. Okay. You, the Hebrew people, shall not rule over them, the Hebrew people, with harshness, but shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have. Hold on. Should we keep reading? It is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. Damn it, man. You brought up Leviticus 25. It says, you may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you. So not only can you get the slaves from around you, but you know what? If you've got the coin, you can also get them from the aliens, the non-Hebrews residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. Now, I don't know if you've ever been someone's property or have seen someone be someone else's property, but is that indentured servitude? And is this talking about indentured servitude? And can we call into question your prior arguments regarding transcendentalism if you answer dishonestly. I'm going to flip it back to you.
Yeah, I think it's still indentured servitude.
No. First of all, they say property. Then they say not only you may keep them as a possession for your children after you. So even if you die, your children inherit these people.
Wait. Does it say you may keep them as a possession
slaves
for your
it's
children
property.
after
It's possession.
you?
There's no way that
For
is
them to
indentured servants
inherit.
that go out after a
But
certain
wait,
time frame.
Sober-Minded said that they get to just go away and it's nothing to do with the children getting kept as property. I'm super confused. These you may treat as slaves. Wait a minute. Let's go back up because it says if any of you who are dependent become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. So it's saying if it's a Hebrew person that's so impoverished that they need to sell themselves, they shouldn't serve as slaves. So this is indentured servitude. And then it says they'll remain with you as hired or bound laborers. That's not a slave. They'll serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Cool. They're an indentured servant until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children go back from your authority. They go back to their family. They go back to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, says Yahweh, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. But as for the male and female slaves,
whom you may have.
Not. Do I have to? I gotta keep reading this, but male and female slaves, whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you.
For them to inherit as property.
Yeah.
These you may
treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one should rule over the other with harshness, like slaves.
Yeah, so, I find it interesting that foreigners were also allowed to have Israelite slaves.
No,
where's that?
Foreigners that could be owned as slaves.
Can you give me that verse? The foreigners can have Israelite slaves. It doesn't say that in the Bible.
Oh yeah, it does.
Where?
I'm trying to find it. Because the whole
didn't
concept,
go well for Egypt. The whole firstborn.
Yeah, the whole concept of this, whether it's saying slaves or
you're not going to find it in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, but it's all indentured servitudes.
No, we'll wait. I'm going to also pull up a chart.
You can't be honest with me and tell me that the words possession and property and slave actually mean indentured servant.
That's how it was back then. That's how it was back then, though.
They literally made a distinction in this verse between be a servant that can be free and then the word possession. What is a possession? Be honest with me, please.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, it's possession is possession. There's no way around it. But again,
property is property.
I'm looking
and a human should never be property.
Yeah, I think you should look at it not in 2026, but in ancient Near East.
I don't care what year it is. A human should not be property.
No, that you need to look. No, you need to look at it at that time.
God thought it was
you gotta stop leading with the transcendental argument and then start talking about subjective versus non-subjective and putting inherent words in people's mouths.
I'm not putting any words in people's mouth. I'm just trying to read it in the way that it was written to the Israelites and how they understood it, and how even people outside the Bible at that time understood slavery. It's not the way we understood it.
Sober-minded. That does not address my point that I have made 3 times now that you have skirted around. This is an all-knowing God who made these people. Could he not tell them that it's wrong and help them understand that it's wrong to own a human as property? I don't care what time period we're in. If he's all-knowing and all-powerful, slavery never needed to happen. He could have made it happen any way he wanted to. Yet he told these people that they could own humans as possessions.
Yeah. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Have to be able to explain that away to make me care about what time frame it is, because I don't care. If the laws exist forever, which is what Jesus said, then what happened back then should still be happening now. And it's not because we know better. Which leads me to believe that there was not an all-knowing God that told them to own slaves, but that it was people writing stuff down that were owning slaves because they didn't know better. And now we've learned better. And that means that moralities are not objective.
Which is exactly what Adele was saying in the beginning of this conversation, which was it's learned morality. It's not objective at all. And if it is objective, it's
bad.
And actually, Sober-Minded, can I show you something? And I'm gonna
give you 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Sober-Minded. I'm gonna show behind the curtain here, and so anyone who's on here is gonna see my secret sauce. Actually, that sounded inappropriate. First of all, I went off screen and she was talking about me cheating on her, and then she goes off screen and I talk about my secret sauce. Okay, I'm gonna share this with you. So what I have done is I've put together what I call, oh crap, which one is it? Oh dang it, I think it's this one. Let's see if yep, okay, here we go. This is gonna be tough to see because I can't really zoom in because I'm not a pro at like this sort of thing. Oh crap. Okay, I'm gonna make this better. Hold on, I'm gonna zoom in. So what this is not, I didn't do this. If anything, I can, oh crap. Oh, maybe there's a way for me to do this. Nope. Dang it. Sorry. Ah, dang. So what I've done was I've put together all, and by me, it's the scholars that have done this. And I'm gonna reference like Big W, Josh Bowen, a Syriologist, and a lot of other scholars. So there are many like people of your objective morality time in the late Bronze Age that had law codes. Some of these are like the Ur-Nammu, which was like 2100 BC. We have the Lipit Ishtar, which was 1870 BC. We have the Ish-Nuna. We have the Hammurabi law code. We know all, like there's so many of these. It's like actually tiresome. We have tons of archaeological law codes now. And what's interesting is when you compare them all across the board, they're all very, very, very similar. They all kind of piggybacked on each other, and they were all collective moral, how do you want to say, what was you saying, like objective morality? It's collective objective morality of the time based off of the gods. And what you're positing is that the slave and law codes, so this is the killing codes, we have the bodily injury codes, we have the poverty and theft codes, there's obviously the slavery codes, and this actually I start with the Hebrew debt code. By the way, this chart lives in what I call the debate co-pilot, which is something I've built to kind of like bring up points. If anyone is interested in having the whole co-pilot, I've got an HTML. It's just you can email us and I'll email it to you. But it includes charts such as these where you can see like it's like, dude, it's just lame. It's just super lame. It's like you're arguing that like this is the ultimate law of all time, and it looks just like Hammurabi. It looks just like the Hittites. Like what? Was their God like not greater than Yahweh? No, like Yahweh copied them. If Yahweh was really that great, what he would have done is said something like, don't own slaves. Whoa, I might believe in the Christian God because 3,000 years ago, he said, actually don't have slaves.
Or let's pivot because we've been talking about slaves this whole time.
Yeah.
Don't stone women.
Oh, dang it. Can we go to Shiloh?
Yeah, you can go wherever you want.
Are you familiar with like the incident at Shiloh with the virgin kidnappings?
No, not necessarily, but I think in total, in summary, like I understand your concern about, you know, God saying owning slaves. Like your whole thing is Christians, why do you still believe? I still believe because I don't think that God is being malicious in this. I think that, you know, the question that you posed of, you know, why is he saying that we can own slaves? The reason why I still believe in the God of the Bible is that I don't think that he is being malicious, like I said. I think there's a time period in that time. Again, I know you don't like me talking about time in the ancient eras, but what I am saying is that that was their source of income. And I'm not saying that, again, I'm not trying to
For an indentured servant, yes. For a true slave, no.
I mean, the slaves did make them money too.
Correct.
No, I thought he was saying for the slave.
So that's how they justified slavery in the United States. Do you think that because they used these texts to justify the Atlantic slave trade, that was also okay?
But it was not based off of race. It's not based off of
He
you are
literally
less
just
than a
said
man.
the nations that aren't you.
Dude, they were
like
so
the
specific.
aliens around you.
They were so specific.
Maybe it wasn't race, but it was certainly like
it was very much
polarizing.
race. It was very much race because all of the conquest of Canaan was genociding people and making it very explicit that you don't have sex with a person outside of your own tribes unless you captured them as war brides, which is a weird loophole.
Right.
But it's very much about
virgins,
race.
Young virgins.
That's exactly why they justified it.
Yeah, my whole point is that it's not based off of race or anything. Look at verse 47. If a stranger or a sojourner, which is a foreigner, right, with you becomes rich, and your brother, which is an Israelite, beside him becomes poor, and sells himself to the stranger or sojourner with you, or to a member of the stranger's clan, then after he is sold, he may be redeemed. One of his brothers may redeem him. And so this is an Israelite guy being sold to a foreigner.
Again, that's cool.
Yeah.
Israelites get special treatment because of their race. Thank you.
What special treatment is he getting? He's not getting.
Just proved my point.
In the previous passage.
No. I'm trying to be honest.
Let's read it again.
I
in
think
the previous passage, let me get this out and then we'll go to this. In the previous passage, the individual was property forever. In this passage,
because it's a Hebrew,
Hebrew, they still have the right of redemption. That is a huge distinction.
And racist.
Please acknowledge that.
Super racist.
Yeah, it's not racist. Yes, I see that.
Being a possession forever versus having a right of redemption. Can you not say that is a difference?
Yeah, it's a difference.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Because of their race, or what would you want to call it? Their
Well, what I am saying though is
ethnicity?
that this is different than any other like people group in that period where you have an understanding of how to treat people that are indentured servants or slaves under you. It's not that you can treat them any way or anyhow. There is a biblical like goodwill that you have to have towards that person. You can't just do whatever you want with them.
Would you want to be owned by somebody?
No, I would not. But
would
what
you
I am
own
saying,
somebody?
No.
Would you own somebody if God said you could own somebody?
He wouldn't tell me that now.
Why not?
Because he never wanted it. He never wanted it. Look at
forever. Follow the law forever.
We can go to those verses
I mean,
where it says follow
you
these
guys
laws
can just
forever.
Keep blurting out stuff, but Matthew 19.
I'm not blurting out stuff.
I mean, you just did. Look at Matthew 19.
Sober-minded. It is the actual words of Jesus in the New Testament that these laws should be followed forever. They are not too hard for you to follow. Not one jot, not one tittle of the laws should ever be disobeyed. So if that is Jesus's word and these are the laws and they tell you to own slaves unless they're Hebrew, explain that to me.
It's not.
And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being direct because you're being dishonest.
Okay, if you think I'm dishonest, I guess that's your choice. But
in that particular moment, you were answering me dishonestly about the law and what Jesus says about the law.
No, I was really not trying to be dishonest. I was trying to bring forth Matthew 19, which talks about divorce and how I'm just trying to give an example. I'm trying to be as honest as I can.
No, you're good. Matthew
19. And when Jesus is talking about Moses gave you said to write a certificate of divorce because of your stubborn heart. And so does the laws exist today for me to own a slave? No, because Jesus showed us that that's not what we are supposed to be doing. God showed us that we're not supposed to be doing that. However, in that time, he had to deal with the stubborn heart of the Israelites. He had to deal with the period of time where owning slaves were a means of an income. But is that something that God ever wanted us to do? Absolutely not. But he had to institute some things,
Why
probably
did he have to
reluctantly
do
so.
anything? Is he not all powerful?
Yeah, he is all powerful, but
So
then he
why did he
also showed
have?
us a way. He
Could he
also
not
showed
have
us a
wanted
way.
to do it a different way that never involved slaves ever? Like, could he not have done it any way he wanted?
I would argue that he just did with the New Testament. That's my argument. That's my answer to your question, is that he provided a way out through the cross, through the sacrifice of
And
Jesus
that's
Christ.
ignoring the passage that I told you that he says in the New Testament, where he says all of these laws should be followed forever.
Yeah, his words will not go away. Yes, I understand that. But these laws that we're reading, you know, when you want to talk about don't eat shellfish, don't wear two different types of
So the laws you don't
all
like went
these things.
away, or like
No,
how do we know which ones he
it's
meant when he
it's
said
not
none of
saying
these
that.
laws
He
go
is
away?
talking to a specific group of people at a specific group of time. Right?
I just don't understand why that matters. Why does it matter what time it is if he's saying to do it?
It does matter
Why?
what time it is, because he had a plan all along to
Why
bring
did his
forth
plan ever
Jesus.
involve harming people? Even if he said slavery was okay then and not okay now, why did he ever say it was okay?
He did say it
Why
was
was
okay.
that ever part of his plan, for it to be okay, even if it was just for a time? Even if I concede that it went away and it was just for back then,
So owning a human was
why would
cool,
it have ever been okay, even for a time?
just for a time period.
And could he not have done better if he can do anything he wants with the creation he created?
Yeah, I mean, my answer to that would be God ended up making a way, but he, again, my answer still kind of stands. That
Do you know that, like, in the New Testament, like, even after Jesus died, that Paul still condoned slavery and actually recaptured a fleeing slave? It's called the Book of Philemon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I
Did it
think
change in the
that
Middle Ages, in the Enlightenment period of the Middle Ages? That's when God was like, actually, dudes, don't worry about it. Slavery, it's cool. Not cool, I mean. It's not cool.
Cool and then not cool.
Yeah.
no, I
Can
think
we-
that
can we
I
pivot
think
from
that Paul is
slavery?
showing us. I think
I
that
think we
Paul is
beat
showing us
this-
that
Yeah, we
slavery
definitely
was
have.
I think we
wrong.
beat this horse to death. I do have one question for you, though, that's a little bit of a shift from the whole, like, the slavery thing, and I'm not going to try to put in a last word, like, facetiously.
Well, and it doesn't have to be a last word. We're not in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm not in any hurry. My question is this. Can you help me with a troubling thing along these lines, which is you were saying like the law is not the law anymore.
I didn't say the law is not the law anymore.
Okay,
Don't do
rephrase that for me. You were like the slavery law is not the law anymore. Which laws were the laws, and which laws then stopped being the laws?
I think that there's no like word of God that is all of a sudden we can't understand or not adhere to. I think we have laws that again that were written to Israelites, but I can read them and understand them and learn from them. But it's not saying that I can go out and own a slave, because when I look at the totality of Scripture, I'm looking at what God is saying, and I'm not going to say, oh, now because he's talking to Israelites during a time period where slavery was part of their income, that I can now do that now. But what I am saying is that can I learn from those things and glean from those things? Sure, but it's not saying that it's not a commandment to go and do that right now. That's what I'm saying. I probably didn't explain that in the best way, but no Christian is understanding Leviticus 25 and saying, "Oh, I can own a slave." Like
Some
understand.
Christians did, and that's how they brought, the black people to America.
Yeah, but that's not how it was supposed to be. So
how was it supposed to be, and why should it be different now?
Should be different now because of Jesus. He was there the entire time, from beginning, from
That
eternity past.
completely negates the point I just made
And
about how Jesus said the law should last forever.
We also just talked about Philemon was
He
after
says it
Jesus.
says
and
his
Paul's
word.
helping
He says his
capture
word shall
slaves
last
that
forever,
ran.
No,
not the
will you
law.
pull up where the law should last forever, please?
He knows this one. The law should last forever. I mean, that's
Well, but
like,
he's arguing that it doesn't exist.
yeah. Let's see if I can find where that is. The law. There's a lot about it. Oh man. Let's see here. Hold on. Boom. Mosaic law forever. There's literally so many Oh my gosh. Where do we even start? Leviticus 11 declares that dietary laws are binding forever. Genesis 17 declares the circumcision is everlasting. Like you're thinking the New Testament though. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Oh yeah. No, yeah, okay. All right. Here we go. It's Matthew 5:17 through 19. And Luke 16:17 and Galatians 24. We'll just hit these ones up. And then I'm actually this actually dovetails into what I was going to.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you're
don't
good.
Want to not address this.
Sober-Minded, by the way. I get so excited about this because I studied the Bible for so long, and then when I was not a Christian anymore, I literally thought that I wasted a ton of my life, that I could have been doing other fun things, because I like playing video games. But then I was like, no, all this Bible knowledge is actually useful because it's so ridiculous. I can talk to Christians about it and twist them into pretzels. It's just it's my hobby. Anyways, okay. All right, we talked about this.
So this is the one that I was getting at.
Okay. We talked about this one with CJ. This is Matthew 5:17 through 19. And he's going to twist on the fulfill, but here we go. Actually, I'll let you read this one.
Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So if you're fulfilling a law, does that mean it goes away?
Like fulfilling a stop sign.
No,
Fulfilling a request doesn't mean the request is gone.
Now,
He said
abolish
not to abolish. Abolish would be to get rid of it.
I did not come to abolish the law. I've come to fulfill them.
Yeah, I think it's obvious that we're probably going to disagree. So
we can move to the next verse. Let's just move to the next one because it's the same point, only worded differently, which might help add some context. The next verse is Luke 16:17. It is easier for heaven and earth to pass away than for one stroke of a letter in the law to be dropped. And I encourage the audience to write these verses down and read around them because the context will add further clarity and further make the point. Luke 16:17. I'm going to go to the next one while you're thinking on that.
Sorry, I completely missed the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It's just the same thing, only
in another verse.
And it's just worded differently. It's just another verse, Luke 16:17. It's easier for heaven and earth to pass away than for one stroke of the letter in the law to be dropped. Jesus is like, the law's not going away. I have verses in the Old Testament that say that the Mosaic law will last forever. Forever. Did Jesus stop time?
Has heaven and earth passed away?
Maybe we're in the Matrix right now and heaven and earth.
Could be.
We can go to Mosaic law forever after this. That's a great conversation.
Hold on.
Sorry?
Yeah, I was just saying that I don't think the law was meant to be, like meant to govern for all people at all time.
Why? What leads you to believe that based on the text?
That sounds subjective to me. That's not what God says, and God's objective. And you're sounding a whole lot subjective right now.
No, I mean, I think that's I mean, I could look at just one passage. I don't know. Let's look at.
Yeah, we'll give you time to look it up. Also, for anybody, while he's flipping pages,
There are people in the chat screaming, "Bring me up." Call into the link.
Yeah, it's just
Get in the queue, and
the
we'll
link
bring you
up
up
here,
next.
and
We've been
we'll-
with Sober-Minded for a long time, and
but
we've talked
Sober-Minded,
before, and we'll
there's
talk
no one
again.
else behind you yet. Everyone's saying they
So
want to
once
come
they
up, but
come in
they're
the
not.
queue, we'll wrap it up, and we'll bring you up if you really want to talk to
But
us.
quite
Just
frankly,
So-
I'm having a
sounds good, yeah.
fantastic conversation.
yeah, no,
So
I'm not trying to cut you off.
Yeah,
Sober.
no,
I'm just
this
saying
is-
people in the
yeah.
chat are screaming,
You're-
"Talk to me!" And I'm
So-
like, "Well, you have to call in."
Sober-Minded, you are not only you are not like you are an honest caller. You've been good. There's been some times where we got off on the a little bit off, but you're very intelligent, and we really do appreciate this conversation. Like, you're bringing up good
Well,
points.
whether or not we're going to convince each other of anything, I think it's
It's-
important things to talk about and think about.
It's more for the people that watch to decide, like, which side of the fence they're on, essentially, or think is more right. I mean, it's like, what's more plausible, that there's a God that sets all the rules of all time, or that there's not a God, and that we're all humans finding our way and like helping determine our
And-
own kind of like.
And then the of the time argument almost makes sense because they didn't know better, and then they learned, and then they stopped doing it.
That would be our position, obviously.
Yeah, so I would just say, you know, my goal here is probably not to convince you guys, because, you know, if you, I don't think I can convince you guys.
And we don't probably think we can convince you.
Yeah. So it's mutual in that regard. But I'm just posing that, you know, I believe that the God of the Bible is real and he's loving. I believe that he's provided a beautiful way to live life, to have a family, all these things through Jesus. And I think it's the best way. I think atheism doesn't provide a way for that. Not to say that you guys
So our
can't
family
be.
isn't loving.
No, not at all. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I think
So I've
God
got
provides
a
the
great
best
husband
way.
and 2 great kids, and God has nothing to do with it. And even a really cool dog and a really cute hedgehog.
The dog's mid.
Yeah. I'm just saying again. I'm not trying to make you guys think that
Can
God
I ask you a
hates you or
question?
anything,
Are
but
you
I do
saved by
believe
works, or are you saved by faith?
I
I'd be
am
interested in your
saved
answer to that.
by grace through faith in Jesus Christ.
So
I
only
think,
faith, not works.
I think
And I'm only saying that to clarify, not to be like
I
argumentative.
think I can show my faith through my works.
But are you saved by faith alone or through your works? I think was his
I just
question.
pulled up the verse you referenced. I think Sober-Minded, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. I think
Yeah.
you brought up Romans 3:28. So
Might have,
Romans
yeah.
3:28 says, "For we hold that a person is justified by faith apart from works prescribed by the law." So what you've been arguing, I think, this whole time is what Paul said, which is, you know what? The law was one thing, but faith supersedes the law. What would be your thoughts on that? This is, by the way, for the reference, this is Romans 3:28. We all know Romans 3:23, not by work. Wait, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. I almost just quoted Romans 6:26 by accident.
I'll just say one quick thing, and I wanted to go back to what I was saying about
Sorry.
the law and all
Go
that.
ahead.
But
Yep.
but by faith or by works, I think the book of James kind of explains that pretty clearly. And Paul later says that I can show my faith, or maybe it is James that says I can show my faith by my works. And so I don't think that I need to do something like I need to show how good I am to God in order for me to be saved. I'm righteous before God because of what Jesus did for me on the cross, not because of my good works. Now, that does mean that I have to trust in Jesus. It's a relationship. It's a covenant. And so with relationships, you need to at least, it's a gift. Salvation is a gift, right? And so you need to accept the gift. Now, if I've accepted the gift, there will be evidence that I have the gift, which is fruits, which is my works. Now, am I saved by my works? No, I was never saved by it. It was a gift that was given to me. However, there should be evidence that I have received the gift of salvation, and that's giving to the poor, or loving my neighbor, or adopting a child, or whatever it is that God has put in my heart to do those good works. I'm not saved by those good works, but the good works are the evidence that I have been saved through Jesus. So I just want to.
Sober-minded, that is the best apologetic. So sober-minded, what you just said was the best apologetic, and it's the one that helped me stay a Christian for quite a long time. For the folks that might be watching that aren't familiar with the Paul versus James or Jesus versus Paul, because James and Jesus were a little bit more aligned than Paul and Jesus and Paul and James. The interesting conundrum here that you can wrestle with and hopefully find yourself a comfortable bed where sober-minded is Romans 3:28. For we hold that a person is justified by faith apart from works. So I would interpret that as I am justified by faith. Faith is king, and we can roll into more of this. Actually, I am interested in rolling into this because sober-minded, this is where I really struggled. I really struggled with this because I was like, Paul's saying in Romans, so Paul wrote the book of Romans. I think we're in Romans. Yeah, Romans. Paul wrote the book of Romans, and he's all about, in all of his letters, which is most of the New Testament, that like, it's all about faith, 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 not works. He was telling the Gentiles that they don't need to even get circumcised, heaven forbid,
Don't get married
in
either.
order to become Christians, which there's some funny stories in Galatians and Acts about that. But it says, Romans says, we hold that a person is justified by faith apart from works prescribed by the law. But then we go down to James, and James, in the same book that we call the Bible, says, you see that a person is justified by works and not by faith alone. So how do you reconcile these two verses separated by a handful of pages as the Bible goes? A person is justified by works and not faith alone, versus a person is justified by faith apart from works. Huh? Like what? Sorry, that gives me whiplash. I'm going to scroll back and forth while you twist this one.
Am I disconnected or is he talking?
No, I think he's thinking.
Okay, just making sure. I went to get the grumbling.
Sure. Yeah. By the way, in the debate co-pilot, not only is there Paul versus James, but there's also Paul versus Jesus. If anyone's interested in the debate co-pilot,
just send us an email.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I think we did.
Dang it.
You know what? Come back another time. Sober-minded. This is not our first time talking.
Yes, we do love sober-minded.
We love to have these conversations with you.
Great guest, honestly. Very intelligent. And we have another caller.
And we have Daniel in the box.
Daniel.
So, sober-minded, didn't cut you off. Sorry we lost you. Come back another time. Email us. We're here. We'd love to talk more about Paul versus Jesus. Oh, he's in here. Should we do a goodbye real quick?
Yeah, let's give him the last
Daniel,
word.
Don't
Daniel,
leave.
Daniel,
Let's
don't leave. We're going to give him the last word on this.
To wrap up.
Sorry, sober-minded, we lost you there. We want to make sure we give you the last word.
Yeah, I just wanted to read because Adele talked a lot. Adele, right? That's your name?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to read because you talked about like the law and God's word, Jesus' word not passing away. And I quickly mentioned something about how it's not supposed to be something that we believe for all of time, like forever, right? Not to say that. Yeah. Okay. So, we can leave with this. If you don't mind me reading this, it'll probably take
not
about
at all.
Absolutely, you're
Go
good.
for
a
it.
minute
Yeah.
or two.
Yeah.
So Jeremiah 31, verse 31.
Let me pull that up. Jeremiah 31. I'm gonna go 31, like 30 through whatever the heck the
Yeah,
end
I'm gonna read probably up till 34.
Perfect.
Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not like the covenant that I made with their fathers on the day when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, my covenant that they broke, though I was their husband, declares the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my law within them, and I will write in on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And no longer shall each one teach his neighbor and each his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, declares the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. And so the main thing here that there is a new covenant, not that I mean, he makes a clear distinction that I'm not going to make the covenant like the one I made with their fathers on the day when I took them by the hand. And it goes back to that Matthew 19 verse where I was saying, because of their stubborn hearts, Moses gave you a certificate. You can do a certificate of divorce for your wife, but that's not what he wanted all along. And so, again, I do believe that it's not a vindictive God that's trying to enslave people and do these horrible things. I believe it was for a time where slavery in all of that land, not just the Israelites, for everyone, that was their source of income. And God was showing them that, look, we will permit this, but this is not how it's supposed to be. Remember, God created this world with no sin, with no slavery, with no all this backbiting and wickedness. It was a perfect world. And that's how he intended it to be. But people decided to do their own thing. And so then he comes and brings a new law that actually provides people with love and goodness and grace through faith in Jesus Christ. So that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate you guys having me on, and definitely will be in contact later.
Rather than getting deeper into this, because Daniel is patiently waiting, and I think that this deserves another like full-on conversation with Sober-Minded.
Right, because I would say this is
next
just
time I would love to start with the concept of a perfect world and original sin and like the serpent and that whole situation.
Sure.
And maybe like deep dive into that as a response to like, oh, well, it was perfect and then it wasn't. And then we had to make a new law. Like, I think that could be a good rabbit trail for next time if the three of us could try to pin that in our brains.
I agree. I think that'd be great. That'd be fun.
I think so too. Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
And that way we're not like we've been going around.
Yeah, we can keep going, man. Because seriously, you're patient very good.
and you're very genuine and kind, and I appreciate.
And
I know we don't always agree, and we get into it, but that doesn't mean that we don't appreciate you as a caller and want you back anytime you want.
1,000%.
Absolutely.
And definitely feel free to email us in the meantime, and we can have Discord.
Infreecouple@gmail.com.
Discord discourse is what I meant. Sorry, I was thinking of
I have Discord.
Yeah.
All right. It doesn't mean the same, but thank you so much. We're going to pass on to Daniel, who's been patiently waiting, and we'll see you next time, friend.
Big W to Sober-Minded. Honestly, Sober-Minded is one of those folks where when they're sometimes challenging in terms of like, but we're challenging too. So it's a little bit of like give and take. Yeah. I really like it.
That's why we do this.
That's why we do this.
It's not supposed to be easy, and it's not supposed to be obvious, and it's not supposed to be like, oh, I can instantly convince you. Like, that is not why we're here.
If it was easy and obvious,
we wouldn't.
There wouldn't be billions of people believing in this thing. All right, let's bring Daniel on up.
Daniel has been waiting. Thank you so much for being patient.
Thank you so much for waiting. And are you over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Daniel. You usually do a good job of starting these things.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
Okay. And do you have any particular place you want to start? It could be based on something you thought about when you found the channel, or something we've talked about tonight with someone else, or anything in between. I like to give you guys the first word and the jumping off point, and then we can kind of go from there.
Yeah, there were a lot of good points with Sober-Minded, and so I was just scrolling and I just stumbled across
Can you
the
turn it up a
live
tiny bit?
feed. And so I guess I just saw the question is, Christians, why do you still believe? And so I guess I don't know if this is the starting point, but um there was a point where I didn't believe, and then I started to believe again. And
Were you raised as a Christian? Sorry to interrupt. I just like to know that
yes,
sometimes it helps
yes,
with
I was,
context. Okay. So
yeah,
you like were maybe raised in the church, and then you like maybe
yeah, yeah.
kind of questioned it, and then you found reason to come back.
Right. So I was raised in the church. My dad was a pastor, and like I could think of so many reasons under the sun why I was like, this is like not right. Like none of this makes sense. And basically almost all of college I was like that. And after I met like other Christian groups and I started to do my own, I guess, little Bible study. I mean, I'm not like a Bible scholar or anything, but just the Bible study that I did, I began to realize in like the books I would read is that there's God and he's perfect. And Jesus Christ, I mean, God is Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ is God and he's perfect. But he has put certain limitations. Well, he has a plan, and that he has put certain limitations on himself in order to gain what he's after. Right. And so how do we see that? Now, I don't know if you've ever heard that before or ever considered that, but God coming into man as Jesus Christ was God putting on the limitations. I don't know if you've
Interesting.
ever considered that.
Yeah, actually, that was a big argument back in the early church. So, like during the first, Jesus movement, like when
Yeah.
the church fathers were discussing, like there were heretics
Right.
declared because it was, is God all man?
Yeah.
No, heresy. Is God all God? Sort of. He was all God, but he was all man. Okay, that's what we believe in. So yeah, so there was like the whole like, now are you like Orthodox? Like, do you believe in like the orthodoxy view, or are you like a hybrid? Because the
It
church
just kind of
fathers
helps to know,
disagreed.
like, are you Trinitarian?
Right.
Okay. Um, so I'm none of those things. I would say non-denominational.
Okay.
And so how would so I know I believe that Jesus Christ is fully human and fully God.
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know if that clears up
I would
that.
actually say that's probably that's the mainstream view currently. That after
Okay.
Augustine and about 400 after Theodosius, CE, that's when that was kind of the thing where it's like God is not fully human and he's also not fully God, because there was also a thought process that Jesus didn't actually even suffer on the cross because he was so God that he didn't even have a real body, and hence the Gospel of John came along when all
Right.
of a sudden now he's got to eat food to show that the food doesn't fall through his body, and
Right.
it touch the holes in my hands. See, I'm a real boy.
Yeah.
And so there was a big argument during the
Yeah.
early church days, like, oh, well, your God man wasn't even a real man. Like, he didn't really
Yeah.
suffer. No, he was. He was a real man. Oh,
Yeah.
well, then
Yeah.
if he
So
was,
that is like a
it's a thing.
debate for sure.
And it's where it's funny because to me, they've resolved it under the category called beautiful mystery, where God was not only God the Father and God the Son and God the Holy Spirit as three different entities like the triune gods of the Greek pantheons, but he was one. He was a
Right.
Trinity. He was all
I
the same.
fully believe that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
also he wasn't just God and he wasn't just man. He was both. He was God
Right.
man, 100% man, 100% God. I mean,
Right.
logically, that will twist a rational person's brain into pretzels, but we've, as Christians, gaslit ourselves into thinking that it is plausible that a person can be both God, both man, 100%, even though it would actually take 50 plus 50 to equal 100, and that 33 plus 33 plus wait, it would be 33.3 plus 33.3 plus 33.4. Forget the math.
Right.
Trinity, God, man, God. So, anyways, I hear what you're saying. Definitely familiar with the concept.
Okay. And so, I mean, that's exactly what I believe. I believe that God is three in one, and that Jesus Christ is 100% God, 100% man. Now, how I think trying to understand that in like a logical way can be difficult. I mean, there are many scholars that have argued this over and over. There's some who say yes, some who say no, but I think it's to consider what is the purpose. Why would God put on the form of man? And that changes that I think that's the real question is, okay, fine. You want to argue God is Jesus is not 100% God, he's half. Okay, but why would God put on the form of man and walk amongst us, and we can, to the point in which that we can spit on him, we can slap him, we can put him on a cross, and we can literally do whatever we wanted to him? Why?
Well, if you first step back and don't think that, we have to explain why thunder makes a loud bang anymore because we know that lightning causes the sound in the air. We don't have to create a God in the first place to explain why thunder happens. And therefore, the whole God concept is kind of out the window in the first place. Now, we can go all the way back to the Big Bang, which we can't explain, and then say, well, God of the gaps. We don't know how the Big Bang started, therefore God. And then
Right.
we're back to where we started in the wilderness, where we're like, well, we don't know why the flashy lights happen in the clouds, therefore God. Every single time we don't know something as people, as entities, we say, well, therefore God. So we can start there and basically
Okay.
say that because there's some things out there, dark matter, the Big Bang, that we weren't there for and don't know everything about, therefore God. So I would grant you that. Now,
Okay.
why this myth about God sending his son, like Attis was sent, or like Dionysus was raised? I mean, there's many rising God myths over the years. I mean, I don't want to jump into mythology yet because I have to actually go change the laundry real fast. Unless you
Okay.
I'm not going into dying rising gods, but let's get on a point where
I do have to change the laundry.
Daniel can talk a little bit.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn it over.
Well, hold on. Get him on a point because I can't control the
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay.
biblical screens and stuff, so I can only do. Elias, we do see you. We just brought up Daniel, but we will try to get to you as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I guess what I would like throw. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm just.
Wait, can I do this to create a point?
Yes.
So this is and so the reason why I asked you is like, what is God's plan, right? And I think this is what changed my whole Christian life, and I began to see things in a different light. And so you see from the beginning in Genesis 1:26, right? Let us create man in our image, right? And then now you come through, okay, so what is that image? People think, okay, maybe, I don't know what people like to think. They use that verse, oh, I'm created in God's image, so I'm perfect, I'm beautiful. But God had a plan from the beginning. And that plan, there's a singular line throughout the whole Bible. And so I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but you believe that, I mean, I guess you're not Christian, so, but in the Bible, First Thessalonians, okay, you were. But when you were Christians, were you ever told that you had a human spirit?
Like a soul?
No. So First Thessalonians 5:23 says that let me actually pull it up. I don't want to butcher it.
No, you're good. I'll pull it up too. First Thessalonians 5.
Do you just need me to put something in the dryer for you?
5:23.
One second, I'm gonna mute to give
I'm gonna help do his laundry so he can bring up the
Okay.
Sorry, hold on. She's being amazing. I started my laundry late and didn't plan ahead, so Adele's backing me up. Okay, sorry. Okay, so First Thessalonians
5:23.
5:23. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna just bring up the whole 5. We'll scroll to 23. I just love
Yeah.
context though. Okay, I got you.
Okay. And so the
Thanks for
context.
calling in, by the way. Honestly,
Yeah.
thank you. A lot of people don't take the. It's tricky to call into a live stream. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So 1 Corinthians 5:23 says, "And the God of peace himself sanctify," I don't know what version you have, but it says, "sanctify you wholly, and may your spirit and soul and body be preserved complete without blame at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ." So it says there, spirit, soul, and body. And then when we go to Hebrews 4:12, it then says that the word of God is living and operative, sharper than any two-edged sword, dividing even the spirit from the soul, just as joint from marrow. So there's a very clear distinction between our spirit and our soul. So when God created man, he created man with three distinct parts: the spirit, the soul, and the body. So in John 4, right, when Jesus Christ meets this woman, right, this sinful woman, and she's at the well, and she's like, "Oh, like, this is how you praise God. What do I need to do?" And he says that there's a time is coming that those who worship God must worship in spirit and in truthfulness. And that time is now. And so there's a very clear distinction between the spirit and the soul. And then so there's 3 realms, quote unquote, 3. And so what Jesus Christ did. So this is why it's so important. Why did God put on the form of man? The first one was so that he could become the lamb to satisfy God's wrath, and that his blood can cleanse us from every sin. But what happened whenever he came to the disciples? Whenever he saw the disciples after he was resurrected, he breathed into them. He breathed something into them. What did he breathe? He breathed into their spirit. If the spirit of Jesus Christ lives in you, Paul says this over and over and over. The spirit is in you. So where is it? It's not in our mind. We have 3 parts. And so, but then this
Okay,
is going to
so
go
the
even.
3 spots. Just going back to make sure I understand correctly. The 3 parts are the body.
Also summarizing for me.
Yeah, and I'm summarizing for Adele, who was very kind and gracious.
Yeah, because all of our bedding was apparently in the laundry, and we need to go to bed at some point tonight.
Yeah.
Gonna sleep on wet sheets. Anyways, so
our sheets are in the
it's cool,
washer.
it's cool.
Wonderful.
So
Anyway,
sorry, I forgot about that until now. So the 3 parts are the what Daniel was saying was the 3 parts are the body, the spirit, and the soul.
Yep.
Which is interesting because in a lot of other philosophies, it's like the body, soul, and mind. But in
Body,
the
spirit,
Christian philosophy, it's the body, soul, and spirit. It's actually kind of interesting to say because we're so ingrained with body, soul, and mind. Body, soul, spirit. And so what's the difference again between we get the body, that's like the fleshy part, right? But what's the difference between the body, the soul and the spirit?
Okay. So the soul is the mind, emotion, and will. So you have a mind to reason, right? You think about, first of all, the soul is who you are. So you have a mind to think about things like discuss whatever you want. I like this, I don't like this.
So
your
then emotions, I feel a certain way.
And this is the soul.
Right.
The soul is your essence, essentially. Is that a safe way to put it?
Basically, it's the self. I guess I don't want to say the self. Yeah, who you are. And then the will is your ability to act upon your thoughts. Right. So that's your will. Mind, emotion, and will. But
I'm not sure I completely understand how I would differentiate between the last 2.
Dude, and actually,
between having
philosophical. I am going to use the restroom real fast.
Between having the ability to think and have emotions and then being able to act on them, how do you differentiate between those? And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just.
No, this is a good combo.
Wait, sorry. Could you?
So you said I think it was the word you used was the soul as your emotions and your thoughts, right?
Yeah.
And then you said the will is your ability to act on them. But how is that any different?
How is that any different from your
how
spirit?
do you differentiate your thoughts and emotions and then acting on your thoughts and emotions? Isn't that just another part of your brain causing you to act or not act based on those
No,
thoughts and emotions?
yeah, so I don't think like I'm not trying to differentiate between those. Like, so there, I mean, yes, I'm not sure if I understand your. So the distinction I'm trying to make more is that you have your soul, which is you. Whether or not you make the decisions, the thoughts that come to your mind, your brain chemistry, however you want to formulate that. But
So
I'm
you're
saying there's a
saying you and your thoughts and your emotions might be different than you and your actions?
no. I'm saying
Okay.
that's I'm saying so. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say
That's
is
what
that
I'm trying.
man.
Sorry, I just want to make
Okay,
sure I actually understand. So,
okay. So I'm saying that man has three parts. When God
right.
created man, He created them with three parts: your spirit, your soul, and your body.
Okay. And the body is the flesh. We talked about that.
Right.
The soul, I believe you guys said, was like your thoughts and your
Mind,
emotions.
emotions, and your will.
But then you said, hold on, what was the third one then? It's your flesh, your soul, and your spirit?
Yeah, like your
Yes.
self is your.
So how, but then you said your spirit is your will, but then just now
No,
you
no,
said
no,
your
no.
soul
I
is
didn't
your
say.
will.
I didn't say the spirit is your will.
Okay, so what's
No.
the third part?
Okay. So the third part is your spirit, and this comes with intuition, conscience, and fellowship. Those are the three parts of your spirit. And so every human being has this. And so when people argue like how can we like, and I mean I heard you guys talking a lot about Romans, right? And there's a part where Paul says those who have never like seen God, their conscience will be the testament in which God will judge them. I can't exactly remember the verse. I'm pretty sure it's in Romans 1 or Romans 2, somewhere early there. And he says it's their conscience. So every human being in the deepest part of them, they have intuition, conscience, and then fellowship. And so this is the thing: when Adam and Eve ate of the tree, just follow me here. When Adam
Yeah.
and Eve ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they said that you shall surely die. But they didn't physically die. So what died? Their mind, their emotion, they
Yeah,
didn't
because
die.
God tricked them.
No, God didn't trick them.
Yes, he did. He
No, he
told them
didn't.
they would die.
He
And
didn't
then
trick
they
them.
ate the fruit and they didn't die. They just gained knowledge.
That's the thing. They did.
No,
The
they were
the
still alive.
fellowship. Their spirit died. A part of them died. The most important part of them died.
How do you prove
That's why.
that?
How do you prove that?
Well, what makes you think that that is a true statement?
The Bible, the whole New Testament, is whenever you believe into Jesus Christ, you always hear the term born again. You have been regenerated. What does that mean to be regenerated? A part of you is made alive again. That's what regeneration is. And this regeneration comes when the life of God enters into you. And so, actually, I mean, there's a lot of debate about this. So, I don't want to go into that. I don't want to go into that. But if you ever believed into Jesus Christ as your Lord and your Savior, whether or not you actively followed Jesus Christ, like you guys consider yourselves atheists right now, but if there was ever a point you genuinely believed,
We did, both of us.
God always lives in you, regardless of what you believe. He can never be snatched out of the Father's hand. This is in John 10.
Mhm.
So you will forever have God with you. Now, whether or not you want to live according to that, that's different.
As long as we don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit.
That's completely different. Even if you did, you're forever saved. So the blasphemy of the Holy
But
Spirit is
isn't that an
not.
unforgivable sin?
Okay, so what does it mean that the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is an unforgivable sin?
I mean,
So
Jesus throws a serious line in the sand there.
very serious. But what does that mean?
Well,
Is when we
if
understand the
Why
truth.
would he draw that line if it didn't matter?
because you're clearly very Pauline in your theology. So if you believe that like you go to heaven because your sins have been forgiven, and Lucian in that you believe in the atonement of sins, then you're saying that uh like how can a person go to heaven if a sin can't be forgiven? How can I get into heaven if I blaspheme the Holy Spirit
Okay.
and I have a sin that like does that just shed away when I get to heaven? Because you can't have sin in heaven.
Right.
if I'm
You can't.
understanding Paul's
Okay.
theology.
Very true. So now you have to understand what the Trinity. This is why it's like, like this, these things are so important to know. So the Trinity is the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. And the best way that I can explain how it's, instead of thinking about what is the Trinity, is what do they fulfill? So the Father is the source of this divine plan, the world, all these things. But the Son, Jesus Christ, was the means by which the Trinity carried out this plan. And then the Spirit is the application of everything that Jesus Christ had accomplished. So let me just finish. I know you want to
Yeah,
stop
you're
me.
good.
So
You're good. Go ahead.
so now when he says if you blaspheme the Spirit, to blaspheme the Spirit is one part. So to blaspheme the Spirit is to go to believe that, to basically blaspheme God. But for you to be saved, you need to believe into God. So saying that the sin is unforgivable is because if you blaspheme the means by which God is operating today, the default is your sin can never be forgiven.
Yeah, that
So
sounds
that's what it
logical.
means. So if you had believed into the Lord Jesus Christ and he breathed his life into you, that doesn't apply to you.
So
That is
basically we're saved whether we like convert people, because we can't convert people away from Christianity, because if they've already believed Christianity, then they're saved anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's sort of like, it's like a, are you familiar with raccoon traps? So I grew up in the woods, dude, like backwoods country. And the way that you
Well, that was just
trap
not where I expected
the
this
way
to
that
go.
you trap a raccoon is and stop me if you know this, you drill a hole that's like about a raccoon fist width, actually slightly smaller, about this big, into a log, and then you drive nails around that hole in like at like an angle, and then you put like a pop can top down inside that hole. And raccoons like shiny things because apparently they understand video games and they know that shiny things equal, rewards. And so they put their hand into the hole and they grab the pop top, and they cannot get their hand out because they won't let go of the pop top to pull their hand out. It like just defies their logic. Now, I think
right.
this is horrific. I do not condone the trapping of raccoons. I only know this because I grew up in a place where nobody should grow up. But
Yeah.
however, it's one of those things like once you're
non-disclosing.
Yeah, you're saved. If you've grabbed that pop top and you've put your hands in the raccoon trap of Jesus, you are saved. That we might need to clip that. I'm not sure how that's going to go over, but anyways.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That
You're like, no,
I
that's
know.
not at all what I was talking about. So,
No,
Well,
that's
but
that's
it is a
yeah.
little bit, and to his point, like, is it not almost offensive to us to put that on us if we have decided that not only were we raised in this and we believed it, but we have now become unconvinced of that belief, that you're trying to like still behold us to it?
So
I just find that a little disrespectful.
I'm not beholding you to it. I'm like, I can't put that. What I'm trying to say is, according to the word, once you're saved, eternally saved. That's what I'm trying to say. So
But that's not true, because if you don't believe, you're going to burn in hell. And I no longer believe.
I actually,
where did you? I don't. You see? Okay, if you can show me verses in the Bible where it says that, sure.
where if you no longer believe, or actually, so
There's none.
there is a contradictory verse. So you got a good point. In fact,
I think we might both have a point, and I think this is like a
It's a
little bit of
contradiction.
where the
In
Bible
fact,
is like
you bring
a
up a
little
great-
tricky. Yeah, because I think that both of these things are said. I'm not necessarily.
In fact, I'm going to take this offline because I refuse. Part of my debate code is that I don't Google things unless it's like I know it in my mind and I just need to look it up. But I know that there's a contradiction here where there's a verse that says once you're saved forever, you can't be unsnatched from God. And then there's another verse that says if you do, there's actually a couple of verses that say if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, or there's other things too where it's like you can. I won't debate that because I don't know the verses off the top
Offhand.
of my head, but I
Right.
do have a question for you regarding
Okay.
this.
Okay.
And we can look that up, and
And-
if you want to come back, I'd like
and
we can
first,
do that. I respect his points where it's like I'm not
no,
trying
no,
to
go
stop
ahead.
you
Yeah,
from
yeah,
what
no,
you're
you're
saying.
good, you're good.
I'm just saying I respect his point where it's like, hey, we don't know this offhand, and we're not just going to sit here and waste people's time searching for what we
Yeah, I'm not
believe
gonna
we know is out there.
ChatGPT
Right.
However, if we
debate.
can make
Yeah.
notes and like come back and have another conversation and
bring up a great
revisit
point.
this, I think that that's great. But finish your thought.
Well, here's
Plus,
something
if-
that I wrestle with
Oh.
in your theology.
Okay.
Okay. So you're very Pauline in your theology, and for viewers that aren't complete Bible nerds like us, what that means is that Paul had a very like ethereal vision of Christ. And Daniel, I hope you stay on long enough for us to talk about Paul holistically.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's very different than like what Jesus kind of talked about in a lot of ways in the Gospels. Like Jesus never once said, I mean, he did say, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father except through me.
Yeah.
But a lot of Jesus's actual sayings weren't like, believe in me, it's the blood. You know what I mean? It's like I'm going to die if you believe in me, you're going to heaven. Like Jesus was bringing down the kingdom of heaven. I mean, these are,
Yeah.
in fact, I'm going to make a mental note to like actually bring up these points sometime. And I'd love to have these conversations. But here's an interesting thing that I wrestled with, because along your thoughts, I had thoughts around some of these verses. So this is Paul, okay? Paul wrote the letters in the New Testament to his churches that he planted. For the people that are watching, Daniel clearly knows this. So Romans says, nor is it that all. Something similar happened to Rebecca when she had conceived. I might be a little off. I was ballparking these. So let me find them. It says, okay, actually, I think I'm on the right track. Nor is it that all. Something similar happened to Rebecca when she had conceived children by one husband, our ancestor Isaac. So Rebecca's Isaac's wife, having Jacob. Okay, Jacob later became Israel. Okay, so God turned Jacob into Israel. It says, even before they had been born or had done anything good or bad, even before Jacob had become good or bad, it said, so that God's purpose of election might continue, not by works, so not by what Jacob did. I mean, for Pete's sakes, Jacob fought with God, if you remember Bethel, right? Not by works, but by his calling. So Jacob pops out. He's a little tricky of a dude, right? You know,
Yeah.
It's cool. Rebecca put him up to it. She was told, the elder shall serve the younger, as it is written, I have loved Jacob, but I have hated Esau. And this is from the words of God, right? So it's like God said, what then are we to say? Oh, wait, actually, sorry. This is back to Paul. Paul says, what then are we to say? Is there injustice on God's part? By no means. For he said to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy. This is sounding like what God said to Job, right? It's like, why are you here to question me? I'm freaking God. Like, I've defeated Leviathan, for Pete's sakes.
Yeah.
I will have compassion on whom I have compassion. So it depends not on human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy. For the scripture said to Pharaoh, I have raised you up for this very purpose. So obviously this is referring to Pharaoh has taken the Israelites. Pharaoh's capturing the Israelites. God hardens Pharaoh's heart so that he doesn't release them right away. He gives them 10 plagues. And it says in Exodus, the reason he gives them 10 plagues is to show his might so that other people might see his power and glory. Oh, there it is. Dang it. I've read the Bible too much. That I might show my power in you and that my name might be proclaimed in all the earth. So then he has mercy on whom he chooses, and he hardens the heart of whomever he chooses. You say to me, we're almost done, I promise. You say to me when, why then does he still find fault? For who can resist his will? Who can then resist the will of God? If God chooses who he's going to harden the heart of, if he elects who he's going to elect, just like out of Rebecca, he chooses Jacob. Who indeed are you, a human, to argue with God? Again, just like Job. Will what is molded say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out of the same lump one object for special use and another for ordinary use?
Right.
What if God, desiring to show his wrath and make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? So now I do want to pause there.
Yeah.
I won't go to the end of this yet, but here's my question. If I'm understanding this correctly, it's basically saying that God chooses who he elects to be saved, just like Jacob was chosen by Rebekah. And God also decides who he's going to, be made as lumps of clay, as rafts of destruction. Doesn't he know ahead of time, like, who he has made? And this also makes me feel a little bit better about the genocide that God commands in the Old Testament, because of the Canaanite people who were under the ban, which in the Hebrew is the harem, those that were under harem were destined to be destroyed. He knew that they were going to be like evil and destroyed. Like, what are your thoughts around the fact that like God seems to know like who's going to be saved, who's going to be destroyed? Because he is omniscient, right? Like that just kind of like trips me out. Like, what are your thoughts on that as a Christian?
Yeah, so that is always that's a very good question. And people, like, I thought about that a lot. And it's very easy to take that portion and be like, turn it all the way upside down, right? And so, for example, Esau, right? He said, I choose Jacob, and I'll have mercy on Jacob. And I don't want to make this like because Jacob was going to do this, that's why God chose him. But if you look at the story of Esau and Jacob, Esau gave up his birthright. Now, the dispensation in which God was operating at that moment, Abraham having the father would lay his hand on the child and basically bless them. And this blessing was to continue the lineage of Israelites and the Jews. And Esau gave that up. Esau gave that. So you could say God knew that Esau was going to do that.
But it says here that it doesn't depend, and I love the way the Bible like flips around like not because it wants to sound fancy. But it says it depends not on human will. So in other words, in regular speech, it doesn't depend on what a human does.
Right.
But it depends on God. So it's not based on what a person does or is going to do or has done in the past, but on God who shows mercy. So it's like, on one hand, Jacob fought God. Esau didn't fight God. Esau sold his birthright. That seems bad. But Jacob like low-key wrestled with him, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And he did some shady stuff, right? And so it's kind of like, but you know what? I chose Jacob. Like, is it even worth, according to Paul, because we're talking about Paul. According to Paul, does it even matter what a person does because God's already figured out like who he's going to save and who he's not going to save?
According to Paul, it does matter.
Okay.
It does matter. And why do I say that? Is because in the beginning of Romans 1, Paul gives a lot of things that the Romans are doing that is wrong. And he's telling them to stop. Why? Because it will lead to death. And now he's not talking about a physical death. That's actually not what he's talking about. He's talking about a spiritual death. In their Christian walk, there will be a spiritual death in which they're not able to go on. So the book of Romans, like, what is it trying to say? The book of Romans' main topic is sinners becoming sons of God for the expression of the body of Christ on the earth. That's what it is. And so, yes, in an aspect, for us to be saved, that has nothing to do with us. Our salvation has nothing to do with us. But our walking, there is an aspect of our human. This is why I said we have three parts. We have the human will. And by us so when we choose to follow the Lord, we don't do anything to fix ourselves. The Lord, the only thing we have to do is choose the Lord. And so now when he talks about Esau and Jacob, there's a lot.
Oh, go ahead. I do want to say though, but that's the part where the choosing. So, like, what if Esau chose the Lord? You're saying Esau didn't choose the Lord?
No, he didn't. Because
You're
when we
saying
see,
Jacob chose the Lord, but Esau didn't choose the Lord. So it's not about God's predestination. It's based off of humans choosing God.
it's both.
Can we
How
It's
would
both.
it be?
Yeah, I will
Okay.
go to
Like
another.
if
Okay, so-
sorry, I
so
just have
at
to
first-
like
It,
I
it
first
says
want-
right here, but then he has mercy on whomever he chooses, and he hardens the heart of whomever he chooses. So what if the
like, it
reason
can't
why
be
we're sitting
predestined
here,
and a choice.
right? What if
that doesn't make
so
any sense?
so two things I'd like for you to answer. One is you said, since we were both Christians in the past, we can't unchristian. So we're going to heaven no matter what we do. Like we can just fricking do whatever the hell we want, which we are, and it's been pretty freaking awesome. And just go to heaven. Sorry, all you Christians who are taking the narrow path. But on top of that, it says he has mercy on whomever he chooses, and he hardens the heart of whomever he chooses. So he then did he then harden our hearts? So he was like, I'm going to soften your heart so you choose me, and then I'm going to harden your heart so you don't, and you go on this YouTube channel and tell people that God's stupid, and yet you're still going to heaven. This just seems super contradictory.
Right. And so, this question is honestly, I'll try my best to explain it, but it's a little bit beyond my understanding. I can do my
That's
best,
fair.
but something, so Paul wrote Romans, but Paul also wrote a letter to Timothy, right? And so in this,
Actually, can I pause for the users? For the users now and in the future, Meta, Daniel, I do want you to like, actually, just for the users and for you, Daniel, Timothy was not actually written by Paul. There are 7 letters that are prescribed to
Yeah,
Paul,
okay.
and we know this by the way that they were written. And then there's the Pauline school letters, or what we call the pseudo-Pauline letters, and that's part of Timothy. So, okay, go ahead. Just I can't let you get away with saying Paul wrote Timothy like carte blanche.
wait, so you don't think Paul wrote First Timothy?
No.
No.
Nor Ephesians. But it's
You don't
okay.
think-
We can.
why-
You know what?
why-
I'm going to grant it to you. I also don't
We
think.
can. We can.
I
revisit
also
that
don't
another
think
time,
the
'cause-
Christian God is real, but we're having this conversation. So,
Right.
like, I just want people to do their research.
There are definitely reasons to believe which books Paul wrote and which books.
Right. Paul
didn't.
definitely wrote Romans. In my, and I say
And
my
we've
opinion.
done a lot of studies.
I'm not
we
like
read
an
all the
expert.
time. I love the people in the
yeah.
chat that are like, these people would have, like, we literally read
What do
and
you- okay.
research all of these topics
So,
all the time
To
to see what
why-
the scholars say.
I'm going to say the scholars, not myself.
yeah,
because
it's not my.
I'm not as smart as the scholars.
Anyway.
But go ahead.
Not
really,
trying to be
I've
like.
actually, yeah, that's actually quite
We
interesting.
can go to another Paul letter though, because
in like,
But there's
so are you trying to
definitely
tell-
things ascribed to Paul and things that are called Paul, and there's definitely a differentiation there in the scholarly reviews.
but Daniel, I'm gonna appeal to your belief. I hate to say this for my own advantage. I'm just gonna appeal to your belief, because I don't actually believe Paul wrote Ephesians, but because the people that belong to the Pauline school did write Ephesians. It also cooked you on this little section regarding predestination, because it says in Ephesians 1:4-11, it says, just as he chose us in Christ, in other words, God, just as God chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world. And we're going to like this Jeremiah stuff, which let's talk about abortion next. Anybody who wants to join the conversation.
Well, yeah, and I think that we should kind of.
Yeah, we got more colors, but just as he chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world to be holy and blameless before him in love, he destined us for adoption as his children through Jesus Christ, according to the good pleasure of his will, to the praise of his glorious grace that he freely bestowed on us in the beloved, in whom we have redemption through his blood, blah blah blah. Ephesians it's way more wordy than Paul. That's another reason why we know it's not actually Paul.
Does that sound like him at all?
Ephesians,
With all the wisdom
really?
and insight that he has made known to us, the mystery of his will, according to his good pleasure that he set forth in us in Christ. Dude, you do actually have to get into the Greek, though, to actually see the differences, and you will see the differences as a plan. Okay, anyways, but basically what Ephesians is saying is that we're also predestined by the first part's the most powerful. The whole thing is actually good, but he predestined us. So are you saying that because we were both devout Christians, obviously I didn't learn all of this because I was bored. I was a hardcore Christian. Like I'm DCT in full effect. If y'all
Okay.
know the Toby Mac business.
Oh, I do.
So I was hardcore, man. And that's how I know all of this. And so I was a real Christian, not just a fake one. And so that means that I'm still going to heaven according to, I think it's actually James that you're referring to, that you cannot snap. No, that's another
No,
Paul.
that's John.
Damn, it's Paul. You're
No,
right.
that's
Good one.
John. No, that's
It's
John.
John. Okay.
Yes, John. Yeah, John 10. I think John 10:10.
You're right, because I was actually thinking about pulling up that verse when I first came out to my parents that I was no longer a Christian. I was like, but the good news is I'll still see you in the afterlife. So
Yeah.
So
Okay.
anyways, we can't go to hell because we were Christians one time,
Based on that verse.
and we were predestined to be Christians based off of Paul. What are your thoughts on that? That like, one, we can't go to hell, but also we are predestined. Oh, dang, you're right. John does get. Okay, I'm going to let you take the floor, and then I'm going to talk to you about why I think John was influenced by Paul, because that's a great conversation. Go ahead.
Okay. One, I want to clarify, like I know the only book that that people don't attribute to Paul, and they say it's Paul, and there's like debate, was Book of Hebrews. But when you read,
Paul definitely didn't write Hebrews. Nobody says
No.
Paul wrote Hebrews.
Oh,
Whoa.
yeah,
That almost didn't make it into the canon.
in
Hebrews was heavily debated like a Revelation. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And James.
So I mean, I've never heard that before. That
There's 7 Pauline letters. So just Google this, okay? And the Christian scholars attribute the same thing. Now you're going to get Christian apologetics that say that all the books that say they were Paul. They're also going to say that the first 5 books of the Pentateuch were written by Moses, even though he recorded his own death. They're going to say everything that the Bible says is the Bible says. Then you're going to get the scholars that will tell you that there were 7 Pauline letters of the 13, and that 6 of them were pseudo-Pauline. Just Google 6 letters of Paul versus
7 versus 6 pseudo.
Right.
One or the other. 6, 7.
And what you'll find is it's really interesting.
We have teenagers, so
yeah, we have teenagers. You'll find that you'll find common tropes. Like what you'll find that's very interesting actually is that you can actually figure out when those non-Paul letters were written, because Timothy especially was very hardcore anti-women and like wear your freaking head coverings and shut up in church comments. And the reason why is because Paul had priestesses in his letters. He was very much about female speaking in church. But what happened was in the early Jesus movement, during it was around 50 CE to around 300 CE, there was all this stuff happening. We have like the Gnostic, belief systems. We've got Marcion happening. We've got the Edomites. We've got the Carthaginians, the Eusebianites. There's like all these different movements. There was actually this weird thing where there was like this dude and 2 ladies that were going around. Anyways, they needed to wrangle it in. And so that's when Timothy came out and said, you know what, women, shut up in church and put a freaking cap on your head and don't talk. And all this like bishop and church hierarchy stuff started happening, and they were writing it under the guise of Paul because they could say, you know what, Paul actually wrote this, and it says women shut up in church. It's actually really obvious. If you Google the 7 Paul letters and read just them, and you get a flavor for Paul, and then you read the 6 that aren't Paul, you're like, well, there's an agenda, especially when you understand church history.
Yeah.
But I'll flip it back over to you. Sorry.
Yeah. So that is actually like the stuff that you mentioned that you just
I mean, I
mentioned
think
right
it's
now.
really interesting, though.
Yeah, I think I never knew about a lot of things I know more from an apologetic standpoint. So when you mentioned like the Pauline letters, that okay, I didn't really know about that, but in terms of like women not speaking, and I was very familiar with that. But you mentioned like the flavor, and
Yeah, like the style.
when I read the epistles, the style, actually the message is
It's similar.
is like
Pauline
the
school.
same.
They call it the
Is
Pauline school. So nobody that wrote in the Pauline school, the pseudo-Pauline letters is what it's called, which would be Timothy. You've got Ephesians, 2nd Thessalonians. 1st Thessalonians was written by Paul. Frickin' Galatians is Paul. If you want to know Paul, like if you've ever listened to a music artist and like really like saw into their soul, Galatians. Read Galatians and then read Acts and prepare for some whiplash and just being pissed off at the author of Acts, because what you're going to understand is Luke and Acts was written by the same author. And we know that. In fact, they call it Luke Acts. And the reason why we know that is because he says it in the first verse of both books. He gives his call sign, Theophilus. This is written to my blessed Theophilus in both Luke and Acts. And they pen Paul's adventures, but what happens is it's not what Paul wrote. So Paul's adventures in Acts contradict what Paul actually wrote autobiographically about himself in his own letters.
I don't think they contradict. Can you give me an example of when they contradict?
Yeah, actually, hold on. Let me
Sorry, other Daniel in the queue. Please hang around. We'll do a contradiction or two, and then we'll switch over to you.
Yeah, actually,
I think we lost Elias. Hopefully, they come back another time. But I still see other Daniel / real Daniel. I just want you to know we see you.
There's some pretty major ones, but let me make sure I pulled up. It has to do with when he goes to Damascus. Oh, when does he go to Damascus? It's like a Damascus.
The road to Damascus.
It's like in. So here's what I'll throw out, and I'll find it. It has to do with in I want to say in the Pauline autobiographical letters, he goes straight to Arabia. And in Acts, he bonks his head and off of his donkey and goes to Damascus.
Well, and there's another one where like, I don't know, there's like people standing around him. I mean, there's definitely.
Actually, you've brought up a really good one that I'm gonna actually because I know off the top of my head, like those, like just from like a like I've read the Bible sake, I'm going to make a note of this, and I'm gonna, again, like the last one that you brought up, which, by the way, Daniel, thank you for knowing the Bible. I'm gonna add that to the debate co-pilot, because that actually is a good one.
Can you search Damascus, or is it working?
Yeah, maybe Damascus would be the keyword. Damascus.
Okay, so
there it is. Actually, I've got it.
I'm so smart. He should listen to his wife.
No. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, Galatians versus Acts. Oh shit, it is Galatians. It is. Oh, the lost mission. Okay.
What did I say, Daniel?
Yeah, she knows what she's talking about. Okay, let's pull it up here real quick.
Give him 1 second. We'll share this.
All right, sharing this. Okay, I'll share the screen. Remove. Also, by the way, Daniel, do you believe? And this is a definitely. By the way, please come back. You've been actually challenging.
I would love to
mentally. You're very
go
intelligent.
Farther down these rabbit holes.
My question is: do you believe that the Bible is like inerrant, or do you believe that there's like probably man screwed up, and there's probably some errors in the Bible.
I don't
Like
believe
God
any
didn't
errors.
keep it pure, type of thing.
I believe that it's pure.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, yeah, it has. When I say pure, it hasn't changed. So I don't believe. Now there probably are Bibles that people have like tampered with and created their own theology from.
But like
But
overall.
yeah, yes.
Well, and the reason we ask that is because not everyone believes that, and that just kind of changes how we approach conversations. So.
Methodists are like, everything's an allegory, So Galatians says, now actually, okay, let's see if.
Oh, there we go.
Hold on. Let me make sure that let me make sure I'm doing this correctly, because the problem is, it's like, oh, this is okay. Sorry, audience, stay with us. Audience, stay with us. I know we're losing the audience, but that's because this is like a narrative contradiction where it's like, Paul's letters contradict with Acts because, all right. When the one who had set me apart before I was born called me through his grace, was pleased to reveal the Son of me. This is really Paul. Okay, gotcha. I might proclaim with him among the Gentiles, and not confer with any human, nor did I. Oh, yeah, this is it. Damn it. Okay, here we go. Oh.
This is it, damn it?
Yeah, well, no, this is the part. Okay, so it says, when the one who had set me apart, which is Jesus, before I was born, going back to this predestination business.
Right.
Okay. Called me through his grace, was pleased to reveal his Son to me, so that I might proclaim him among the Gentiles. I did not confer with any human, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were already apostles before me.
Right.
Let's just stop there. Well, actually, no, let's keep going a little bit farther. But I went at once into Arabia. See, I do have brain cells. I do remember these things. So he didn't go to Jerusalem first, according to his own letter. I didn't go to Jerusalem.
Once to
I
Arabia.
went straight to Arabia. Okay. And afterwards, I returned to Damascus. Then after 3 years, I did go to Jerusalem. Okay, let's not complicate things. I'm going to scroll to the next section. I think it's in Acts. Because there's actually a ton of contradiction. There's a ton of contradiction. I'm just going to stop on this one because it's too crazy. All right. Meanwhile, Saul, meaning Paul, Saul of Tarsus, right? Paul of Tarsus.
Before Paul.
Right. Still breathing threats and murder against the disciples of the Lord, went to the high priest. So this is after he bonked his head. So he's riding his donkey on the way to Damascus. Right. He falls off. He bonks his head. And
I'm sorry, was that you riding your donkey?
That's how I ride my donkey. I don't know how you ride your donkey.
Do we need you to do that one more time?
No. Okay. Asked him for letters to the synagogues at Damascus, so that if he found any who belonged to the men, might bring them bound to Jerusalem. So this is when Saul was like persecuting the Christians. Now he was going along and approaching Damascus suddenly. Oh my gosh. Sorry for the next callers, but I really have to take you down another road, Daniel, if you're willing to hang on a while after this. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. He was going on and approaching Damascus. Suddenly a light from heaven flashed around him. He fell to the ground and heard a voice saying, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? He asked, why, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're going to the contradiction here. Blah, blah, blah. The men who were traveling with him stood speechless. Saul got up, blah, blah, blah. They led him by the... we're good. No, we're not there yet. Now, okay, he goes to Damascus. He meets Ananias. The Lord said to him in a vision, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. At this moment... Okay, hold on. I'm getting to the part where basically we're saying he goes to Jerusalem and doesn't go to Arabia. In fact, Acts says he doesn't go to Arabia at all. That's the spoiler. Okay. And Ananias answered, Lord, I have heard from many about this man. How much evil has he done to your saints in Jerusalem? Go, he is an instrument whom I'm chosen. I will show him. Oh, God. So okay, hold on. Damn. Luke is so wordy.
This, I feel like, is contradicting what happened when he hit his head, not where he went. I don't think your verses...
It'll get there. It's just narrative. Right. Sorry, it's narrative. I apologize. I preface people with, I apologize. This is narrative. And okay. For several days, he was with the disciples in Damascus, and immediately he began to proclaim Jesus in the synagogue. So he's in Damascus. immediately, and this is where in Acts, he begins to proclaim Jesus in the synagogues. Is this not the man who made havoc in Jerusalem?
Okay.
So he hadn't been to Jerusalem in Galatians, but in Acts, he's like been in Jerusalem. And it even goes further. This one is tough because it is a lot. Okay, then it says, okay, this is where he escapes. And read this. And I'm going to give you the passages because I would really implore you to actually read this.
Yeah, I've read those. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
just waiting for you
okay.
to finish. Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Aren't we all?
In Galatians, it says he does not go to Jerusalem. He immediately goes to Arabia. But in Acts, it says the second he freaking escapes Damascus, he goes to Jerusalem. They lower him in a freaking basket, and then he goes to Jerusalem. Like,
well, and that's not the only contradiction in the story.
oh, there's so many.
The whole thing happens when he
it would
hits his
take
head.
so long to.
I mean, there's like layers to this story. I wasn't even sure
But
which
what are
contradiction.
but what are your thoughts on that? And I promise I have a better one that I will show you next because that one is a little
Next
narrative.
Okay.
It's not fair to the
So-
next Daniel. It's getting late,
Sure.
so I want to
Okay.
give
Yeah.
our Daniel a
Mhm.
chance to speak and respond, and then give us a turning point for our next conversation. And that
Okay.
way, hopefully, we get Daniel back. But if it's
Okay.
11:15 here on a school night, I want to get our last caller and
So
give them a
school
chance
tomorrow,
to.
Yeah.
I know
Okay.
our kids are out of school. It's only a school night for me,
Okay.
and that's not me trying to be rude to you, Daniel, at all. I just want to be
Yeah,
able
no,
to
I
have a fair,
understand.
like,
yeah.
find a stopping point for now, and hopefully have another meaningful conversation where we can dive even deeper.
Meaning, I
Yeah.
wish you were. I wish you lived around us, and
Mhm.
Daniel, I would
Yeah.
just like talk with you all
All
night.
the time, and feel free to email us. We tell that to everybody. We can
Okay.
continue conversations and banter as much as we want, but
Mhm. Yeah.
the floor is yours.
So, okay. So, you guys really appreciate the context. You always take things into context. So, what is the context of what is going on right now? So, in Galatians, when Paul is writing this letter, he's not right. So, I guess if you want to say, in the author of the book of Acts, that is I guess I don't want to say like a documentary, but he's writing down a kind of quote unquote following Paul's ministry, and following not just Paul's ministry, but the 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 ministry of Christ. Let's just put it like that, through Paul. But in Galatians, Paul is trying to establish his authority. So there's the difference. So he's not trying to be like, okay, so trying to say, I did this, to try and match what the author of Acts is saying. When he's saying, I went to Arabia and I didn't meet with any of the apostles, he's establishing his authority that this wasn't a matter of, oh, somebody else came to me and convinced me. In fact, the revelations that I'm here to share with you have no influence from any other human being. Jesus Christ, who appeared to me on that donkey, I spent that another couple of years with just this person. And so what I'm about to share with you is from the authority that I have received from him. So what Luke is, or I don't want to say, okay, not going to say Luke, what the author of Acts is trying to do and what Paul is trying to do in Galatians are two different things. And so, and you see this a lot in the Pauline letters. The Pauline letters is he establishes his authority first, that it is not of man. But the author of Acts is establishing what happened, what were the apostles doing? And so that is why people are like, oh, contradiction, but they're doing different things. And that's why Paul, I'm trying to find the verse, but he's trying to, it says here, to reveal his son in me, that I might announce the gospel among the Gentiles. Immediately, I did not confer with flesh and blood, because people around him were like, you're convinced they've poisoned you. And he's like, no, I was not convinced by men. So that's why he wrote that in there. So he's not trying to keep in track with what some kind of like historical because Galatians is the bit is the Christ versus the law and regulation, and the Jews separating themselves from the Gentiles. And so he's writing to the Jews. He's telling Peter, Peter, you who are a foremost of the apostles, I did not confer with you to tell you these things. Everything that I am writing in my ministry is from God, is from Jesus Christ revealed to me. And that says, Jesus Christ, you revealed his son in me. And, like you say, like, that's why, like, when you say Galatians is way different writing from Ephesians, when you read both of those books, they are saying the
Same
exact
message.
same
Yeah.
thing.
Way different than James, way different than the Didache, for example.
Very different.
Also,
very
I
different
would
from James.
encourage you to research the Didache, Didache.
Okay.
It's a Jamesian school, and there's
Okay.
also Clement of Rome was from the school of Peter.
Okay.
And it's the homilies of Clement.
Right.
So there were the Jewish schools of thought, like James, that almost didn't make the canon. In fact, it would make Christians' life a whole lot easier. It's why Martin Luther ripped out the book of James.
But do you know why? Okay, so this is very interesting. When you read, and like, I get excited when I talk about this, but
no, I love this. Yeah.
When you read, that's why I keep telling you, there's a line in the Bible. There's one line. Now, there are different branches, and like you can dive into different things. Like, that's why there's so many denominations, baptism, Pentecost, like all these things come from these other lines. But there's one main line in the Bible. And this line is seeing that God in Christ is trying to build his church, which will be his bride at his coming. And so when Paul speaks, this is what he's speaking about. When Peter speaks, this is what he's speaking about. James is the only one that doesn't touch on this point. And so, like, he doesn't touch on this point completely. He touches it on a surface level, very, very surface. In John, same thing. In Revelations, in Timothy, everything, that line is the only time that line seems to be, quote unquote, non-existence is in the book of James. And so when these people wanted to take the book, the only reason why they left the book of James in the Bible actually is because of James' apostolic authority, because he was the leader in the church in Jerusalem, him and Peter.
Can you do a couple of things before our next call? Can you look at when Paul calls the so-called super apostles, which we understand now is obviously like the Jerusalem leadership, which is Cephas, Peter, of course, and James. And he's upset with them. And in Acts, we see how they have a throwdown a little bit. It's watered down because Acts, and of course, Luke's trying to make it all smoothed over. But like when Galatians, Paul's hot. Like he's pissed off at these guys. Like I would be interested in your take the next time you call in on like how Paul and the Jerusalem school of thought like were opposed. And the other thing is, and I want to start it here, and we will move to the next caller. But Daniel, man, I would talk to you all night. The next caller, the next thing I just ask is, in the book of Acks.
Yeah, give him.
And you can just Google this. Just Google it if you want, or read it if you want.
Okay.
This is my one question. I have multiple, but this is the one. Did the people around Paul stand or fall when the Spirit of the Lord shone around them? Did they stand or did they fall? That's it.
And did they hear the voice or did they not hear the voice?
She's giving you two. Did they hear the voice or not hear the voice? Did they stand or did they fall? And that's it.
Are you talking about when Paul was going to like
when he
was on his donkey?
When he essentially Saul to Paul, like the conversion, I'm no longer.
Did the people around him?
But there's just so many different accounts of what happened
in the same book,
in the very same book. So they're all in Acts. So do you have something where you could take down a couple verses before we move on to the other Daniel?
Oh, he can find it. He can Google it.
Well,
yeah.
Do you? I don't.
Give me one. I want to get a pen. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah. Dude, if you've got an email, I'll just email this to you. Actually, let me just put it. Oh.
I don't want to share my email. I don't know. I don't
That's
want to
No,
fine.
yeah,
name
not on
people.
live.
Yeah.
Actually, good call, dude. Good call. Actually, that's a terrible
Yeah.
idea. Let me show my screen.
Oh, and then he can just write the
Write it
verses of
down.
Acts down.
Yep, exactly.
Because they're all in Acts, which is very interesting to me. They're like all in the same book. This particular
Oh, it's
and I'm going to call it a contradiction.
Oh, it's a
and we can talk
contradiction.
about that next time we talk. But it's
a mind trip.
they're
dude.
all in the same book. How do they have 3 different accounts in the same book? So
Three
if
I'm
maybe
gonna
take
ma-
a look at these
I'm
and
gonna
maybe
make
you'll see
this
something I
bigger.
don't. Yeah, hold on. He's going to zoom in.
I'll
a
blow
little.
this up. Hold on, sorry. By the way, anybody interested, including you, Daniel, this is
Mhm.
what I have built. It's called the Debate Copilot. This is my brain that I've put into a computer program. So the problem is I'm not a savant. I can't remember things perfectly in terms of
Yeah.
oh yeah, that was Leviticus 25,
I mean,
whatever.
you do a fair job.
I do
but
fair, but I can't. So this wait, oh shoot.
You just have to scroll down.
Oh. Wait, I think
Once you zoomed, you lost the X.
dang it. No, I lost Axe. Son of a gun. Oh crap, I lost it. Oh shoot. Hold on, I'll find it again. Oh no, it's right here. I got you. Scrolling down, it's at the very bottom. Oh, there's so many things. I got you. Withered fig tree. It went to the very top. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. By the way, I have a chart on Paul's lost mission.
Just go to the
Sorry.
verses. please.
Okay, here's the verses. Sorry. Adele's realizing that she is quality control. Okay, so Daniel, these are
So
the
it's Acts
verses.
9, 1
And
through
you
19.
can screenshot this if you want to.
Yeah.
If you're on your phone or on your
Okay.
computer and you
Yeah.
want to
I'll
screenshot.
take a screenshot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
22.
Because this
6 through
shows
16.
shows you the points and the questions.
But even on here, you can tell how can it be 3 versions of the same event? Who fell? Who heard what? Is there a light? Is there not a light? And they're all in the same book. So
Okay.
normally
So,
we have
okay,
to jump
so-
books
Yeah.
to get contradictions. This is
So-
all within Luke Acts.
Okay. So I know I have to go, so I don't want to keep prying because we'll just keep going. But when it comes to the aspect of light, now there's a part where it could be physical, but it could also be
Spiritual or something. Yeah. And that's
spiritual.
and that's the
Dude,
thing.
but whether they stood or fell and those sort of things, screenshot that. Come back
Yeah.
with apologetics. I'm
And I
interested
believe
in
we
learning.
will probably be live Wednesday or Thursday again next
Yeah.
week. One or the
Okay.
other for sure.
So
Okay.
Daniel,
Tuesday he's a nerd and he has D&D, so we can't do Tuesday.
I'm gonna peel away from you, and we're gonna go to the next. In fact, it's the next Daniel called the real Daniel.
Can I just share one thing before I
Of
go?
course,
and then that's
absolutely.
it?
Yeah,
Last
you
word
always
for
get
you.
the last word for sure.
Okay. Thank you. So these are just for you guys, everyone that's listening, is that God has a divine plan. This is what I believe, and this is what I just thank the Lord that I've been able to see by reading the Bible, is that God has a divine plan since the beginning of time, and that He, to accomplish that plan, requires man to cooperate with Him. Seen from Genesis with the garden of the knowledge of tree of good and evil, and the tree of life. God wanted man to choose Him. But what was the purpose of that? It was that we can develop and create a counterpart. And Adam and Eve were just a type of Christ and the church. And when we see in the Revelation, is that culmination is the New Jerusalem. And I know you guys, I didn't want to bring this up because that'll be another can of worms, but you guys kept
sure.
talking about how
Mosaic
we're
law for everybody.
right,
Yeah.
gonna go to heaven.
Put it all in the pen for next time. I'm down for all of it.
Actually, it's Christian life is not about, oh, when I die, I'm going to live in heaven forever. That's not true. There's no verse in the Bible that says we're going to die and live in heaven forever. Revelation, the culmination of all things, shows that there will be a city that proceeds out of heaven that will be on the earth, and there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and God and man will dwell forever. That is what God is after, not up there, but on the earth. But first, his enemy must be defeated. Dominion. Dominion is not for cattle, is not for birds. There is an enemy, and there's a kingdom on the earth that needs to be vanquished. And so when the Lord says, I will pray that that thy kingdom come, the kingdom, God's kingdom in heaven is settled. It's the kingdom on earth that needs to be settled. And that changes everything. It's no longer a matter of me, you, no. And in Revelation, you talk about all the mistakes that the churches have been making mistakes since Jesus Christ left. The churches have been making mistakes. All the 7 churches in Revelation, only one of them was okay, and that was Philadelphia. Every other church had blemish, had mistakes because of human beings, and had nothing to do with God. And he called them out of that. And so that's all I'm gonna say. And I enjoy talking to you guys. And
You're awesome.
Hopefully I'll be
if you
here.
will subscribe, and please feel free to email us in the meantime, and we can.
That way you can see when we're going live next.
Yeah.
And we'd love to have you back. You're awesome.
Okay.
I would love to dive deeper into all of this, and just thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
Thanks,
Cool.
guys.
Dude,
W.
big W, Daniel. Gosh dang. I could talk to Daniel.
I know. Here's the thing. Like, we get.
But now we have the real Daniel. I'm going to add the real Daniel to the stage. And you know what?
I think that we can tell. Well, he had his video on earlier. I think we can tell he's
Oh,
over
yep.
18.
The real Daniel, are you over the real age of 18?
Yes, I definitely am. I just turned 40.
Dude, big W in the
Big
40s.
W 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I originally joined. Sorry, I'm probably a little nervous here, so I'm not going to have all the answers.
This is not a place where anyone has all the answers, actually. Nobody has all the answers. Yeah,
and I definitely don't, but I'll say that I joined because the question, Christians, why do you still believe? That intrigued me. Now, when I joined, I also
on the
had
spectrum before you answer that.
I'm sorry?
Just like, where are you on the belief? Like, are you a Christian?
Oh, I know. I don't believe. I know. I know Christ. Like that's how intimate I am with my relationship with Christ.
And do you have a denomination you want to claim, or no?
I'm not a denomination. I'm pre-denominational. We don't call ourselves denomination. I'm an Orthodox Christian. We're the Church of the Apostles. We don't claim any denomination.
Some of these questions because it kind of helps the conversation flow in a way that makes sense for you.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to talk over you.
No, you're good, and I
live. I think we're this gentleman here. I'm sorry. What's his name there?
I'm Josh.
That's Josh. I'm Adele.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. Sorry, I first time I seen you guys.
Daniel too.
I was just scrolling and I seen you guys. So,
well, thank you for calling up. So,
you guys are ex-Christians. I'm assuming you're atheists now.
You want to start?
Yeah, I just want to get to know you. Like, who am I talking? You guys you used to be Christians?
We did.
Protestants, I'm assuming.
No, we have very different backgrounds. I was actually a very strict Catholic, and he is a
non-denominational fundamentalist Christian.
That's a weird name for a denomination.
It's totally non.
Yeah, no, we as Orthodox, so she can probably relate a little bit where I'm coming from with certain things. Now we're very different from the Catholics. The Catholics came from us. That's our theology.
Oh yeah, he hated Catholics. So like,
yeah, nobody despises
we
the
never
Catholic.
would have gotten along.
Yeah, the Catholic Church is probably. I mean, they're the ones who left. We don't look at the church. We have a very different theology. So I'll say that we have a very different theology.
Listen, I no longer am a Catholic, so it's fine.
Yeah,
but I can speak to certain beliefs and determine whether or not we're like talking about them truly based on what a Catholic might think. If that comes into play, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Because there are some things that like even my husband was like, well, Catholics are this. I'm like, that's literally not what we teach. It's just what people think we teach. And I say we, even as a non-believer for like 20 years, I still know what that was. I'm just trying to lay the groundwork. But continue.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
You guys do have knowledge. I will say that I came to state my case, but then I heard a lot. So now I have a few things I would like to go back on, if that's okay. But at
Sure.
first, could I
If you
state
want
my
to go back
case?
on anything we've talked about tonight, or anything that it like provoked a thought about, or anything,
Well,
even
can
if
I
it's
state my
just-
case for why I believe in God and
Yes, of
Christianity?
course.
Of
Yeah,
Christ? Okay,
absolutely.
so
Yeah.
I'll take. I believe everything points to the truth. I believe that because the truth is the objective
And you mean
reality
everything
in
like
which we
in
live.
sorry, I just want to understand when you say everything points to the truth, do you mean like everything in the Bible or everything in the world around
No,
us?
everything, all evidence will eventually point to objective reality.
just
What is
everything.
actually true? Like the sun is bright and hot, even if someone who is blind in Antarctica don't think so.
Okay.
Right.
That's
So there's
fair.
an objective truth to things, whether we want to believe it or not. It's still just a fact, right? So that's how I look, and I believe these things point to God. So my chosen, I guess, argument I would have right now, my case would be morality, because we can't claim any sense of morality, objective morality, without God. That's my statement, because anything without God would be a subjective opinion, because it's only coming from a human perspective. So it can only be a consensus of a group of people.
Well,
or
can
the
I
opinion.
argue that even your morals, if you get them from God, are subject to your God? So all morals are subjective?
All morals are objective if they're coming from something beyond our actual.
No, they're still subject to your God.
Like I think
No,
what she's
because
saying is
Yes.
That's if God is subjective to things that are subjective.
If
But
you
if God
think
is the
that your
source of
morals
life,
come from a place, they are subject to that thing.
so. In
well,
other words,
God's not subject to anything, because if He's the essence of all creation, then everything that comes from Him is objective truth.
but like,
That's the
okay, so like the
philosophical argument.
Zoroastrianists predated the Christian God in terms of monotheism.
Yeah.
Like, so they had, their God that had right and wrong.
Yeah.
And you've got, Allah that
Right.
wrote.
We don't think as Christians, we don't think that Jesus is a different God. Jesus is the same God as the Old Testament. He's not a new God.
Well,
He's
not
not
everyone thinks that, but it's good to know that that's what you think.
Well, this is the Orthodox perspective. I'm giving.
Yeah.
I'm giving
I'm
out.
just saying it's good to understand where your perspective
Yeah.
is.
So how is your God the objective truth versus like Marduk of the, Sumerian or Babylonian mythology?
Well, first, this is so God is God, right? So God, I believe, when humans fell from God, and Daniel talked a little bit about the fall of man and stuff and so on, so forth. When humans fell from the grace of God, we were made to worship. We were made to be in communion with God, right? We were put in the garden, and the first thing we did was be in communion with God. So, and that is worship. That is to be united in communion.
Why do you believe that to be true? Like, what inside of yourself believes that you were born to worship God?
Because we all worship something, every single one of us. If it's not a baseball player or a favorite singer or whatever it might be, we all want to highly worship something.
I would disagree with that definition of worship.
But what if we just have an inner desire to covet something
or
and
appreciate something?
as
I don't think that all means
No,
evolutionary
I
trait?
agree. No, but where does that desire come from? It comes from being made in the image of something that desires things. So
What
that
if
is
it comes from evolution, though?
That is, well,
But if
evolution
it just comes from
would
a
say
hive
survival
mind
of
where
the fittest,
we want
right?
to be as good as the people around us that we admire.
Okay, so then we'll go back to the morality. Can I ask you a few questions? Do you mind?
Mhm.
So do you think harming an innocent person is wrong?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't want anyone to harm me for something I didn't do.
But why is that wrong, though? Like, I understand that's what you think, but why is it wrong? Why is it objectively wrong? Why is it just not your opinion versus their opinion?
Well,
Because my argument is without God stating
honestly,
what is objectively
what
wrong.
do you mean by right and wrong?
Well, that's
Like,
exactly it. That's exactly it.
Yeah, it seems
I
a little
claim-
squishy. Seems squishy.
No, it's not squishy. It's we ultimately
I
both
believe
of us.
it's squishy. Can you prove that it's not squishy?
Let me just explain. I'll elaborate a little bit. We ultimately both come from different worldviews because you no longer believe, and I believe very
Well,
differently.
let's-
So,
Wait. We don't come from different worldviews because we did believe.
We
And if
evolved.
well,
you-
our
hold on,
perspectives
wait,
right
I'm
now are
making an
from
assumption.
different
Let me ask the
worldviews.
question: were you always a Christian, or
No,
did you
I've only
become
been a Christian. No, I've became a Christian.
So
Okay,
we did
so we
come
did
from.
come from different worldviews. In fact, the opposite.
Yeah.
We were
In fact,
I grew up-
Christians.
probably
I grew up a
studied
Christian
more
as a
than
child.
you
So we're
because
like
I've
opposite.
got 33 years of study on you in Christianity. But go ahead.
Yes, sir. No, I'm not challenging your intellect or your knowledge or anything on
I
these
was
things.
just challenging the statement that we came from the same place.
No, I'm what I mean by the same place is like, you like from the Orthodox perspective. I'm from my perspective is from in the church, and you're from in the world right now, right? That's how it's divided. It's the world and the church from the Christian perspective, right? You know that from Christian theology. It's those outside the church and those in the church, right?
I'll
So
grant you
my
that
argument
premise.
is
I'll grant you that premise
why
to
is it
move forward.
wrong?
Yeah.
Why
No,
is it
agreed.
wrong to harm an innocent person, objectively?
Can I answer this? I know you
Yeah.
took the last tag
I'm
argument.
not doing this.
Okay. So why do I think it's wrong to harm another person?
Objectively, yes. Why is it objectively
Okay,
wrong?
first of all, don't insert the word objective into us.
I'm sorry,
We
but I'm
openly claim that we believe that morals are subjective. Continue.
okay, but no, but I'm asking. So you don't think it's actually wrong? You just think it's the consensus that it's wrong to harm an innocent person, right?
Okay.
Is that what you're stating?
Slow down. Okay, slow down the real Daniel. Slow
Okay,
down the real
sorry.
Daniel. Why does something have to be objective?
Well, for it to be true, it has to be objective. If not, it's just opinions, right? That's if not,
I know you're
then
gonna wanna jump
we're
in.
stuck
You
in
love
a
to
in a
jump
logical
in.
fallacy.
So you're saying that something, let's say throwing a rock at a fish.
Yeah.
Let's say there's a fish.
Mm-hmm.
It's out of the water.
Yeah.
It's gonna die.
Yeah.
And let's say you're a kid
Yeah.
and you throw a rock at that fish.
Mm-hmm.
Is that objectively right or objectively wrong?
Well, are you going to eat the fish? Because I've eaten raccoons, and your trap analysis isn't correct.
I do. When you said
I would
know where I
say-
came from, I knew
I would
you were
say it's
going
not
with the raccoon
objectively-
thing. And I knew we did come from probably the same place.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
with
I'm
you,
in the
with you.
backwoods now.
But what I think I'm getting at to like drive through the meta here
Yeah.
is that this is a very fundamental argument of most
It is.
Christians, and they trap a lot of atheists in this because they.
No,
start
I'm not trying to
use-
trap. I'm trying to
No.
figure
It's
Hold
not.
on.
It's not.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's not a trap, but what I think
It
happens.
can be.
It's a little bit of a
But isn't
it's a-
that how
it's a-
you argue?
So my question so the way that I actually think is this, being like totally transparent. I know the actual path out of this conversation, but I'm not going to actually take it. I'm going to
No, I would like to take it if you. I would like to be challenged on it.
I will. But first I'm going to engage. So
Okay.
initially, what I would say is this. Why does there have to be objective morality?
Well, that would actually come down to whether you believe there is objective morality, and that would come from your worldview. I believe there is, because when I see the sun and I see the sun is hot
Dodge.
and bright, it doesn't matter if someone tells me that it's not hot and bright, because
That's not morality. That's
Dodge.
no,
He asked,
I
why
understand
does
it's
it
not
have to
morality.
be?
I'm using an equivalency like comparison. That's all. I'm using a physical
But
comparison
that's
to
not
the moral
answering the
morality.
But
question.
it's
Why does
not-
there have to be an objective morality in the first place?
so okay. And
Because
we're
my
cool.
worldview accounts for an objective morality. So because I
It
believe
does, but why do I have to get on the same level as your view? It's sort of like
You
it's sort of
don't.
like that. Like
You don't.
argue
You don't
with
have
an
to.
idiot, because if
No,
you
sir.
have to stoop to their level to argue, you're also an idiot. Like I don't need to get down to the worldview that you have to argue it. Let's both
Yeah.
talk up here.
no,
So
I'm not.
let's
I'm not.
pretend
I'm not.
like-
That's
let's
not my
pretend
intention,
like-
sir.
No. I actually appreciate your honesty. You're fantastic. I appreciate your honesty. What I'm positing is this. There doesn't have to be a supermind. Let's call it Brainiac. Wasn't that like a Superman villain? I think Brainiac, Power Act Man, if I remember. Let's
I don't
pretend
know. You
like
just gave me Animaniacs.
let's pretend like there's a super god out there that's not the Christian God.
Okay.
Because I can disprove the Christian God all day, every day. let's
I
pretend like
would refute that. I think I could hold my own
well,
against you with that.
we can get into the text later if you want to.
Yeah.
But let's pretend for your sake
Okay.
that Brainiac Superac Man is the all-powerful objective mentality deity. Okay.
Okay.
Why do I have to believe that a Brainiac Superac Man even exists? And why can't I believe that just as a collective group of people, we have evolved over time to decide what is right and wrong, and we don't agree? We don't agree. Guess what? I think abortion's okay. Do you?
Is that the question?
Actually, I don't know if I agree on abortion. I had a really
No,
philosophical conversation.
I don't think
about
killing
this.
any human is
I
okay,
actually
no matter
am
their
not gonna take
location,
that stance.
development,
I
mental
agree.
capacity.
Hold on.
All right,
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm gonna refill water while you take this.
Let's not bring abortion into it.
Yeah.
Okay,
'Cause-
but I can answer his
hold
question.
on.
Okay.
That topic shouldn't come in
Yes.
between two men.
Okay.
Because anyone who has an abortion doesn't just think abortion is okay. It is a very difficult conversation that involves a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with whether or not there is a subjective moral mind. So that's
No, I understand that. I just don't
and
think that we should give
I'm
special
throwing it off
murder
the
rights to
table.
mothers. That's all.
All right.
And that is not what abortion is. So we are
Okay.
tabling that one and going back.
That was my bad.
Back
Yeah,
to
that
the
was a really
morality
bad
question.
thing to
Back
throw.
to the morality question. That's what we were
Back,
speaking
back,
about. And this is
back,
my
back.
point. I kind of just caught you in it.
No.
Yeah, because
No.
here's the thing. You don't have to believe. You asked me, why do I have to believe? That's the whole subject here. You don't. You don't believe in Christ. That's your choice. You're free to do
Love these
so.
moral arguments, man. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
that
sorry.
you're free to do so. My argument is more. That's all it is. And I'm trying to be as I'm trying to be as calm and kind as I can.
No,
But
you're good.
also
You're good.
speaking in truth. If I do
my
come across
energy,
as rude,
man.
it's not
you
my
got
intention.
my energy. Only like it's a little bit late for me, but actually it's good because if you and I both were matching energy right now,
Yes,
we
sir.
would lose so many viewers only because I would we'd be. But actually, it's why I appreciate this. So here's my question.
Yes, sir.
So first of all, you're positing that there is an objective, super powerful mind named
No, I believe in God.
Brainiac Man, or are we going to call him Elohim, or are we going to
No,
call
he's
him
called
Yahweh?
He's called God. We can just call him God.
God. Okay.
I believe that God is the source of life and all that is true. So therefore,
The
my
Christian God,
worldview.
right? Or is it the Islam God?
No, I can. Let me just get my my argument real quick here.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
All right. So I believe in morality. I think that everything points to morality. I think that there is a difference between Jeffrey Dahmer and a young child who accidentally got in a bike accident and died. I think that there is an ultimate. I think that someone who grew up living a holy life per se has a different outcome than someone like Jeffrey Dahmer. I think there is a justification in the end. If there is no right or wrong, heaven or hell, objective good, objective bad, then everything is just opinion. And that's what Jeffrey Dahmer believed. Jeffrey Dahmer believed completely into that. And that's why he acted upon it, because there was no God, there was no justice, nothing mattered. We're only here for a split second, then boom, we're gone, we're nothing but stardust. So because of that, he lived his life as such. I don't believe that. My worldview believes that I am held accountable for my moral actions because morality is dictated by God. And if I look at history, the most moral person I know is Christ. And Christ, no religion will argue that there's anyone more moral than Christ. Even Islam will revere Christ as the most moral person. They call him Isa, although they corrupted him and everything else. And Buddhism as well. The Hindus revere Jesus, but when you look at all the texts and all the religions, they all point towards Jesus, and Jesus says, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and no one gets to the Father but through me."
The only reason I'm going to stop you, Daniel, is not because you're not making good points, but only because if you make more than 3 points, I have ADD and I can't actually remember.
I do too.
I also know this. I can't remember past the third, so I don't want to. So I'm stopping.
I have ADD too. I have ADD too. That's why I have to write it. I got a piece of board here with a black marker with notes written on it.
That's good. That's good. And so, did you know that Jeffrey Dahmer became a Christian in prison and repented and was born again?
So back to where I said about the orthodoxy. We have a different theology. I don't know. This is where I take this at. I'm not judge. I'm not Christ. I don't know where Jeffrey Dahmer is. I don't know the end, so I don't judge because he's outside the church.
Just a bad argument. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna like stand your argument off of like a terrible person,
Yeah.
don't choose Hitler because he was a Christian.
Do I think
don't
that
choose
Jeffrey Dahmer could be
because he
offered
became
repent?
a Christian? And guess what? Hitler and Jeffrey Dahmer are both in heaven.
Okay,
According to
but so
theology.
do I think that if Jeffrey Dahmer repented truly of his sins and turned to Christ and fully,
I do.
yeah, but do you? What I'm saying is, do I know if he did? No, I don't know. But do I
Sounds like you
believe
did,
that
honestly.
God
He was,
can
like,
redeem
truly
someone so
repentant.
sick? Yes,
So
that's
are
what
you
I do
saying
believe.
that Jeffrey Dahmer, if he didn't wait, I'm so confused. Actually, let's pin the Jeffrey
pin
Dahmer.
the name drops and go back to
Okay.
the morality.
So objective morality. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Is something good? Let me try to word this correctly.
Okay.
Is something good because God commands it?
No, something-
Or does God command it because it's good? So let me rephrase that. Does God command something because it's good? So we agree that in your worldview, God is all good. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, God's all good, and all good
Okay.
things come from
Okay.
God. Yeah.
So does God command something because it's good, or is anything that God commands good?
Scripture teaches that all things God created was good, because on the last day he sat and he basically said, "Look, I made all these things. It is
Hold
good."
on.
That's what
You said
right?
created. He asked about commands.
Right. But what I'm
Let's
saying
not
is,
convolute.
so let me give two analogies.
Everything God commands is good. Yes or no?
Oh, everything God commands.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought he said
that
created.
was the question, not create.
Oh.
But there is a
Command.
I
I mean, both of those are important, but the question
I need to know which fork he's going to take.
Yeah.
On this.
Yeah, if God commands it, yeah, it's good.
Okay.
It might not be good for like certain people, it might not be good for certain things, and might not be good to look at, but ultimately it's good for God's plan, which is for the salvation of man. That is the ultimate goal.
Okay, so anything that God actually says, and this is what you should do.
I don't
is
question
good.
God's morality, because I'm not objective in my morality. I'm
Now,
subjective.
what's interesting to me about this is, do you feel that God has a mind?
Yes, God is personal. Yeah, he created us in his image. This is why you and I are having this conversation with intellect minds right now.
So God is an entity.
God is a personal being. Yes, he's not a creation.
But
He's a
not
being.
just a person. I mean, he's a personal being, but he's a being in and of itself. Like he floats somewhere up there in the cosmos. And I'm not trying to like put him into
No,
like
he's
a body.
outside. He's not floating in the cosmos. He's outside our reality. So he's beyond the bounds of any restrictions of space, time, and matter, because space, time, and matter came into existence the exact same time, right? We know, like when we look at science will even say, yeah, space, time, and matter. You can't have anything, but you got to have space to put something in, right? You got to have matter. You got to have a place in time, in linear time, for it to exist. So space, time, and matter has to come into existence at the same time. That means that whoever created it exists outside of it, and that would be God.
So
he's outside of space, outside of time, outside of matter.
So God has a mind, and
Yes.
God is an entity. And what you're saying is that anything that God commands with a mind and an entity is good. So this mind and
That's
entity,
not exactly what I'm saying. No, I'm not quite
Can
saying.
you rephrase
I'm saying
that?
God is good. God himself is good. What God
Is
does
he an
is
entity?
good. What do you let's narrow in what
I
you
mean
mean by entity.
What I mean by entity is he a thing? And it doesn't have to be like a
He is not a
physical
thing. No.
It can be a spiritual thing. It can be a magical
Yes.
thing. It can
God
be a
is spirit. He is love.
spiritual.
He is all that is good.
So does this spiritual thing with a mind, so we have agreed to a couple of things.
Spiritual person. Yeah.
We've agreed that God is a spiritual person with a mind, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So this spiritual person with a mind commands things that we have record of, correct?
Yep.
Is this spiritual being that has a mind, when it commands things? Wait a minute. Hold on. Actually, here's the thing that gets me. Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
If something with a mind commands something,
Mm-hmm.
that means that the thing it commands, or the thing that it says is right or wrong, is subjective to the mind of the thing. So what you're
That's
saying
always my
is,
question.
or I had to
Wouldn't
walk
be
them down the path,
subjective.
though. You see, it's a domino. You got to walk them down the thing. So
It
what I'm
wouldn't be
saying,
subjective because it would be coming
Your
from
morals
God,
are
and He would be the
subject to your
source, right?
God.
so it's still subjective morality. It's just subjective to God. So when you say objective
but-
morality, what you really mean is objective morality is subjective morality only towards your magical imaginary friend.
Well, I mean, that's more of an insult than it is an argument. But can I ask you this? When it
Where
comes
would
to
you
the
say they come from if they're objective?
Where does that argument
Man,
And I'm
let me
not
ask you
trying
this:
to avoid your
is the
question.
sun
I'm just trying to-
subjectively is the sun subjectively bright?
That doesn't answer the question about.
No,
where
it
morals
does,
come
because
from.
I'm showing you a logical comparison
Actually,
here.
I would like to walk
for it.
down his argument,
for it.
if you don't mind.
Is the sun subjectively hot and bright? Or
It's
objectively?
subjectively bright. Okay, Daniel.
Is the sun objectively hot?
Stop. The sun is subjectively bright to a blind versus a person who can see.
Okay, so in compared to absolute darkness, is the sun objectively or subjectively bright?
I'm not sure where you're going with this, but the sun's
When
bright.
you don't have light, the absence of light is darkness, which means light has to be objectively bright to the darkness, which means God, being the essence of morality, is objectively moral.
Why is morality objective or subjective? I'm walking down the path.
Coming
that you
from
think
the
we're
source, it would be objective. Anything below that is subjective. That's my point. As Christians, we reach to God for our morality because we can never obtain it, but it keeps us on a path of a never-ending theosis. Theosis is the Greek word, which means to be more like God, to continue that path throughout this life into what's called sainthood, right? You know, the sainthood. And that to become more like Christ. Christ became our example.
I mean, you can
and then we
say
follow
a lot
Christ.
of words fast, or you can.
Let's pause it and go
Pause
back
and
because
make
I don't
a
think you
point.
made a point that
You're
the audience
like-
understands.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to call this a little bit of word vomit because you're just kind of like.
Right.
Like
I'm sorry. I didn't know you
I'm
weren't
just
following.
saying, like, you're saying a lot of things, but like we can't necessarily.
How did we get
from objective
towards?
morality?
Okay, so it's
Yeah,
sort of
go
like me saying, if I punch the wall and it hurts my hand, is the
Yeah.
wall real? Yes.
No, is
Therefore,
your
God
pain
is real.
objectively true? Like,
The
are you
wall is
feeling pain when it
objectively
hurts
true,
your hand?
Therefore, God is real. You know what, dude? You converted me. I
Okay,
can punch the wall. It's hard, and therefore God is real. I'm super confused.
No, okay. There is no argument against objectivity because objectivity is the finite truth of what something is, right? Like you and me, we are on devices talking right now, right?
Can you pause for a second and can I say something that I think you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah.
you correct me and
Yes,
tell
sir.
me if what you're saying is not true. I
Okay.
think what you're saying is that because myself and yourself and this person and our dog, probably not our dog because they're an inferior being. Let's just call it the humans. Because the humans know what is for sure right and wrong. The
Mhm.
only way that we can for sure know what is right and wrong is because there is an all-powerful being, Brainiac Powerac Man, in the sky
No,
telling
not my
us
argument.
what is right or wrong. Okay.
No, my
It
argument
hurt
is not
my-
Well,
whether or
then where
not we
does the
know for sure what
objectivity
is
Where's
right.
the
and-
objectivity come from? I'm super confused.
If
But
that's
my
not
argument's
your
not whether or
argument,
not
then
whether. Sorry, go ahead.
If your argument isn't that objectivity comes from God, then what is your argument?
That-
And why
no,
would
that's not what I'm saying. He said. So can you just reiterate the last thing you said? I just got derailed in my thought. Just 1 second. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just saying, I think what you're saying is that the reason why there must be some all-powerful Brainiac Powerac Man in the sky is because all of us humans know for sure what is right and wrong, and the only way we can have moral right and
No.
wrong is because Brainiac Powerac Man.
No, my argument's not whether we know what's right or wrong. My argument is what dictates is objectively right and wrong. That's my argument.
I don't think anything does. And how can you prove me
Okay,
wrong?
so
there?
that's my point, though. That's my point. Is the atheistic worldview cannot say that someone
Right,
who leads
which
a
is why
really
it's
good life
superior than
versus someone
yours.
who leads an
Because your
evil
worldview
life.
is stupid because you base it off of late Bronze Age laws. Your worldview is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You base it off of Hittite laws, Assyrian laws, Hammurabi laws, the freaking whole like ancient late Bronze Age period, and you're saying this is objectively true because my daddy taught it to me when I was a kid, or your daddy taught another daddy and they taught it to you because you were an atheist. But whatever. I'm just
No,
saying
sir.
it doesn't make sense to make that be some sort of a weird objective truth.
No,
Like,
no.
why
that's
is
not,
that true?
Well, what I'm saying here is basically there's two worldviews, right? You have a different worldview than I have. We must have different worldviews.
Why is
Because
mine
I'm a
wrong
Christian
and why
and
is
you're
yours
not.
right? And why can't we just like
Okay, so to his point, yes, we have different worldviews.
yes,
What is your
proceed.
next point?
Right. So as the Orthodox Christian, I believe that my morality. You're just disagreeing with me, and you're free to do so. I'm not gonna.
Okay, but
I'm not.
where do you believe your morality comes from? Because our point was if
My
it comes
morality
from
comes from God.
how do you get there?
And convince the
And
audience
two,
why they should
why
believe
is
that.
your God moral? Because everything in your God's book is horrific.
Dude, your Bible is
like it's literally
fucked up.
awful. So one,
Okay.
why does God equal morals? And two, why are those morals good? Like why can I as an atheist say, actually, I think that slavery and stoning
But
women
do you-
and
do you
killing children
understand?
is wrong, but you think that your God gives you morals. Like explain that to
Objective.
me. Like I'm a child.
Okay.
Like I'm
I-
5.
My belief that morals comes from God is in my faith and my belief in Christ, right? So
Define
I obviously
faith.
not gonna.
What
I'm
do you
not
mean
gonna
by
be able
faith?
to.
Stop.
What's that? Sorry.
One at a
Nah,
time.
yeah,
What do you
no.
mean by faith? What do you mean
Prove
by
a
faith?
point before you get to the next one because we're not convinced.
Right. Well, what do you mean by
Faith means nothing.
like you're saying that your
Faith
faith
means I believe because there's no proof.
No, that's not what faith is. That's
Yes, it
that's a
is.
very
That's
that's a Protestant
exactly
understanding
what
of faith.
means. Faith means
Okay, so faith-
believing even
we-
though there's
in
no
the Orthodox-
proof.
Okay, would you like me to answer?
Yeah.
The Orthodox faith looks at faith and deeds as two in the same, right? So they're two things. So
Faith and
it
deeds
says
are
in the Bible.
different.
Well, it says in the Bible, it's not what is taught in the church. It's not what was taught in the apostolic tradition for the last 2,000 years. It's taught that deeds and faith are the exact same things within the church because they ought to be separated. For instance, it says in the scripture that Christ Jesus put together deeds in preparation for us for his doing here on earth. So when we do good deeds as Christians, we're doing it for Christ here on earth for other people
For brownie
to
points?
represent him on earth. And that the good deeds are commanded to us because God is the source of morality. That's where my worldview comes from. My question, my confusion comes from
You
how
keep saying God is a source of morality. We're asking you to prove that point before you tell me that
so-
source of morality causes you to behave a certain way.
you're trying to shift the burden.
So-
You're
of proof.
yeah, like you
No,
literally
no.
didn't answer the question and then you used the point to try to make a different point.
Okay.
How is God morality before you
I
use
answered
it to
you.
define
You're not
your
hearing me,
actions?
ma'am. Ma'am, you're not hearing me. I answered you. I said that is my view. I can't prove
Because why?
to you who don't want to believe in God that morality comes from God. I'm
Do you
telling you
think
that's
that
what I believe
chose
from
not to
my
believe in God, or
perspective.
do you think that I just don't believe in God?
I
you think
tried
I
to answer
chose?
you guys by asking you a couple questions, but you got really offended when I questioned your
ask
worldview
the
about
first
morality, and you got
question,
really
ask-
upset with me. And
I just feel like you're shifting the question, but continue.
no, I'm not trying to shift. I'm trying to bring the logical conclusion around and give you some comparisons here because you don't understand. You don't believe in the spiritual realm. So I'm trying to use materialistic things like the sun and stuff to try to correlate a logical sequence for you to understand. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to insult you or your intelligence or your worldviews or anything like that. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out where you guys are coming from so I can have a counteractive conversation. But it's very obvious you're pretty upset when I question you're very quick to say my God's not real, my God has no morality, but you can't say why Jeffrey Dahmer and an innocent child has different outcomes and why their lives meant anything at all. You have no argument for that.
I think the reason that you're getting that impression from us is because we keep asking you, how do you get God equals morality? And
Because
then when
that's
you
what I
answer,
believe. That's
you
my
keep
choice
saying,
to believe.
because God is can I say what I'm getting from the conversation and why that we're
Sure, go
expressing
ahead.
this way, and then get your response.
Sure,
So what
sorry.
I have been getting from this is that we keep asking, how does God equal morality? And your answer seems to keep saying, because God is morality, I do
No,
X,
I
Y,
didn't
Z.
say that once.
So how do you get morality from God?
God is the creation of all things, and all
But we don't
things
believe
good.
that. So what makes it
Okay,
moral?
so there lies the logical conclusion. You just don't choose to believe it. I choose to believe it.
Belief is
You're
not
asking
a
me
choice.
where I get my logic from my belief.
No. Belief is not a choice. You don't choose to believe in something. You are convinced to believe in something.
Really? Really?
Yes.
So when you're driving on the
choose
highway,
not
do
to believe.
you?
I would love to believe in something and just believe I was going to heaven. There are no facts to convince me to believe. Go ahead.
So you don't have
I'll
any
take a
faith
step
in,
back. Go ahead.
you don't have faith and belief that somebody driving in the highway is not going to turn
the
into
real
you?
Daniel, do you believe in the tooth fairy?
No, I don't believe in the tooth fairy. Of course not.
Can you choose to believe in the tooth fairy?
You can definitely choose to believe in the tooth fairy.
Do it right now.
I don't, because there's no logical reasons for me to believe in the tooth fairy, because the tooth fairy don't challenge anything like morality on things like abortion
No,
and
I
stuff.
actually don't want another caller. It is 1 a.m. here.
It's 2:36 here, man.
Well, I don't.
I'm just saying I don't have to go live longer than I want to, so I don't necessarily have to take other callers.
I'm sorry if I insulted you. That wasn't my intent or anything, but
I'm not trying to end this contentiously. I was
no,
trying.
I understand. I was hoping to get to a few points like.
Hold on. Yeah, we don't have to end it here. Hold on.
It's only midnight, dude.
Yeah, the point. I think that we just keep going circularly, and I would like to try to.
Daniel,
I'm going to give it back to you because maybe you can articulate. I haven't been articulating it well, so I think maybe you can figure out what I was trying to say in a better way, because I think you understand what I'm trying to say. That I think that we keep missing the same point, and that's why we're not trying to be angry with you or contentious with you. I just feel like we keep hitting the issue and then going around the issue and not addressing the issue. And that's why I'm I don't want to move on to another point until we figure that part out. But I'm clearly, I think I might be the one not communicating well. So I'm going to let Josh
I'll summarize.
I'm going to let you take one more second.
May I just summarize one thing about the belief we were talking about?
No, dude, we got time.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't have much time.
No. Oh,
I'm
sorry.
I'm assuming you guys are you husband and wife?
Let's hit a reset. What will happen is sometimes when the pace gets up tempo, heart rates can improve.
We just want to
that's fine.
I'm address the point.
I'm okay with that if you want. I don't want to ruin your guys' night or derail you guys. Nothing. I honestly, my hope, my prayers and hope is for you guys to come back to Christ, and because honestly, that would be my joy, is to have a good conversation with you guys in heaven or something someday. That would be my.
Some Socratic questions, and let's just take it that route.
Yeah, but Matt, can I say something to summarize one point that we just left off on?
Absolutely, you got the floor.
So are you guys husband and wife? Can I just assume that?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So I think we were going in circles, but I was feeling like I was actually getting to the answer, because you were asking me how I believed in morality. And I said, it's because I choose to believe in that thing. And because in that same way, you have a relationship with someone, you have a relationship with God, and through Christ as well. In the same sense, you I would hope would believe that he would be faithful to you, right? Because you love him and he loves you, and therefore, you have that relationship. So
let's let Adele have the floor for a second. You just brought up a point.
Well, I just want to address this point before we move on to the next one. So one, belief is not a choice. I believe that my husband is faithful to me for a lot of reasons that I can tangibly
But I could
prove.
fuck around on her.
Yeah.
He could.
I can prove. I can prove.
Let me hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
It's relevant. It's relevant, and it's not contentious.
You're getting Adele fired
I think
up.
that I'm not fired up. I think that there's a difference between believing in a person that you can tangibly know and feel and prove and see their works, and belief in something that you're supposed to just believe in because people tell you to.
That's
my
fair.
belief in my husband is very different than my belief in a God.
That is very fair. That's a fair statement.
For very specific reasons. Now, whether or not we agree on a belief in God is different, But I can have very strong beliefs in my husband for very different reasons than I would have a belief in a God.
Sure.
And thank you for conceding
And
that point.
I will
So I
concede to that
disagree
because
with that
that is
analogy,
logical.
but continue on your next point.
Okay, so I'll concede to that because that's logical, but I will relate to that and tell you, like you have tangible evidence with him because you have a relationship. I don't know him at all. I don't know anything about this man. You do. So you have that tangible evidence. So you believe that he will be faithful. I have a relationship with God that's separate from your relationship with him. So therefore, my belief is in that relationship. Similar to like you have a relationship with him, I have a relationship with God. So therefore, that's where I get that's why I'm hitting a dead end when you're kind of bringing it around. I choose to believe it because my life experience has brought me to know
believe in God because there's no proof in it.
No, I choose to believe in God because of my life experience. I can share, I've had things happen to me personally.
So I honestly think
but if I shared it with you, I know it would be just knocked off as like, he's a little nuts, he's crazy.
No,
I know how
I'm not calling you nuts, but I am saying that the only thing that I think a belief in God can boil down to is personal experience. And the reason that I can't take that as evidence is because anyone of any faith, whether or not I believe in Hinduism or Muslims or anything, they all have personal experience in their faith and they cannot all be right. So your personal experience cannot be proof.
She's got a good point there.
Sure. But when you take personal experience and then you put it against theological and historical theology and apostolic succession and everything else that goes with it, and we see the correlation, we see what Christ teaches. See,
what sort of reason do you have to believe the Bible above the Quran?
Oh, okay. So the reason why I believe the Bible before the Quran, can I answer with a couple quick questions?
Yeah.
Okay. So when was the Bible made?
722 BC was the first time it was probably penned, but there was an oral tradition before that.
Okay, so this is a question I ask a lot of people, and you get different opinions depending on how people perceive the Bible. So the Bible was canonized. It took hundreds of years, about 400 years before they had the first initial, structure of it and so on and so forth. But it was the canonization of letters, right? Epistles and letters.
BC, it was canonized. You could say 350. It was canonized.
Yeah, approximately. And then there was a few more added after a couple councils and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Right.
And
you're not a Jew, so you don't believe it was like rabbinic Judaism.
No, definitely not. No, we are not Judaizers. That is condemned in the scriptures. So
sorry, Jewish viewers, by the way, we are actually pro everyone. But anyways, sorry, go ahead. You're not condemned.
So when was the Bible? Who made the Bible? Who canonized the Bible with the New Testament and the Old Testament as we know it? Well, not as we know it.
So Marcion wrote the first canon in 144 BC. He threw out the Old Testament, borrowed from Luke, and then had the Pauline letters. So the first canonical book of the New Testament
was a heresy.
The Bible was Marcion in 144 BC.
Yeah, and that's why they had a council, because he pretty much chopped it up and did whatever he want and created a heretical book. And they said, we need to get the proper letters and we need to organize them and put them together into the epistles and so on and so forth. That's why the Bible was only written by those who walked with Christ, knew Christ, or knew someone who knew Christ directly. That's why
Clement. Know these people? Like, how do you know that they knew this?
How do I know? Well, we have a lot of documentation within the church. We have
what is the documentation?
The epistles of Clement. The Epistle of Clement and stuff like that.
What do you know about the Epistles of Clement? And by the way, it's called the Homilies of Clement. What do you know about the Homilies of Clement?
The Epistle of Clement, we call it the Epistle of Clement in the Orthodox Church. The Homily of Clement is what they call it in the Catholic Church. The Epistle of Clement. I'm going to tell you what I've been learning about it is a lot of miracles that were happening, things were happening with Christianity during the time, where it talks about the church, how the church will conduct itself with the bishops and priests, and it kind of outlines a little bit also of how the liturgy is done within the early church, right? Because liturgy was pretty much how the gospel was shared in the church, because like 90 to 95% of Rome was illiterate, so it was done through the liturgy. So
was
the gospel
Jesus
was
literate?
Shared during that. What's that? Sorry.
Was Jesus literate?
Jesus was literate. Yeah, of course. He created language.
Why didn't he write a book, man?
Why didn't he? Because he didn't have to. He said, my words will not fade away. And we're speaking about him right now, having a whole debate about him.
So why do you Paul and Jesus and James all contradict each other? And wouldn't it have been more, simpatico if Jesus would have just wrote his own book and not
No, because
had
if
all
he
those?
would have wrote his
Do you
book, then
believe
people.
that there are any contradictions in the Bible?
No, I don't think in
If
the
I can
same
show you
in
a
the same way that
contradiction,
you
will
are, and I'll
convert
explain what I mean
to
by that.
atheism? If I can show you a contradiction, will you convert to atheism?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Do you want a New Testament or Old Testament
Give
contradiction?
me a New Testament.
We're gonna go to Acts because honestly,
That's a real, yeah.
the
that's
last.
Oh, is that where you're talking about with Daniel?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I heard that
have more.
conversation.
In fact, if you don't want to go to Acts, I can go to a different one. But I
No,
was
that's
dying.
fine.
I was dying, and if Daniel's still on, like listening, I'd love for him to hear this. Okay.
Now, you brought it up on the screen there. I was there when you were talking to Daniel.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Hopefully, people screen shared it or
Yeah,
screenshotted
so-
it. Okay.
Well, and again, we're looking at this from a very different perspective. Now, you're looking at things.
Not at all. I was a Christian. We're
No,
looking
no,
at it from
I
the
understand
same
that, but I'm
What
an-
we're looking at it as what does the text say?
I would argue, as an Orthodox Christian, we're very staunch when it comes to holding the faith.
What's
from the
your
apostle belief.
staunch? What's
Yeah,
your
we're very
staunch
staunch.
Is
version
there
of the
some
Bible?
kind of a different staunch belief in what the words mean?
Are you belittling
we
the
don't-
other
we don't-
Christians who are not staunch?
We don't think that the Bible and the church
Okay,
are to
actually,
be
screw
separated.
Acts. Just tell me, how the hell did Judas die?
How
For
did Judas
God's
die?
sakes, this is so fucking easy. How
Oh,
did
so
Judas
you're-
die?
He died by hanging, which when he jumped, it is reported that when he jumped, his guts probably fell out,
Wrong.
or he fell and the rope smashed and he hit his
Wrong.
head, depending on how you're reading it.
Okay,
Okay,
let's take a
Okay.
look here.
so somehow all
I'm going
of
to
them,
share the
right?
screen because you know what? The real Daniel. Do you believe in the book of God, the Bible?
Yep.
Then let's just take this to the frickin' book because
All
man,
right.
we can philosophize all frickin' day.
We're
Well, let's
gonna
look. Let's look. Let's just take a look. Let's look at Matthew 27, 6-7, and let's
All
read
right.
about how Judas died.
All right.
Can you read this, or do you want me to read it?
No, I can't read it. I'm on my phone. It's too small, and I'm 40.
I'm gonna read it, and I'm over 40, but I have it on my computer, so that's not fair. If I was
appreciate
to
it.
try to read it on my phone, I also wouldn't be able to read it. So
Please read.
I'm with you, dude. Okay. All right. Okay. This is Matthew for you and the readers. Matthew 27, 6-7.
Yes.
The chief priests, taking the pieces of silver, said, "It is not lawful to put them into the treasury, since they are blood money."
Mhm.
After conferring together, they used them to buy the potter's field as a place to bury foreigners. By the way, that's another contradiction. Anybody watching in the future, bookmark that and find the other contradiction. Oh crap! Oh,
Okay.
actually, that's one of the contradictions. Okay, hold on. That's
You're
great.
saying it was another one.
Yeah,
Part of it,
this is one of them. Okay. It says in Acts, brothers and sisters, the scripture had to be fulfilled, which the Holy Spirit, through David, foretold concerning Judas, who became a guide for those who arrested Jesus, for he was numbered among us and was allotted his share in this ministry. Now this man acquired a field. Wait a minute. Did Judas acquire the field, or did the priest take the money and buy the field?
Priest took the money and bought it.
Okay.
Hmm.
In
Mhm.
Acts, it says that Judas took the money and bought the field.
No, Judas did take money and bought the field. He tried to get
So
it back.
Zach's
They bought the
wrong.
field because they couldn't put it back in. No, it's not. Just read the other one.
You're right. If I read the other one, it says, the chief priests took the pieces of silver, and they said it's not lawful to put them into the treasury since they are blood money. So after
Yes,
they
sir.
talked among themselves,
So what
they
you were talking about
used
how Judas then bought
the
field.
money to buy Potter's field. But so that's Matthew.
Yes, sir.
But you're saying
Sir,
Acts
I don't
is
mean
wrong.
I don't mean to cut you off.
You're saying Acts
um,
is wrong because Acts is saying Judas bought the field.
Well, see, may I make an assertion here?
Insert.
All right, thank you.
I consent.
I've never. I don't know if I'm debating or not. I've
You're
never
going to
done
get
debate.
stoned
I just got up because
if
I like to
you
talk about Jesus.
insert homosexually, but go ahead.
Okay. So I'm just going to look at it how I look at it and how it's been the apostolic understanding looks at this as well when we read these things in Scripture. Because you talked about contradictions earlier, and I said I said, well, it depends on what you mean by a contradiction. And my profession before I got out, I was in the military, and one of my jobs was what's called a flight safety officer. When an aircraft crashes, we mask everything off, and then we have to go and, find the body parts, find the aircraft parts, and find out, the black box, how it hit the ground, and so on and so forth, and do this big investigation, right? I'm coming around to it. Just give me a second.
No, I'm with you. You're good.
I'm long-winded
And
in
we're
my
not
explanation.
rushing you.
Yeah, you're good.
So one of the things we do is we take witnesses and we separate witnesses, okay? And we ask them questions. And for instance, when the Titanic went down, right? People who were on the Titanic, they actually interviewed several of them. We use this in a case study. Actually, we used this exact example in our studies when we were doing the training.
I'm familiar with this. Actually, go ahead. Yeah,
they took people from the Titanic and they interviewed them, and they said, "What happened? What happened?" And some people said, "Well, we hit an iceberg," and then other people said, "We don't know," and the boat cracked in half, and other people said that the boat went down in one piece. Right now, we got different accounts from different people who were on the boat. Right. But one thing's for sure is the boat sunk. So there's no contradiction. Judas died. We're not going to cast out the fact that he died and say he didn't die and it's all fabricated.
So what you're telling me, can I fast
different.
forward for the audience, because they track faster than you think.
Yeah.
So what you're basically saying is, if everybody witnesses something, they all see it a little differently.
Yes.
And therefore, if Judas, for example, bought the field in Acts, but the priest bought the field in Matthew, it's because the witnesses writing the book saw it a little differently. Can I elaborate on that one more step? In Matthew 27, 3-5, it says, when Judas, his betrayer, saw that Jesus was condemned, he repented and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests, which they bought the field with, which we know now.
Yeah.
I have sinned. What is it to us? See to yourself. Throwing down the pieces of silver in the temple, he departed and he went and he hanged himself. Yeah. That's the book of Matthew. Do you believe that Judas hanged himself? Or is this just a witness that doesn't know what the frick they're talking about, like the Titanic survivors?
I believe, if you're asking me what I believe.
A bigger question.
Yeah.
Before I turn it over. Does God have any hand in how this is written? Or is this just witnesses randomly writing 2,000 years ago? Does God have any freaking mind? Your brainiac, power act man in the sky. Did he influence these authors at all? Or is this just some sort of a magical, not magical, a person writing like a Titanic?
Because if it's all random, why do we believe any
shit?
of it?
Homer was right when the Trojans got in the horse, and freaking Josephus was right when Hercules did the mighty works. Or is this ordained by God to be true? Is this book written by people influenced by God, or is it random witnesses like the Titanic survivors and Homer and Josephus and Philo and Pliny the elder and younger and Tacitus? Go ahead.
It is the book inspired by God, authored by God.
What does inspired mean? What does inspired mean?
Okay, so it is a book inspired,
that's such
which
a
means
bullshit term. My dad used to use that. Go ahead. What does inspired mean? It means influenced. We nuzzled it. We didn't truly write it because God clearly couldn't write his own book. But he nuzzled against it, and it was God adjacent. Is this a God adjacent book?
No. This is
because I think that the Quran's God adjacent.
Okay. You're free to choose that. You believe that. But the evidence for me, the evidence points towards Scripture.
We don't believe any of this. We're making a point, but
no. Don't let him derail. Don't
I'm not letting him derail. I'm restating your question.
Go ahead.
How is it the same thing to say that this is somehow from God and needs to be believed because it is our truth and our moral guidance? This goes back to objective morals. Somehow this book is where we get it from versus,
no, I never claimed we got it from the book.
Titanic and everyone sees something different. Those cannot be the same.
I was just telling you from my profession perspective, how we do investigations. We don't discredit witness statements when I'm in the middle of a field and there's an airplane.
You're saying, and the audience understands. You're
Yeah.
saying if you have 5 people in an Arby's and someone comes in and punches some lady in the face at a table, they're all going to give different accounts of how tall the person was.
Yeah,
Cool.
they
We get
might.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, my pastor used to tell that to us too when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Super cool. It's how
Yeah.
you resolve the Gospels. But
Well,
here's
see-
my question. Does
Yeah.
God have anything to do with how these testimonies are done? Or is it just random people witnessing things? Because here, for the audience's sake, because we have quite a few viewers actually right now, for
Yeah.
the audience's sake, there are 2 vastly different accounts of how Judas died. In Matthew, it says that Judas, throwing down the pieces of silver, which we just read the priest used to buy the potter's field, he departed and he went and hanged himself.
Mhm.
And then if we go to frickin' Acts 1:18 through 19, please write this down. Anybody who wants to actually learn why the Bible is full of crap. It says, now this man acquiring a field with the reward of his wickedness, meaning
didn't give it
Judas,
back.
who didn't give back the freaking money and falling headlong. So
Hold
he's
on,
like,
does it say
I
he
took
didn't
the
give back
money
the
and I'm
money?
running into the field. He fell headlong. Hold on, this is actually
Yeah,
kinda
fell
cool with the green
headlong.
screen. And his
And
guts
then he
burst
burst
open,
open.
his bowels gushed out. And this
Yeah,
became
so-
known to all the residents of Jerusalem, so that the field was called in their language the field of blood, which is funny because if you also look up the field of blood in the Old Testament, there's another reason why it's called the field of blood. So there are like 5 contradictions in this one situation, and I
Okay.
have thousands more. But here's
Sure.
the thing that drives me nuts and
Judas
why you're
still
not
dead,
an
though, you
honest
know.
caller. This is why you're not an
Yeah,
honest
you're-
caller.
yeah.
Like the last Daniel, the reason
Why am
you're
I not an honest caller? That's
is
not fair. I'm
because-
being as honest as I can.
Do you want
to
to know
you.
the real reason? Do you want to know?
Yes, sir.
The reason you're not an honest caller and the reason why I had to get animated was because the last Daniel, who I would say is the real Daniel, would
Yes, sir.
actually listen to the argument and debate based on the text. You're basically saying
I'm sorry
that
if I'm not
this
doing
book
that.
is all like fluid. The Bible's super fluid. God didn't really write it. He just
Okay.
influenced it. So
Yeah.
in Matthew, when it says that Judas hanged himself,
Mhm.
and in Acts, when it said his guts burst out as he was running across the field with the money that he didn't have in Matthew, that's just because it was 2 different witnesses. I'm saying, you know what? How do we even know Jesus rose from the dead? Do you want to talk about the resurrection contradictions?
Well, we
You
can go
don't.
there, but do you want me to
Let's go
answer the
there.
questions you asked first, or
Go ahead.
okay?
Go ahead. And then we will get to the
and I-
resurrection contradictions.
Actually, not
Okay.
tonight.
No,
I'm
not
calling it
tonight.
after this.
Because
tell you-
the viewers
tell
have
you
seen
what, sir.
enough. This is.
I'm
this is
sorry
just
if I
embarrassing
offended
at
you
this
in
point.
any way. That was not my
No,
intent.
you didn't offend me.
I didn't mean to get you
You didn't
animated.
offend
That wasn't
me.
my
It
intent.
just got annoying because you were like
It's-
making absurd statements.
It's
Oh.
like dodging and
What absurd statement did I make? Could you reiterate? I'm sorry. I'm not a debater, and I might be.
I'm not a debater, dude. I have never
We're
debated in my
literally
life.
just sitting here reading the text and saying what it says, and you're sitting here saying,
And you're
well,
saying no.
all of it's true.
It's like, how do you? Okay,
I didn't
okay.
say
Actually,
it
I'm
was.
gonna give
I
you
never
the
said
last
that.
word. I'm gonna give you the last word, and then we're gonna pause and decide whether we go to the next caller. But I am gonna give you the last word. How do you reconcile? And I want the audience to judge on their own. So choose your words. And I'm going to give you literally like 10 seconds. 15. At least 15. You talk fast. 15 is plenty. 20 maybe.
Okay, sir.
How do you reconcile Judas running across the field and his guts bursting out versus him hanging himself and the money? Like, why are these accounts of Judas, if we are talking about witnesses? My question is this. Was God even involved, or was this just your 2 different Titanic witnesses like your military training? Is God even involved in this book, or is this just Homer writing like Pliny the Elder
if it's just a
and
bunch of accounts,
Tacitus?
why do we give?
Why do I even believe this if it's just mankind writing shit that they can't even agree on in the same book? Okay, go.
I'm kind of torn a little bit right now because I'd love to answer you. I would really love to answer you because I do believe the infallibility of the Bible being made by fallible men. Because I think if you ask a teacher to collect a test of all the students all year long who got 100%, she would have a book, an infallible book of a bunch of fallible people. And I believe God can do that, but that's my choice to do it. However, I don't think you're being genuine in you guys' questions. I think this is more of you're doing this to more attack Christianity. I don't know if it's an inflated ego thing, but I'm at the point
No.
now where I'm just not
We're
going to cast my pearls towards swine anymore. That's what the scripture teaches us. I do pray for you guys. I love you guys. I thank you guys for this time up here. I appreciate it. Sorry for taking your time. I'm sorry if I offended you in any sense or
First of all,
matter.
Good.
don't be sorry
Don't
for
be
taking
sorry.
our time.
But I
Yeah, you're
do
good.
thank
I
you for the
will
time,
say
and
one
God
thing
bless you
before you
guys,
go.
and I hope
be
you find
gracious.
the truth.
I will say one thing before you go. We are not being disingenuous, and we don't have an agenda. We are reading the text honestly, and the only reason
And
we get
Judas is
upset,
still
We're
dead.
trying to
That's my
understand how
point, man.
Christians get so
Literally
gaslit.
Have a
reading
good
what the
day.
word-
God
We're
bless
try-
you guys.
Yeah, we're trying to understand.
well, it's okay if you don't want to read it.
No,
That's fine. He's gone.
I'm trying to understand why Christians
Why
are so
Christians
gaslit.
won't read their own text and talk about it.
And when you bring up a point, why you
They don't
can't
like
have an
it,
intellectual
So they
conversation.
try to.
Now, I don't want now that is an unfair statement I just made, because I shouldn't say Christians, because we had several
We've had
callers
very,
before
very many honest Christians tonight.
that did not take that approach. They read the text and they addressed
Mm-hmm.
it candidly and intelligently. And you know what? We could
Hi,
be
Dragon.
wrong.
Welcome in.
I just
Rock,
want
Harper,
to
Doug.
know. Yeah. Like, why?
It's just so frustrating when it's like you ask us a question and you ask us to bring up a point, and then you won't honestly acknowledge it.
I would do we need to call it, or do we do one more?
I don't think it would be wise to do one more.
Okay.
I think we call it for tonight. I
All
think
right.
we had a lot of really good callers.
We
I
did
don't
have
think
great
that
callers.
Second David was a complete loss, but I
No.
do think that he pushed some buttons with honesty and like genuine reading of the text. And really the reason
Logic.
the reason that we do this is not to change anyone's mind. It's just to have honest conversations, and that was not an honest conversation.
Right. Like, for example, when I was in my the first, like, I had a few times my egg cracked when I was a Christian. The first time was I was in my grandparents'
Intrepid
house.
Chimp, welcome in.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh man, Intrepid Chimp, you just missed all the fun. Anyways, I was like a
Shit,
kid.
now we have to get one more caller.
Okay, I'm down, man. Let me go to the restroom real quick. When I was
Dust Frame, it's always last call. Dust Frame, it's because it's always the last caller that's an
well,
freaking
then let's
liar.
break our streak and go with the next one.
Actually, Ethan.
Ethan is up next.
Hold on, let me talk to the chat for a second while he goes potty.
Okay.
And then we'll bring up Ethan and we will do one more caller.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, yeah.
So yeah, I know people think, oh, blah blah blah. You don't let anyone talk. We let a lot of people talk. We are typically very calm. I don't like when people try to say, oh, hey, guess what? Show me a contradiction. And they show a contradiction. No, that can't possibly be. Somehow Judas hung himself and his guts fell out. And he bought the field, but also the other people bought the field. Like, it's just disingenuous. Ryan, I've been seeing you in the chat. I think that you're a new friend. I like you. I tried to send you a comment earlier, but for some reason it didn't send. Ethan, we're calling you up as soon as Josh comes back from the restroom, and we will do one more caller. Let's see. I don't believe in God. Now I more than do. Okay, that's interesting. God is as real as Santa Claus. Yes, Josh, agreed. Oh, Intrepid, it's okay. Are you in here for a minute if we take another caller, Intrepid? Saw you just coming in. Here until I sleep. Deal. Okay, well, Josh just came back. We're going to bring up Ethan. That'll probably be where we call it tonight because it is 12:30, but I'm sure we can get a good conversation in with Ethan. And Don't come in with any preconceived notions. We are super open-minded, hopefully, to have a good conversation with you. Ethan, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. Welcome in.
Welcome in.
Hey, can y'all hear me good? I tried to put my earbuds in earlier.
No,
Oh, no.
actually, you sound great.
You've got the
Okay.
best audio of the night, honestly.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So, where do you want to start? Obviously,
I
if
assume you're a believer.
Yes, I am.
Are you a Christian or something like non-denom? Like, I just like to have an idea
Yeah,
before
yeah,
we
I'm a
start asking
Christian.
questions.
I'm a theology major.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing! Like, how far are you in your like courses? Are you like an
So I finished my bachelor's. I really want to do my postgrad, but of course that's a lot of time and
Sure.
a lot of money. But
Oh,
we
So
just
the
had
commitment.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ethan, please. I don't even care where this conversation goes from here on out. Please subscribe and continue to talk with us.
Yeah.
We
I'd
just
love
want to
to.
hear everything you learned.
You obviously, as a theology major, that's great. Okay, so go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was saying I'd love to, do a postgrad, and I've got a lot of friends who are going to do it, but they're still single, and I'm married and I just had twins, so life's a little bit
Just
different.
like babies?
That's a lot.
They're 3 months old.
Congratulations.
By
Thank
the way,
you.
what if you don't mind me asking, and if it's gonna
Yeah.
like geolocate you, don't identify yourself, but like what like do you
Texas.
mind sharing what school
Yeah.
you're like?
Oh, what school?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
If it geolocates you though, don't feel free to share. Like I get that.
Yeah, that's true.
You can
Yeah,
pass. Sorry.
I can.
There's just a
I'll
major
email it
difference,
to you.
right?
Yeah, I'll
There's
email
like
it to you.
Oxford versus Dallas
Yeah.
versus
I'm
Grace
not an
Community.
Sure.
Oxford.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
our email is in there. It's just inquirycouple@gmail.com. Feel
'cause-
free to email
Okay.
us. We can communicate. I'm super interested already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
I'll
ahead.
And thank you
email
for
it to
waiting
you.
around, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so do you have a start point in mind? I mean, there's been a lot
there's been a lot.
triggers. If you want to start from one of those, or if you have something you want to
Yeah.
start fresh from.
Well, I was listening to a lot of. I think I came in the middle of your guys' conversation with the first, not the real
First Daniel?
the first Daniel. Yeah.
The first Daniel?
Which is actually funny because as a theology major, you know that the book of Daniel has 2 parts.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have
And so-
we have First Daniel and Deutero Daniel. But anyways,
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah. So I feel like the second Daniel was trying to. I mean, obviously there were common objections to atheism, like objective morality.
Right.
Oh, the tag argument.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just the tag argument just blows my brain cells out because it's like, anyways, it ends the same every time, but it takes 45 minutes to get there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I feel like
go
your
ahead.
wife had a strong objection to it that he didn't have an answer to, and that's no slight against him, but she made
Which
a.
part was
when
it that you noticed?
When you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can I paraphrase it?
Yes. And
When you
I'll
said-
rephrase if I feel like I need to.
Essentially, that objective morality is still subjective because it's subject to God.
Yeah, that's essentially what I said.
Sure.
Yes.
And that was
That's
a
a great
strong
way to word it.
objection.
And that was what?
That was a strong objection, I think.
Hmm.
But I think it's a semantic debate because I guess it would mean, what do we define as subjective?
Well,
And
I would
usually-
argue, what do we define as objective in the first place? Because
Sure.
why wouldn't everything that we think be subject to something else?
Yeah. So I think the common Christian argument is that morality is grounded more in God's nature and not because he arbitrarily decides something, because that would sound like divine subjectivism. But instead, I believe goodness is rooted in God's unchanging nature, which is more or less his character. And that's much closer to an objective moral
But how do you
standard.
ground that in the Old Testament then?
As in,
Like all of the God's laws in the Old Testament that are horrific.
Well, not even the laws, but just that God even changes. You said that God's unchanging. I would take a difference with that. You know where I'm going with this, right? You're a theology major.
yeah,
Like
sure.
don't make me go there. We can go there, but why would you so actually, this will be interesting. This might be a speed run, and
Yeah.
we don't actually need to do a speed run.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, let him answer.
Go ahead. I don't think I
Well-
asked the question though, but
Well, you
Yeah.
did.
No, I know what he's referencing. You know, can God change his mind? And
Right.
I think there's an honest difference in, does God change his nature and does God change his mind? I think since there is a possibility of free will, outcomes aren't predetermined, though there are some things that are predetermined. But I don't know.
wait, actually, can you explain what you just said? Like, outcomes aren't predetermined, but are predetermined?
Yeah, no, I think there are some things that are conditional and some things that are unconditional. For example, the sun's going to rise tomorrow. But what happens in that day, I mean, I think it can be subject to the human experience.
Well, what if it's a cloudy day?
I mean, I think the sun will still rise. I don't know if the sun
Would
will
we
show,
know? Would
but,
we be able to prove it? Like if tomorrow is a gloomy tornado day in Kansas, would I
Yeah.
know if the sun rose or not? Would I be able to prove it?
No,
I mean, I think science could objectively prove that the sun would rise. But I mean, I'm just trying to be analogous with what I was trying to say. I think there are some truths that are just consistent with human experience.
What if? Okay, let me just throw this out there.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be super like.
Do it. Go ahead. Yeah.
What if things are the way they are because of nature?
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Like,
I mean,
what if
yeah,
the sun
I agree with you.
rises because the Earth spins? Also, I have another question along these lines.
Sure.
Do you believe in your theological view that the Earth like has a firmament and that like it is flat, or do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I believe the Earth
according
is
to
a globe.
Copernicus.
I'm not a flat earther.
Okay,
Now-
I don't like to use the word flurf.
But we
Because-
don't like to assume.
I don't want to assume because we run into flurfs more often than you'd like to imagine.
Really?
Yeah.
They're out there. And I don't
Like
want to
actually
assume
more frequently than I would care to admit.
because if you
That's-
really like read the
Because if you're a Bible literalist, it's-
especially if you read like Josephus and any of the like ancients, it's
Yeah.
not just the Bible. Like you see where the Bible gets its imagery. It's from
Sure,
the
sure.
philosophy of the ancients. Now, I know that you're going to say that the reason why God wrote it that way. I have a very interesting question, and you really
Yeah.
set yourself up because you said you're a theology major,
Yeah,
so I'm going to
yeah.
make a bunch of assumptions.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Since the like ancients thought that the earth was like a dome that was flat with a firmament, and that's how God wrote the Bible because I couldn't communicate to people otherwise, right? Why is the Deuteronomy and like Leviticus and all these ancient laws in ancient Hebrew that talk about slavery and stoning women, stoning kids? Everyone was getting stoned back then, and not in a good way. Why are they so similar to like the Hittite laws, the Hammurabi laws? Like, why were they all so similar? And why didn't God do something unique? You know what I mean? Now, he did do something unique, but I'm not gonna drop that on. I'm not gonna give that to you. If you know it, you can say it. But why are all the laws so similar if God was like truly God? Why didn't he say something like, you know what, dude? Don't own people. That's just not cool. You know
Sure.
what I mean?
Yeah. I think there were two questions in there, if I'm not mistaken. And I think the first one, if I can steel man it, is, did biblical writers share Near Eastern cosmology? And I think the second one was, why are biblical laws similar to other law codes like Code of Hammurabi or Hittite laws? Is
I
that
think
right?
that's a fair.
You actually worded it better than I did.
Oh.
So go ahead.
Yeah. I think, sure. I can grant biblical writers share ancient cosmological language. I mean, I guess in terms of phenomena, but I think that what I would caution is an ancient description. I mean, scientific teaching, and I think the Bible will often describe the world as it appears. as saying the sun rises or the sun sets, but we don't mean the sun literally moves around the earth. And so I think sometimes biblically cosmology can be observational and poetic. And I don't know that it's meant to be viewed as technical science, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I don't know that if they share language, I don't know if that negates divine revelation. I don't know that there's a correlation there because, I could argue that we have similar moral codes to most societies. I'm not going to say it's one-to-one in every place, because believe it or not, I've been to the Amazon jungles with headhunters and I've got pictures of that and everything. So I know they've got a little bit of a different moral code, but I would say generally most people think it's, wrong to kill somebody. And so I don't know that since we share similar things that
most people think it's wrong to own another person.
I mean, I would say so.
So why do you think that was a thing in the Old Testament?
So I think obviously a common contention.
Yeah, it's super common because it's super bad.
Slavery in the Bible.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, this is a church. You should lay this one up. You should be able to lay this one up.
Yeah.
This is Norman Geisler Apologetics 101.
Yeah. Well, my thing is I try to be as academically and intellectually honest as I can.
Fair.
So I'm not going to just write it off to, oh, well, that's just the Bible. So I'm going to try to give you, an honest take. I think you can.
And also, will you give us one that you actually believe is true?
Yeah. I think. Well, one, I think you have to define slavery, because when we read into the Old Testament, we will impose.
Hold up, dude. We know Leviticus 25. Don't go there. We know it talks about owning them as property.
As property forever, your descendants inherit them as property, as a possession.
Sorry, you made me. Let's bypass that.
Okay,
unless you want to go there, unless you need.
We don't get to say that it's not.
That it was the year of Jubilee. That's the Hebrew-owned slaves, bro. We are way past that. I don't think you went far enough into theology school if you think we're that amateur. But go ahead.
No, well, if you're familiar with Leviticus, then you're also familiar with the fact that most people viewed it as desirable to become an indentured servant.
This is not indentured servants.
Oh,
this is
damn
possession.
it, man. You're going to make us go to Leviticus? Seriously? Come on. I thought we were going to speed run this. Okay, fine. Leviticus.
No, we got to go there. This is possessions forever, for life.
God. Have you read Leviticus?
Yeah.
How well?
I mean, I don't love Leviticus.
Oh, come on, buddy.
Well, there's a reason not to. I don't love it either.
All right, here, let's go. We're going into Leviticus 25, everybody.
Let me pull. I'm gonna go there too.
We'll put it on our screen too, friends.
Yeah. Leviticus 25.
And everyone thinks we're fighting with you. We're not yelling at you.
We're
just excited.
No.
We're bringing it up.
We thought it's fine. All right.
Well, what I was going to say in my initial response was, that's why I say I think we have to define slave, because I think there are different types in the Old Testament. I mean, I think we can agree on that.
Let's just let him go. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, there are POWs mentioned in Samuel. There are.
Do you want to talk about Shiloh? Can we go? Oh, shit. I literally thought tonight I was going to get to the virgins that were kidnapped at Shiloh. I don't have enough, but you're our last caller, but let's go to Leviticus first, and then we can talk about the kidnapped virgins.
Leviticus 25.
Yeah, go to Leviticus 25. Let's go. Yeah. Oh man, it's okay. Actually, so here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't even have a question. I'm more like. Can I tell you? Okay. You seem like a person that seems like I'm hearing you as me when I was 30 or 25, where I was so into this. I so believed this. I was hardcore into it. And then it was a really weird deal. I was sitting on the couch. I remember the exact moment where I was reading it and I was like, wait a minute. And it just cracked my eggshell, and I was like, "Wait a minute, this is I don't even know what word to say other than
This is a
bullshit.
problem.
A problem. And then I was like, oh, and then everything else, just the dominoes fell. And I feel like
Mhm.
I'm just getting flashbacks. Okay, let me share my screen here. Okay.
Yeah.
Leviticus 25. Oh man. This is why we do this, people. Okay, Leviticus 25. So let's walk down the verse. So we're gonna get to verse 44. Okay?
Yeah, I've got
and
it.
you can go ahead if you want, but let's get there because your
Mhm.
indentured servitude is before verse 44.
No, I know. That's why in the beginning I tried to define, well, which one were we referencing? I wanted to know which scripture.
Well,
I'm talking about chattel
obviously
slavery,
we're talking about
owning a human,
owning humans as possessions.
and we can speed run this if
We can
Yeah.
go straight to that
if
part.
you agree that God condoned chattel slavery, which is owning another human, then we can just bypass this and I can ask you, why is it okay for God to say that owning another human is okay? Or if you want to read it, we can read it first, so then you can try to defend why you think that God says owning another human's okay. Which way do you want to go?
Well, I mean, I think there's a difference between permitting and regulating and endorsing.
Okay, let's read it, buddy. All right, let's go. Okay, so first of all, he's talking about donkeys, the year of Jubilee.
I mean, I just read you talking about Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Yeah, we can. I mean, you're skipping over the part that you're gonna like, which is the indentured servitude part, which is
But
before that.
That's
But
not what y'all were.
Let's just
that's
go
not what y'all were
straight to
talking
44.
about,
I'm down.
right?
I'm down. Let's screw that. So the part that he's skipping over for the people who are watching is the part where it talks about if a Jewish person, a Hebrew in this time period, decides that they don't have enough money to basically make it on their own, they can sell themselves to another Hebrew person, and in which case, at a certain time period, which we like to call the year of Jubilee, they can become free. Now, there's some caveats to that, but
Sure.
terms and conditions always apply. But it's basically, let's call it indentured servitude. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Now, God condones not just indentured servitude. Oh, we are gonna get to Shiloh, buddy, because you're speedrunning this perfectly. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go to 44.
Well,
Okay.
Can I? I don't want to cut you off, but I mean, if you want to speed run it, obviously.
No.
you should.
I actually did. I thought we were gonna speedrun it, but actually, I prefer the let's wrestle.
The
Let's
journey,
wrestle
not the
first.
destination. I'm with
Yes,
you.
yes.
Yeah.
There's got to be a little foreplay. Okay.
Yeah.
So Leviticus 25:44.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking before, for those who want to read ahead of above this to get context.
Oh, you just got another gay comment. I think that's 3 tonight.
By the way,
Wow, every time he gets gay comments, he gets sexual favors.
plus it says that according to the Bible, I should be stoned if I'm gay. So after this,
the good kind of stoned.
I'm going to get the good kind of stoned. All right. So Leviticus 25:44. It's
sorry, that was not an insult to you. It's
No.
The people
no,
in the
y'all
chat
are good.
like to insult my
No,
husband
no,
because
y'all are
he's
good.
like, I don't know,
No, I get it.
adorable
Yeah.
and fashionable and
flashy.
they
fun.
think that for some reason he can't have a
No,
Plus,
y'all are
style
good.
and
Plus,
Y'all are
I
good.
can actually already tell, and I know I'm talking too much, just because I actually really do think Ethan's awesome. And,
Yeah,
and
Ethan's
I
awesome.
really
You take
appreciate
this.
it.
Y'all
Okay,
are awesome.
So, thank you. It says, okay, Leviticus 25, I believe 44. It says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have. Now, these are outside of the Hebrew people because they cannot have, according to context above,
Right.
slaves that are Hebrews. It says, you may, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also, and by the way, we both agree theologically that this is the law of Moses.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land.
Mhm.
They may be your property. Now, above, we were talking about indentured servitude, where
Sure.
you could sell yourself and eventually get out in the year of Jubilee.
Yeah.
This is outside of the year of Jubilee's context. There is no like
I'm with you.
Jubilee clause. You are
Okay, so you're in agreement. So
Yeah. I'm
where do you go
all
with
with you.
this?
okay. Actually, no. Let me finish, and then I will flip it back to you, and we will talk about harem, the ban. You may keep them as possessions for your children after you, for
That is
them
important
to inherit
finish.
as property. These you may treat as slaves, because it talked before about don't treat any Hebrew
Right.
as slaves, but these you may treat as slaves. But as for you and your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So, are you in agreement that the Hebrew people could not have a true chattel slave, which is owning the other person as property, that they could then give down to their children as possessions as property? But with the foreign nations and aliens residing within Israel, they could take those people and give them to their children as property, or continue, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's people as property. So that's you agree. So you also agree that, like, when Joshua conquered the land of Canaan, when God said, like, you must like genocide people, that was God's command, that you should genocide those people.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it says.
So were those people real people, or were they like monsters?
Like metaphors?
Who were they? Were they metaphorical people? Like, who were these people?
I think they were real people.
Okay, so expand on that. Like,
Because
how, like, I don't even want to say justify that, because
right, there's no way to if God.
So talk to us about that.
Well, yeah. I think this is a separate question. Are you just doing an internal critique on God's commandment to Joshua? What I think about it?
Well, I'm more saying, like, holistically. No, you go ahead.
Well, we started with the one issue, so if you want to just address the like.
Well, holistically, and first of all, you're fantastically honest, because you believe what I believed, which is that if God says to do something, like when God commanded Abraham to take the knife and sacrifice Isaac at the altar, that it is one of the most beautiful things in history that Abraham was going to run the knife through his own child's heart. Like, I believed that is the most beautiful thing in history that could have happened, and God stopped it. Now the thing is, he didn't always stop it, right? So there was a lot of times, we know about the Midianites, we know about the Amalekites, we know about the blah blah blah, like all these people, like all 80 cities that Joshua conquered during the so-called conquest, he destroyed. Now, once you remove yourself from the Bible, so let's say I'm a Christian and I think, you know what, God is 100% accurate and everything he says is right. But when you don't believe that anymore because you found the contradictions, like, for example, there's actually several conquest cities. I want to say there's like 6, maybe 7. 6, 7. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Second time tonight, 6, 7. Sorry, we have teenagers.
No, you're good. You're good.
But
teenagers.
There are at least.
If you pray for
there
us.
are at least 6 people
Six,
groups that were supposedly, according to the text, completely wiped out. And it's like, and they were completely destroyed off the face of the earth. And then all of a sudden in Judges, they pop back up.
They reappear. Yeah.
Right. And so it's kind of like, first of all, like, and I appreciate you tracking with me here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
First of all, the fact that we're completely destroying people groups, to me, is an issue if I'm not a Christian, because I don't think you should destroy people groups. Second of all, the text itself isn't congruent, because the people groups pop back up even after you destroyed them. So, like, how do you justify, you use the word justify, I will use that word. How do you justify destroying people groups? And then how do you reconcile the fact that those people groups pop back up later if they were destroyed?
Yeah, I think it boiled down to war rhetoric. I think it's the same thing we do today. Like when Trump says,
Oh,
I'm gonna bomb them off the face of the earth. And he does, but he really, can I say that? I'm sorry. Was that TOS?
no, you
Oh,
can.
yeah.
I'm just saying, but that was a horrific statement he said. When he said
I know,
that,
I'm
like,
with
I'm
you.
going to
Yeah,
delete a civilization.
I know, I'm with
I
you.
was
That
like,
was horrific.
oh my God. Sorry, this is not a political channel, so we
No,
won't go
no,
there.
I'm with
But
you. Yeah,
holy
I'm with
cow.
you.
Yeah, that
Yes,
was.
thank you for
That was
anyway,
horrific.
continue.
Anyways, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Your point is, you have a good point. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think it's war rhetoric, and that's common. I mean, you can tell your kids. I mean, that's not war rhetoric, but you can tell your kids if they do something wrong. Well, I'm going to kill you. And obviously, it's Joe. We say that in the South. Of course, we don't mean it. We don't mean we're going to literally kill our children. It's just a small euphemism. But I think first, how do you justify that? That's a whole. That's a whole separate. I'm not spurting. I want to preface this. I want to say
Okay.
I'm really looking forward because I hope one day I can pursue my master's because I want to get into philosophy because I think philosophy will help me deal with a lot of these questions, and they're good solid questions. But I mean, of course, I can give the common debate on. I mean, are you familiar with what the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Perizzites were doing at that time?
Even the babies?
I mean, I'm with you. It's not an easy text by any means, by any
Like,
stretch of the
you can say
imagination.
that the Canaanites were evil, but like even the infants?
Right. And I would say to that, well,
Like that's just really hard for me to get behind and agree with.
I'm with you, but if it's an internal critique on what I believe, if you're stepping into the ground of the Bible, then you
have to believe that babies were evil enough to be murdered before they ever made
No.
a decision.
No, I was going to explain.
Okay, sorry.
If
I
you're
apologize.
no, you're good. But if the internal critique is about the children, then one of the axioms that you already step into the equation with is the fact that God is the giver and the taker of life. And so that's already built in. And while I'm uncomfortable with it, I trust that it was morally justified within God's purposes, even though I struggle to understand it. Because I mean, I have two infants. I mean,
So why
of
do I
course,
have to accept something if I struggle with it morally?
I'm sorry.
Because
Say
of
it
a
again.
belief.
It cut out. I'm sorry. Could you say it again?
No, sorry. Why do I need to accept something if I struggle with it morally just because I'm supposed to believe in it? So that's where I used to live. I used to be like, hey, this
Yeah, I
sounds
think
really
that's a valid
bad,
question. Yeah.
but I'm supposed to believe in it, so I'm
Yeah.
not going to question it. But I no longer do that. Now I question the hard things, and I'm like,
Yeah.
that's really
Yeah.
bad. They just murdered a bunch of babies for no reason, and supposedly they were evil because
Sure.
they were of this
Sure.
people group. And I feel like I'm morally justified to question that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all with you. I think there are some things that, of course, we can reconcile through philosophy or epistemology, but I think there's something, and this isn't me, taking an easy way out or
No,
or
not at
whatever.
all. I appreciate
But
your approach.
but I would say this also. Let me say this. I've got a really good friend, really good friend. He's working on his dissertation right now. And when his son was 3 years old, he died in a house fire.
That's horrible. I'm
And
sorry.
I asked him, I mean, he told me the whole, we talked about it. And he said, Ethan, I'm gonna be honest with you. He said, I told the Lord, I have nothing to say to you. So I hope you have something to say to me. And he said, for a year, I didn't lift up a word in prayer. I just read my Bible. And I was honest. I said, dude, how'd you make it out of that? And he was honest with me. He said, Ethan, there are some things I don't understand, but I trust God. And this really is a walk by faith. And I know there's a lot of people that aren't comfortable with that
And
answer.
Hindus also have the same story, right? And Buddhists have the same story. I've heard it from even Muslims have the same
Sure.
story where it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I could have made it through the power of Allah. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think.
I mean, wouldn't it have been just better if that didn't happen?
Or
Sure. But
whichever God you attribute it to.
Yeah, but
When you stub your toe in
the
India,
point-
do you say Jesus Christ?
Well, the point I was trying to make with that is there are things that I think we go through, things that we can't reconcile, that in the Christian worldview, because that's the worldview I come from. I'm not asking you to subscribe from it. I'm just saying this is, or subscribe to it rather.
We
I'm just saying,
subscribed and unsubscribed. To be fair,
I'm just saying this is, well, then you understand.
Ethan, thank you so much. We appreciate you so much. I just want to interject
Oh,
that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you
just
so much
saying,
for being like honest and open.
oh yeah. I'm just saying, I'm just giving a stance from the Christian worldview, and I'm saying if there's a Christian watching, it's, I mean, we make room and say that it's okay to have questions, and there are things that I don't understand fully about God, but I trust Him. And I know there's a lot of people that aren't comfortable with that, and I understand that. But I mean, that's the Christian worldview. I'm sure you know that.
can I? Because I had a Christian worldview, but I had a question about a certain part. So you said that like the ban harem, which is like genocide of the Canaanite people. You were like, they didn't really mean kill all the people. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of like when we play football against the other team, and this is a common trope. I love that you used the football trope. I think you did.
No, I don't.
That might have
so.
been in my head.
It might have been before.
In my head, it's always like, we wiped them off the planet.
Right,
no, we didn't,
right.
man. We beat them 44-22. Yeah, we wiped them off the earth.
Yeah,
those
yeah,
freaking losers. All right. My problem is that's not how the text works. Can we go to the Bible? Because I'd like to share.
Yeah.
All right, cool. 1 Samuel 15:9. And we're going to go read this. So it says, Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the sheep and of the cattle and of the fatted calves. Do you know where I'm going with this?
Yes, sir.
Okie dokes. Let's keep going. It says also the lambs. Damn it. So what did God tell Saul to do?
Destroy the Amalekites. Or
Right.
Amalekites, depending on how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way. Honestly,
Either
we don't know
way.
at this point. Yeah.
Sure.
So is this a situation where God said, or where the writers were like, yeah, we wiped them off the face of the earth, meaning allegorically, or like we wiped them off the face of the earth, but it says all that was valuable and would be not utterly destroyed them, and all that was valuable and would not utterly destroy them, and all that was despised and worthless they utterly destroyed. The word of the Lord came to Samuel, the prophet. I regret that I made Saul king. So Saul's the king that did not destroy everything, because God, for the people watching, God told Saul to wipe out everything. Not allegorically, like you're talking about with my football analogy, where it's like, we kicked their ass.
Yeah. No, like
he said, Saul has turned back from following me and has not carried out my commands, meaning wiping everything out. Samuel was angry and he cried out to the Lord all night. Samuel rose early in the morning to meet Saul, and Samuel was told. Saul went to Carmel, where he set up a monument. Blah, blah, blah. When Samuel came to Saul, Saul said to him, may you be blessed by the Lord. I've carried out the command by the Lord. But Samuel said, what then is this bleating of sheep? You didn't kill all the sheep.
Oh, yeah.
Samuel's pissed. Samuel is pissed because God told Saul, you got to kill everything, not allegorically or metaphorically, like a football analogy, like we kicked their ass off the planet, but you were supposed to literally kick their ass off the planet, including their sheep. Anyways, I hear the bleating of sheep in my ears and the lowing of cattle that I hear. Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and the cattle to sacrifice to the Lord, which is a super cool thing, actually. If you have kids, like they love to do this. Oh, no. I did it because I did it for you. Here's my sheep. Here's my cattle. It's not. I didn't do it for me because I wanted the sheep and cattle. I wanted an offering. Anyways, offering the sacrifice to the Lord, but the rest we've utterly destroyed. But then God, Yahweh, got pissed.
Samuel said.
Sorry. Samuel said to Saul, stop, I will tell you what the Lord said to me last night. He replied, speak. Samuel said, this is why I thought we could speedrun this, because I thought you knew this verse. Samuel said, though you are little in your own eyes, No, he didn't, because he said that it was an allegory about like we wipe people off the earth, but we don't
okay. I
actually wipe
apologize.
people off the earth. So
Well, you
either
don't-
he didn't know this, or he wasn't being dishonest, or he was being dishonest, or he just didn't
No.
remember.
No,
Anyways,
I mean, I know both of the texts you're referring to. I know harem, the total destruction. It refers to specific acts of divine judgment, but you don't think it can be. I mean, if you're being honest, you don't think it can be both. You don't think one
I think
can
it's all
refer.
bullshit. I don't think this is true at all. I don't think any of this happened.
But
And I think archaeology can prove it. But that's not what we're talking about. What I'm saying is,
but if
you believe this crazy
we
shit,
read what it says, I
Right.
think is what's important to us. Like,
Right.
what do the words say?
and what you're telling me is, according to the text, God said to these people, though you are little in your own eyes, you are not that of the tribes of Israel. The Lord sent you on a mission and said, go. Now this is harem. Utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, fight against them until they are consumed. Why
Yeah.
did you, and it said, why then did you not obey the voice of the Lord? Which, what did the voice of the Lord say? You know this. This is from context before. The
Yeah.
Lord said to harem them,
Yep.
utterly destroy everything, including all the livestock, the children, the kids, the puppies, the kitties.
Yeah.
And it said, why then did you not obey the voice of the Lord? Why did you swoop down on the spoil and do what was evil in the sight
Inquisition,
of the Lord?
stop spamming, or I'm banning you.
Just ban him.
Okay.
Saul said to Samuel, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord. I have gone on a mission on which the Lord sent me. I have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and I have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. So we can keep reading, but what we know happens because you also know the text, because you also went to Sunday school. Saul eventually kills the king at the behest of God. So God
No, I think
is not...
Samuel does.
Oh, dude, actually, big W for that, because I actually forgot that Samuel did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was actually a really good showing too, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Actually, thank you.
Mhm.
But the point is, when you use phrases like, oh, but you know, God didn't really mean to like really wipe everyone out, man. He was just saying it metaphorically, like it's just like, no, it's like a football game where it's like, yeah, we wiped their asses out off the planet. It's like a metaphor. It's not actually true. In the Bible, people get killed if they don't do what God says, and God says wipe
Sure.
them all out, except for the virgin girls in some cases. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I'm following.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because you seem to try to you
Well,
try
hold
to
on.
gaslight me, and just know I know the book. I know the book
promise
too.
you. I
I know the
promise you. I gave you
I
my
thought
word
that Ethan's
that.
been very honest.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair.
I gave you
Fair.
my word. I was going to be very,
Yeah.
honest with you. I'm not.
I
Trying
think
to-
that we're just a little on edge because our last caller was
Yeah, I watched that. I literally. I looked
pushing our
over-
buttons a little, and I don't think that they.
I do have an.
I mean, there are
yeah.
some questions where you have to be able to
Yeah, I looked
to
over at
face
my
them,
wife.
even if it's hard, right?
while
And
y'all were
even
on
if you
call.
don't agree with us, it's still some hard topics.
No, yeah. I looked over at my wife while y'all were on the call with the last one, and I said, "Look at this guy. He just stirred them up, and watch. I'm going to be the next one, and they're just going to be mad at me."
Well, thank you so much for waiting around and being here. Like,
No,
I'm
yeah.
not trying. Yes, thank
No,
you so
it's
much.
good.
You got both barrels right out of the gate, buddy.
That's
Sorry.
gay.
We backed off a little. He got a little charged up, but
No,
but
it's okay. I
how
understand.
about we wrap up a particular topic, and maybe we could have you come back again?
Yeah, I'd love
It's
to.
1:08. It's actually almost 1:30 a.m. here, and I have to go to the office tomorrow. So I'm not trying to like say, hey, I don't want to talk to you more.
No, I understand.
But I would love to talk to you more. So if you guys can come to a point,
seriously.
and then we wrap it up here. And the people in the
That's
in
fine.
the queue,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry we didn't get to you. Please come back. We're hoping to be back live again a couple times next week. We will post ahead of time. If
Our email is inquirycouple@gmail.com.
Feel free to
Okay,
email
yeah.
us.
I was about to say, could you give me your email? Because I'm
Yes.
going to email you.
Inquirycouple@gmail.com.
And it's just all one word, inquiry couple,
Yeah,
right?
inquiry couple, all one word.
And it should
at
be in
Gmail.
our description on our channel too.
Okay.
But anyone watching besides Ethan, anyone in our queue that wants to ask questions in the meantime, like, we want to talk to you. We're not trying to back down. We just, it's, you know, we have a limit. This is what, hour 6? Almost 6. And it's late. And I have,
No, I understand.
yeah.
Ethan, you're
Anyway.
fantastic. Seriously.
Oh.
Serious brain power. We had some serious brain power tonight. Like,
Also, is your
Oh.
wife still like sticking with you?
No, she went
Or
to
did she
bed.
go to bed?
I'm tapping out.
She went to bed. Yeah,
Yeah, I
she's
get
got
that.
the twins in there.
That's what's happening here. I'm like, dude.
She's like, I'd go until I'm not making
But
sense
then you're not
anymore.
the
I would
angry
too.
couple.
I'm the
Yeah.
same way.
And plus, I have to police him a little bit.
This is
Yeah.
why we have wives.
Yeah, yeah.
I love it. All right. Well, Ethan, thank you so much. And folks that tuned in, thank you so much. Join us again. We love this conversation, and have a great rest of the week, y'all.
It's almost the weekend, and it's a Memorial Day weekend, so have a great long weekend. Please feel free to reach out to us, email us, and Ethan, please come back.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would love to get an email from you so that we can
Yeah, absolutely.
send you a thing when we're gonna go live next, so
Yeah,
that we
you know
can
your
like
stuff.
pick this back up,
Yeah,
because
for
we
sure.
didn't get enough
Absolutely.
time with you.
Absolutely. I'd
All
love
right.
to.
Talk
Thank
to you
you so
later.
much.
Thank you
Talk
so
to y'all
much.
later.
Good night,
Thank y'all.
friends.
Bye.